And look at this, just spamming it, and that's gonna be a triple with the plant, takes him out.
Luffy just tries to outplay Cisco and will be able to back up. So for my lord, Luffy! Everything out here.
Yeah, rest of this team members just doing a lot. You know, if you have your teammates popping off and like just like that, if you're hitting those shots, nasty shot, make it 3 in a row.
Now being outshined. Yes, they did quite a good job getting up to that 100-point mark. But in the second half, it's just been one name being read out again and again and again, and that is Rampage. They are going to be able to equalize in a couple of... People will make a better comeback here, but they have to focus on breaking the spawn first.
Yeah, breaking that spawn first indeed now, but you know, 7 here has that SKS. We do usually see an SVD here, but 5 kill streak for him. It's been working out. Make that 6. Can he make it 7? One away from a cluster strike. Yes, he gets it. And look at this, just spamming it, and that's gonna be a triple with the plant. Takes him out, and the doctor, they are struggling. He wants to go for it. Annihilator still alive. 7 is just on a tear here.
But spawn trapping all of these players, and now finally making his way for that A flag, and he's just playing pure distraction all on him. My goodness, Briando. Just use your score streaks already, boy. He doesn't even need to bring any of them out, because this is just such a dominating run. And Yato's just trying to get melee over all of these players. Won't be able to find yet another punch behind the back of the head. And at this hard point.
Yeah, a lot of momentum and flash on a 4 kill spree. Make that 5 in a row, AJ. 5 kills for him. Make that 6.
This scopes in that way. It's going to be tough for Fury to make a comeback in here. My God, Captain! Won't be able to bag a double with all of that wall. Was it good or was it bad that Ranger left the squad? I think we've got our answer already. We have never seen Huntsman this sharp. We have never seen Huntsman this dangerous. Raven annihilates all of the players right before him. He plays the guy.
Now, they invested 3 here, so that's a lot of operator skills for the side of GAIJIN. But they needed all this time just to, you know, keep the game close here. But can Riz try to make the play here? Just spraying it out with the death machine. No kills for him yet with that death machine, but so far he's getting a lot of information. Finally takes one down. One away from a Predator missile. Yes, he will get it, and he has to play for this cluster. Scopes out, unfortunately. Will spot 1, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Last player alive, takes him. Nope, not yet. No.
Yeah, and the spawn just being held on by the players of 7-9, the one and only Zhengyu not letting go of the train area, and that is the kind of play that's just getting 7-9 a lot of his momentum at the hard point.
Yeah, a lot of momentum and flash on a 4 kill spree. Make that 5 in a row, AJ. 5 kills for him. Make that 6. Can he make it 7? Working towards those streaks. One away from the Dragonfire.
Roger that. Enemy is near. Close in.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters, day number 4 of the group stages. And today, 3 out of the 4 invited teams will be in action, so we can guarantee you a spicy event day upcoming. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Coach Jericho to bring you guys all of the commentary from the day.
Yeah, I mean, welcome, AJ. And I mean, day number 4. We've been waiting for this one. You know, when we ended day number 3, we saw that schedule. We were both excited because we were going to see the juggernauts, the legendary names from all these esports orgs battle it out today. And I feel like this day is the important one. I feel like this is where we're going to set the tone. Like, okay, who's going to be top 2? Who's going to be eliminated from the group stage? So I feel like a lot's on the line today, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, for Group B, C, as well as D, today is the day where they will be able to catch up and reach the halfway point within the group stages before they go into the second round robin segment for themselves, where they will be able to meet the teams where they've already met within the first half. If it was a defeat that they faced, the question is how much of adjustments could they bring into the competition. But of course, once again, this hasn't reached that part just yet. This is the final day of the first half in here, where they will be experiencing their third series, and things cannot get even crazier than they are already, one would assume. But like Jericho said, when we took a peek at the schedule for today, it just blew our minds, right? Because we will just have back to back crazy series all the way down to the end.
Yeah, all potential game number 5s, I feel like, and also a lot of upsets as well. I mean, it's just starting off with that. I mean, let's take a look at the tournament form before we talk about even the schedule. I mean, we're already hopping on things, but you know, that's how excited we are. But here is the tournament form. We started with 256 teams to qualify. We ended up with 16. Then after that, we did have our draw lots, and now we do have our group A, B, C, and D. And then from that, we're gonna get 2 of the top teams from each group, and we're gonna go to the playoffs for the double elimination best of 5.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, when we have the top 8 in there, it's not going to be easy at all. Double round robin, double elimination, best of 5. They have to fight for their way up there. But in order to be the top 2 of each and every single individual group, it's proving to be a tough fight as well, right? Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as to what is motivating all of those crazy fight, as well as, you know, the strategies that are brought out there. Because for the first time in a long time, we've got a bump once again in the overall prize pool, Jericho. A total of 25,000 US dollars.
25 USD. I wish I was a COD mobile player, but I am not. I'm a caster, and here it is. The 25,000. First place gets 10,000 US dollars. Second place gets 4,500. Third gets 3,000. Fourth place gets 1,500. Fifth to 8 gets 750. Ninth to 12 gets 500. And if you place 13 to 16, you still get a small 250 USD.
Oh, I mean, it's good to see that each and every single one of these teams will be able to get a little small piece of this pie. It all depends on your performance, right? The better you do, the bigger the slice and the bigger the smile on your face at the end of the day. Each and every single team aiming for that number 1 spot, but of course, it's only available for that number 1 squad, right? As they all try to beat each other over trying to get that to the playoffs in itself, we have to look at the groupings, and the groupings are quite unforgiving for some of these teams, as they are placed in with quite the titan of Call of Duty Mobile. We'll be able to take a peek at Group A in a second, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That has got a lineup of the almighty Rampage, C8 United, as well as Tyrant Finesse. Almighty, as usual, bagging the top spot, and so far, they have had one of the most perfect streaks in the group stages.
Yeah, perfect streaks indeed. Haven't dropped a single map. Undefeated so far. You know, they pretty much have a lock on that first series. And I feel like after they get one more win, that's a lock on that top 1 spot. And we do see the fight for that second place. Rampage, United, and Finesse all trying to get to that. But, you know, they're all close. You know, Finesse, they got their first win. Day 3, Rampage, they lost twice, but they managed to get 1 as well. The one that's really underperforming here is C8 United. They've just been struggling throughout this tournament.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, let's take a peek at Group B. We have the lineup of Sem9, GAIJIN, M420 LOWKINGS, as well as VVV ESPORTS. head on, right? So it will be the decider as to who ends the halfway point of Group B at that number 1 spot. That is most going to be an exciting series to close off the day when we reach the 4th series.
Yeah, indeed. And this is definitely that group of death because you just don't know who's going to be that top team. You know, 7-9, yes, they were winning, but they lost to, I believe they lost to VVV during the off stream. It was a comeback, and then at the same time GAIJIN underperforming. M420 LOWKINGS definitely the surprise of this group. But now let's take a look at Group C, and this group, this one has my head scratching. This one is just all out craziness. We got Smart Omega, AGUILA Esports, HUNTSMEN, and Team Fury. And AJ, the story of this one is who's gonna be undefeated? Is it gonna be Smart Omega or is it gonna be AGUILA Esports?
Oh yeah, that's the biggest question here, right? And in the exact same way 7-9 takes on M420, Smart Omega takes on AGUILA Esports. They are the first and second seed of the competition. And by the end of today, we will be able to see exactly who sits at that number 1 spot at the halfway point. Smart Omega, you were bringing up quite a good point before broadcast where the numbers of the KD between the players of AGUILA Esports and Smart Omega, it looks like AGUILA Esports not only can hang with them, but are outdoing them in certain situations.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I was looking at the numbers. Numbers don't lie. But then again, even if we base it off the stats, there's always the question I always bring up to Smart Omega. What kind of Smart Omega are we getting, AJ? Are we getting the greatest team ever 2 years ago, or are we getting the recent Smart Omega that's been struggling throughout the whole tournament? You have players like Kendi that we expected him to play really well, but I was looking at his numbers, negative as well as Whoopi and as and Jay-Z, just negative numbers all over the board. So I feel like they really need to step up and prove to the world that they are still that team.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, to wrap things up, Group D, Blacklist International, C8 Legacy, NERVO, as well as the Doctor. I'm nervous looking at Group D when it comes to NERVO and Doctor because they are stuck with 2 titan of squads. This looks like it is a no-brainer, but today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, NERVO takes on Doctor, and Blacklist International Ultimate will be meeting C8 Legacy. And just like the other groups as well, right? This is once again the day where the titans of the group go up against each other. Blacklist International Ultimate, you know them, Eastern champions, but C8 Legacy, the Prodigy squad, what can they cut going up against the best of the best of the best in Call of Duty Mobile right now?
This is where we're going to see that test of if C8 Legacy can really hang, because we've seen them play against NERVO and the Doctor, and they both won it. They have, if you look at the standings here, let's take a look at Group A. Like you said, AJ, Almighty, perfect 3-0. We do have Rampage, United, and Titan Finesse all tied at 1-1-1. So that's going to be definitely interesting. For Group B, M420 LOWKINGS surprisingly taking over that first place spot.
Yeah, and Blacklist International Ultimate is the only other team, I believe, who can catch up with Almighty in terms of an unbeaten streak.
Yes.
But it's not going to be easy against C8 Legacy, who have been so convincing, right? Now, against the Doctor as well as NERVO, C8 Legacy made it look pretty much easy, but there was a huge gap in terms of mechanical capabilities out there on the battlefield. There was a huge difference in terms of such solid quality when it came to those rotations as well as strategies executed by C8 Legacy in comparison to NERVO and the Doctor, who seemed a little shaky. But going up against Blacklist International Ultimate, once again, no pun intended here, but it is the ultimate test for the boys out of C8 Legacy.
Yeah, that is true. That is definitely the ultimate test. And now, to the viewers back at home, this is where you're gonna have to see, get those wins up, because it's really important. Now, this day is actually that middle day where we have to see if you win this one, you're gonna be top 2, you're gonna be safe. There's a lot of those storylines gonna build it. But at the same time, guys, don't forget our bingo.
Yeah.
Guys, we talked about this in the day number 3, and now, guys, you just have to make a diagonal or a straight line or even a horizontal line, and you might just be able to win some CP.
Absolutely, man. All you guys got to do is just complete the activities, just like what Jericho said, vertical, horizontal, or diagonal fashion, but you need to complete one full line, all right? 5 of these activities need to be sorted out. All you need to do right after that is post your completed bingo card with the crossed off activities on your public Facebook profile to be eligible to win 100 CP, okay? We'll be picking out 50 submissions from the Philippine side, and 50 submissions from the MYSG side. So a total of 100 winners for 100 CP. Your submissions need to contain your IGN, OpenID, as well as UID. Don't forget to use the hashtags that are on the post as well. Check out the official pages, Garena Call of Duty Mobile, for more information. Let's also take a look at the team lineup for Game 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Oh, my apologies. The schedule for the day. This is going to start out with, of course, like explained, Smart Omega as they take on AGUILA Esports. Blacklist International Ultimate meets C8 Legacy in Series number 2. GAIJIN will be taking on VVV ESPORTS for the 3rd series. And 7-9, they will meet M420 LOWKINGS to close off the day of broadcast.
Yeah, to closer, indeed. And now for the off-stream match number 1, we have HUNTSMEN versus Team Fury. That's gonna be an interesting match because they're both looking for their first win. And for match number 2 for off-stream, NERVO versus the Doctor as well, looking for their first win for the day. So there's gonna be a lot of firsts for today, AJ. But you know, our 4 main matches for today, just a lot of firepower, a lot of juggernauts coming in here. It's gonna be a lot of game 5s, I believe.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, I don't know exactly how the schedule will look in terms of the timing by the end of the day because of the potential game 5s that we may have in each and every single one of these series. And therefore, that being said, it will truly be a shock if any one of these teams can actually pull off a 3-0 victory, because on paper it just does not seem possible. They are all quite equally matched. And of course, to start things off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we get the lineup of AGUILA Esports. Captain, Jobs, Mickey, Shadow SV, as well as Yuki and Zunex. They step up for the side of AGUILA to be able to see if or not they can jump up to that #1 spot. But it's not going to be easy as they take on the Kings of Old, Jericho.
Yeah, the Kings of Old indeed. But, you know, this has been the story for the side of AGUILA. You know, up-and-coming team, one ways of 4, making a name for themselves in the local scene. But now, here in the big stage, this is where they're going to be tested. You know, they got a good test against Fury. They beat them as well as HUNTSMEN, AJ, in the 3-1. So I feel like this is where this might just change the whole scene in the Philippines. If they are able to beat Smart Omega, I think we're just seeing a change of guard now, and AGUILA is just a force to be reckoned with, AJ.
If AGUILA Esports does manage to beat Smart Omega, I think that already marks the start to the end of this Supreme team, right? And it most definitely will be a disappointing result for a huge fan base of Smart Omega, and that's exactly what these guys need to kind of fight against. Crush, Idra, JC, Kendi, Kevs, as well as Whoopi. Will they still be able to maintain their dominance in Call of Duty Mobile, or are they now gonna be one of the forgotten kings? It is all in the hands of Smart Omega. The amount of effort they put out there on the battlefield will decide everything in here today, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much a very, very huge huge game for them. I know even if they win or lose, guys, they're still gonna be on that top 2, so still secured. But at the same time, you know, you still have to assert your dominance in this series because you are Smart Omega. You've been in so many major tournaments and been so many matches and legendary matches, and I feel like AGUILA Esports, if they bring the fight to them, that's a headline right there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. It's most definitely a headline, and like I said, it's warning bells all over the place for the players of Smart Omega. They have been reigning at the top. They have stolen so many hearts from the get-go, being one of the most talented as well as popular teams from the get-go for Call of Duty Mobile since its inception. But you know, the love from the community can only bring you so far. The effort that you put out there on the battlefield will do the rest of the talking. And when you look at the effort out here, these are the numbers that we were kind of talking about earlier on. Captain kind of outdoing the average kills on the side of Kevs, 18.43 going up against 17.71. But when you look at the average deaths, Kevs is able to maintain his sustainability out there on the battlefield, which overall allows him to have a KD of 1.41. 1, but versus Captains 1.32, that's not really too far apart, Jericho.
Yeah, definitely not apart indeed. I mean, both players just having a lot of impact for the team. But, you know, I just want to also mention Mickey has a 1.52 and Eden has a 1.43. So those players as well, those are the players you really have to watch out and actually have to make the play here. So I expect all those players to be, you know, just always been active, always having those impacts, as well as doing just the dirty work. And now let's take a look at our predictions here, guys. A little bit of a lot of a miss and match here, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we agree on 4 of the series. The only ones where we disagree is when Omega takes on AGUILA Esports. I'm on the side of the Kings of Old. I still believe in the brand. I still believe in the capabilities of these players. And I just don't feel like AGUILA Esports is ready to break their reign or to be able to reach up to their status just yet. But of course, that is to be proven wrong in here today, and you are betting on their side. I really love that, Jericho. Sem9 and M420 LOWKINGS. This is once again where we have a little bit of a disagreement, but I definitely see where you're coming from, right? M420 LOWKINGS, I think I've hyped them up enough already so far, but you can continue hyping them up because it's not just about what you say out there, but also what they continuously bring onto the table, and they have been proving themselves back to back. But I just also feel like Sem9, they have kind of slopped into the situation where it's a do or die time right now for them. If they do not nail this series against M420 LOWKINGS, I think there will be a lot of questions asked by the organization. I think even within the squad, the team members will be looking at each other, wondering exactly what's going on, because you cannot let some new young ones in the competition upstage you. So that one's most definitely going to be a fiery battle to wrap the day up, Jericho.
Yeah, fiery battle indeed. But now here we go. Bans, maps, and modes. And AJ AGUILA, they get Lady Luck. Let's see that first ban. This is where it's gonna set the tone. I believe if you are AGUILA, you want to ban Crossfire.
Bye-bye.
Take off for Crossfire. Crossfire, best map of Omega. I like it from them already off the rip. Doing a lot of studying. I like it from AGUILA. It's really, really good.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, when you look at Smart Omega, they usually do not like to play at takeoff, and I don't really know why. Is that their hidden map, or do they actually not feel comfortable playing there at all, right? It could be the selection that comes through here. In terms of AGUILA Esports, they have been able to show and prove that they are quite dominant at takeoff. Earlier on, they did meet HUNTSMEN. 150 to 144 was a little too close for comfort, but they did show good progress and prowess out there on the map in terms of the rotations as well.
Yeah, that is true. So just just all in, all out for both teams. But now let's see what Omega bans here. It's interesting. They could go for a takeoff or even a Hackney Yard map, because we for times a standoff from Omega. You don't see that often from them because you expect them to be masters of those classic maps. You know, the firing range, the standoff, the summits. But very interesting pick coming in from them. And now let's see where AGUILA brings us to map number 1. And I just have a feeling that we might just go to Hackney Yard.
I am shocked. I am actually very, very shocked with the bans that are coming through in here, especially on the side of Omega, right? Crossfire was a no-brainer. We know exactly how Smart Omega functions on that map, especially when it comes to a respawn map like Hardpoint. But bringing it into Hardpoint at Hackney Yard from the side of AGUILA truly is a smart decision coming through. But I don't think Smart Omega will be suffering here all that too much. So it might just go back and forth all the way down to the line, Jericho. Yeah,
all the way to the line indeed. And this pick right here, I feel like it really has to set the tone here for AGUILA. It's like a curveball pick because we don't see Hackney or Hardpoint much, and it's definitely it is a Hardpoint map, but it's hard to master. There's a lot of hidden angles in this map, just a lot of off angles as well. But now let's take a look at map number 2, Omega SND. No Crossfire. Definitely have to go with your second best map, which is going to be Raid. I surely do. Oh, sorry. Map number 4 first. It's going to be Firing Range for Omega. And, just a old-fashioned firing range, AJ. I like the pick. Nothing too fancy about it.
Yeah. And I don't see the ideation of banning of standoff, because if you want to look at stats, yes, AGUILA did manage to win standoff against Fury, but firing range, they did manage to take that game off of HUNTSMEN as well, right? And if anything, that was a more convincing setup from the side of AGUILA Esports. So I'm just really second guessing the decisions being brought in here by Smart Omega. but maybe there is a hidden strategy that we are just not able to see just yet. We have not been able to see the players of Smart Omega for quite a while. They've been maintaining quite low presence within the competitive scene. They don't really want to step out there and bring in the Rara, but maybe things will change at the Garena Masters on the side of Call of Duty Mobile. Search and Destroy, this one goes to the side of Smart Omega. I think it should be their standard bread and butter raid that will be brought in.
I think I agree with you. You know, Crossfire being banned out for Aguila, very smart by them, but they don't know Omega. They love playing a raid. But at the same time, Aguila, they beat Huntsman in raid. So it's a battle of the plays here. We're just going to see who's going to be smarter here. You know, it's going to come down to that mechanical supremacy as well as who's going to take out for the bait, who's going to be hopping on those rotations, those small sneaky plays coming through. Expect that to be a crazy, crazy S&D. But now, moving on to game number 5, Aguila, where are they going to take us for that map 5 if we have to go to a game number 5?
Yeah, I mean, you know, not many of these maps left on in here. We either have to go to Summit, and so Domination Summit, that's going to be interesting because Takeoff gets dragged there. And I feel like this is quite the tactical pick from AGUILA Esports, right? If at all it does have to go in Takeoff, we know they've got good map mastery there. Leaving Summit for Domination, we have also seen them dance quite the fancy dance out there in terms of Domination at Summit. But, you know, anything goes, man. You are taking on the kings of all. But when it comes down to the operator skills, are we going to be able to see the Purifier as well as the Sparrow out there for that action as well?
I mean, it has to be one of them being used here, but you know, Aguila, they want to throw in debate. They banned the Sparrow, and now Omega, do you ban the Purifier, or are you going to go for the Annihilator? A lot of decisions here. Looking at Hackney Yard, Purifier, yes, you really have to ban that. That's a very smart ban there. Now, definitely the Annihilator and the Gravity Vortex going to be very, very helpful here, especially in that that third hill of Hackney Yard, very open. You can just use that Gravity Vortex to cover some angles there, and then, you know, get your pre-aim ready. It's so a lot of micromanaging here, AJ. You know, knowing when to use your streaks, knowing when to use your Yuto, knowing when to invest your operator skill. It's really gonna come down to that one. At the same time, like you always say, mechanical supremacy. That's still the number one thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, the team of Smart Omega, they bring in the consistency, and you know, a lot of them are content creators. They are on Call of Duty Mobile all the time. But in terms of jumping into scrims, in terms of, you know, perfecting their play as a squad, how often do they jump in? That is the biggest question in here, because when you look at a team like AGUILA Esports, all of them, they focus purely on those gameplays, right? They focus purely on scrimming against all of the other squads because they are hungry to beat the top dogs of the competition. They are hungry to move on forward. Smart Omega, they're already the top dogs of the Call of Duty Mobile scene. They're already sitting down at the top comfortably, right? So, you know, there is some space here for them to slack off. But from the start at Hackney Yard, it just seems to be an all-out domination. The break needs to come through from AGUILA Esports. You can see those players just piling on from the access of the Special Forces base. Finally, they are able to break the hill, and now they're roaming around. Look at the overextension coming through at the forklift area as well.
Yeah, I like it from Aguila. You know, they lost their initial gunfights, but one good break cap made it happen. And I did see someone from Omega overextending, which led to the flip of the spawn here. And now Aguila, they have control of this P1. I like what I'm seeing here. 20 seconds left, but you do see Jay-Z and another player, which is going to be Candy. Huge gunfight there. He wins that gunfight back at the spawn, and that's going to force Omega to spawn at P2. They're going to have that control. 8 seconds left, but this is where Aguila needs to break it again. They managed to break the first one really fast, but Jarbs doesn't have help from his teammates, and Captain goes down as well. And now we do see another 1v1 here. Mickey already at the P2. He needs help from his teammates.
Yeah, Mickey is such a playmaker, man. Earlier, he was the one that started off that backstab, that quick rotation, overextension in towards the Guerrilla base, and did manage to flip the spawns. But Smart Omega very quickly hurried onto that second hardpoint because they know that this is the money hill. It is one of the strongest hardpoints to go in there for the lockdown. But Kev steps on right back in, winning those fights for them, keeping it in the hands of Smart Omega. Are they going to be able to make a comeback right here? Job steps on in with a KRM for the shutdown, but he's just a little little too low in numbers when it comes to the backup. Now, all of them threading on in from the car park area. They just need to win one more gunfight before they hop on into the hill. There they are. It will be a good fight between AGUILA Esports and Smart Omega, but 20 more seconds just means the Smart Omega cannot go in for the early rotation just yet. It's just going back and forth on a hill that usually stays on one side, Jericho.
Yeah, that's true, and that P2. But I like this fight from AGUILA. You know, they keep on fighting, they keep on annoying Omega Esports, but which makes them set up though for P3, and that might just cost AGUILA. But they want to keep the game close, and that is what they are doing here. We do see some operators ready from both teams now, but Smart Omega, they have that top L control, they have bottom L, yellow, as well as the hill. And this has to be a hard break for AGUILA, but let's see. They've been breaking a lot of hills so far, AJ, being successful here. But this is really one of the hardest hills to break in this map. Yep. They got to use their smokes.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. You gotta use your smokes. You gotta pray so that Call of Duty Mobile allows you to use a thermite to get yourself paid at this hard point. But yeah, and that's good, right? For the competitive scene, we don't really have much of these utilities that can make this space a lot of very chaotic. So you have to depend on your mechanical capabilities. You have to make sure your communication is strong, man, because breaking a hill like this without depending on those OP utilities just gets so much harder. Phone booth is just such an open hard point. But now look at Smart Omega dropping back in there, but the positions and the angles held on by AGUILA Esports just so fascinating, and they might be able to catch up at the next hard point. But you can see the Kings of All already in the early rotation, setting up the sentry as well. They are ready to run away with this at the office.
Yeah, you know, AGUILA, they've been in the game since the start, but that score streak, that sentry might just change the series here, because with that, having that score streak, you can just go out and spread out your teammates, and that is what Omega is doing. They have control of P5 as well, but here comes the pinch from the side of AGUILA. They have all the players being pinched, but as soon as you say that, they get taken out, and Omega, they are taking control of this one. This might just be the one where AGUILA, you know, they might just lose that lead here. They need to make the comeback here, but here comes the Annihilator. Can Zunix make the play here? Takes one down. Can he take down the second player? Has to reload, unfortunately, and that might just be it. But here comes the Gravity Vortex, and just like that, AGUILA, they managed to break it again. Another 25 for them, but P5 is going to be the biggest one that they need, and Whoopi, he's going to be already in that anchor position.
Oh, that's a solid break coming through from the players of AGUILA, right? Because at one point, they just were losing each and every single gunfight. But that's expected when you try to break a hill like Office. You've got very little space to work with. Your angles are going to be favoring the players who are already inside there. And like you said, Jericho, having a sentry set up, just pointing towards the door, just kind of wrecked the opportunities for AGUILA Esports a little bit more. So being able to win those 20 seconds is a huge deal. And right now, they're right back in there. And to break Doghouse is slightly easier than accessing Office. So if they were able to do it once, I expect them to keep this match alive before the rotation back into the reset of the hard point. Smart Omega doing a lot. Kev's just holding on to smokestacks. He's just going back and forth, trying to shut down the approach, but he will miss the timing in there. He should have stood at the back. Finally, the challenge for the hard point comes through. Jobs with the KRM, not able to get it done. Whoopi goes in for the shutdown, but that's a good contest from Smart Omega yet again as they hold on to the hard point.
Yeah, holding on to the hard point, and now this is where AGUILA, they're going to be struggling because just the lead from Smart Omega just keeps on growing, and they can't even kill Kevs. Finally, they managed to take out Kevs, but they have to break it now. This is their final push here. Zunix just contesting the hill, trying to stop the bleeding, but here we go again. Scrap time again goes to the side of AGUILA, but they have to fight for that P1, and this P1, this is where they need to get all their gunfights here. Idra with the Annihilator shuts one down. They take one down, but there's going to be one last player. That's going to be Captain. But 5 more seconds left before this game ends. And before the rotation comes through, but here comes more players of Omega just spamming their Annihilators, hitting them shots. 5 more seconds. None of the players of AGUILA are near. And that's going to be a GG. Smart Omega, they take game number 1, 150-111. And I mean, I would say in a not so convincing fashion, but that's just a good set of tone here. And I feel like AGUILA, valiant effort by them, but just a little bit of those mistakes, those score streaks, it just really snowballed to them. And that's why Smart Omega, they got that win.
And hats off to Smart Omega as well, because we've seen so many of those players bring out the Annihilator and not really be able to play it that well for themselves. And we kind of, made this comment where if you really want to bring out the Annihilator, you cannot be in direct line of sight against your opponents, and you cannot just jump into the fray of action, because the best case scenario there, you're going to be able to kill one guy and then you get dropped, right? And the timing for that Annihilator really, really is crucial. And that's exactly what we saw Smart Omega focus on. They kept those operators towards the very end. They went in there for the early rotation, and they spread out, covering each and every single one of those long angles, not allowing that rotation from that fifth hard point back in for the reset at the warehouse. That was just brilliant ideation coming in from Smart Omega. In terms of those gun skills, in terms of those gunfights, we did see a little bit of a dominating play from Kendi and Kevs. And Kendi, man, we needed him to step it up, and he most definitely did that today for the side of Smart Omega.
They most definitely stepped up. And I mean, if you are on the side of Smart Omega, Kendi's definitely stepping up. You know, he probably heard us calling him out, and he wanted to prove something. 26 and 17, very good stat line, as well as the head-to-head to Kevs. 28 kills for him, but Mickey with 18 as well. But you know, you're not gonna win a hardpoint game if you're dropping 5 and 23. You know, unfortunately, Shadow, just really struggling this whole match. I feel like if you've gotten at least half of those kills, it could have been a different kind of story.
Absolutely, man. Mickey most definitely was doing the most for his team. He was the anchor. He was the main guy going in there for those early rotations. He was the one securing the spawns for the squad. But the problem here is he just wasn't getting the backup from the rest of his team members. And it's something that I guess we can't really be too hard on the squad about, because you have your good days and you have your bad days. And when you're taking on Smart Omega, a majority of those days are going to be bad days, regardless of who you are, right? Because they are, at the end of the day, a team that is so well versed. They know each and every single map in Call of Duty Mobile like the back of their hands. They know each and every single one of the metas as well as plays like the back of their hands. But in terms of executing out there on the battlefield, the only way a team can shut them down is if they bring in a surprise tactic that just catches them off guard. So far, AGUILA has tried to do it. I saw it coming out of Mickey, but there was just no backup. There's just no solid follow-up from all of his stellar plays, Jericho.
Yeah, I agree. It was just pretty much him trying his best to do all those plays. But I mean, yes, you could do that from time to time, but against Omega, you need your whole squad to be ready. And I think that's where Shadow really failed, unfortunately. I mean, that they got the best of him there, but it's okay. You can make that comeback in S&D, a little bit of slower pace match, of course. But this time, it's the map of Smart Omega. At the same time, AGUILA, they also love this map. So it's just gonna be the battle of these plays. Who's gonna be jumping that bait? Who's gonna be making those miraculous sneaky plays as well? So a lot of there's nothing. It's an equal match. It's really an equal match, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the last time we saw Smart Omega on this raid match, they took the fight up against HUNTSMEN, and HUNTSMEN actually pushed them all the way down to round 11. When AGUILA met HUNTSMEN on raid S&D, AGUILA finished it off 6-2. I don't know if that's an indication good enough to see exactly who's going to be able to grab this victory, but hopefully it is one that will be able to keep things in the balance for the side of AGUILA. Whoopi starting things off, sneaking behind Tiki, now not really aggressing to shut down the basketball court approach first, but just playing a very cautious play, looking into money, trying to see if or not everyone is there, will not be able to find any players, and he backs away from that situation. And there's one takedown already, one casualty on the side of Smart Omega, which I don't think the boys are going to be very too happy with, but the bomb is still on their hand, and they get to dictate the pace as they move on forward. But what a defense here, Jericho.
Yeah, what a defense indeed. And we can also see, AJ, they are just patient. They are not pushing in. They're just checking all these angles. They're going to tag some players here, but there we go. Yuki, a little bit too aggressive there. He's going to get traded out. The mat advantage, no more. 4-4 here. But Smart Omega, they still haven't gotten the push here. I like this from AGUILA, just not overextending, not over-rotating. I know A is going to be clear, but Smart Omega, they made their presence towards 0 and B, and here comes the push.
Good nade by Whoopi. He's not going to find anyone just yet. Double setup at Laundry. One good takedown by Kendi. Indra follows up. Jay-Z gets 1-2. And just like that, the fortress falls as AGUILA ESPORTS crumbles in round number 1.
Yeah, I feel like that play by Yuki, that pretty much stopped the momentum for Aguila because they were leading by 1 and a little bit aggressive there, but they didn't know that Smart Omega they were holding hands for the longest time there. That's what they get for doing that. But so far 0-1, good round for Smart Omega. Everyone got a kill there. Now let's see if they can do it again, but this time Yuki, besides another player, Kev spots him down. No trade for him. That's gonna be a free side for him. Jarps in a very, very tough position here. But Whoopi, he might just get taken out. And yes, he's going to take him a good trade for him. Now it's going to be a 4 versus 4.
It's Kevs manages him to shut down Captain, gets the double. Mickey taken out of the equation as well. The most powerful player on the side of Aguila. Mickey, now no more impact from him, but Shadow will be able to trade Kevs out with a good spot with a CBR.
Blow it up, blow it up.
He got a little too close. Job secures it. Candy right in front. Are we going to be able to see him get another? Idra will be able to shut Shadow out of the equation. It's a 1v2. Jay-Z. Job takes that one, makes it into a 1v1. Idra, can he get the clutch? Plays the head glitch, and he gets the final kill. And Smart Omega still in front.
Yeah, Smart Omega is still in front. That blue van. That's why at the start of the round, guys, you gotta blow it up already. You know, that just costed Candy's life there, but the trades were there. Idra, arguably their best player in the team, making that play. 0-2 now. Smart Omega starting really, really strong here in this S&D. I like their counter plays, and Aguila is really struggling from the start here, but now they wanted to do a 2-1-2, but Mickey's gonna get picked by so many players. There's just a lot of sound cues for him. Unfortunately, he's gonna get taken out. But Yuki gets 2 in a row. That's 4 versus 3 again, and we've seen this from Aguila. They've got him the man advantage, AJ, but they keep on losing the round.
Yeah, and it's just a little disheartening if you are an Aguila fan, but that's just the way it is, man. You just have to slow the pace down just a little bit. Idra shuts down Captain Whoopi. It's punished by Jobs, and the numbers advantage now on the side of Aguila. Can they make a comeback in here? Bomb on the ground. They don't need to impress, and Shadow overcommits to that fight, and Idra punishes him. Make this as a 2v2, and now the 2 players of Smart Omega, they have to travel all right round towards Passageway, pick that bomb up. But what's going to be the play here? Is it a backstab that's on the setup, or will they take a straightforward fight? I mean, the best decision they can make here is hold hands, get into those gunfights, hopefully get a 2-on-1 situation with that information.
Yeah, but I like this from Aguila. They're not giving up that laundry side since it's that higher ground. And Idra, he's gonna try to make a play on his own here. He might just cost his life here, but if he wins this gunfight, he doesn't, and he just makes it a 1v2. Yes, you're gonna get the bomb, Jay-Z, but 2 versus 1. But remember, Aguila, they don't have eyes on the bomb. I don't think they remember that bomb is down there. That's gonna cost them. Still a winnable round for Jay-Z here. If he gets the plant, he could just try to rotate. But Aguila, do they read the play? Do they read the play and decide? No, they don't. They actually just stay there. No one hits the rotation. I think they're gonna hear the sound cue. Here comes the plant. Yuki and Jarps, unfortunately, will rotate towards an A. That's going to be bomb planted for B. Jay-Z, in a very, very good situation here, AJ. If he just spots one here, he's going to spot Yuki, takes him out. That's a 1v1. Captain Jay-Z, he's going to make this play. 30 seconds left. Jarps, does he know he's going to be on top laundry? Switch positions. Jay-Z, that timing, he spots him. Jay-Z, he's gonna get tagged up. It doesn't matter. 20 seconds. All you have to do is play time. If you're Jay-Z, the veteran, all he has to do is play time. And I'm loving this from Jay-Z. Ring around the rosy. He's gonna force to. Oh wait, I think he got the defuse.
Timing, bro.
Was it the defuse? He got the defuse. The veteran got outplayed. Pros never fake. He stuck it, and that's a huge round for Aguila.
You have to know your timing, bro. You have to know the timing that when the guy backs away from that situation, rotating around from laundry, it's gonna be enough time for you to drop down and take the pick. But the worst case scenario is you never know if it might use his utility. You never know if a thumper might come fighting you. So that was a big gamble, and it paid off. And just like that, Aguila Esports, they're not right back in this, but getting 1 round is a good start. Idra now with the thumpers, not gonna find anyone just yet. Type 25 in hand. Mickey going in for the rush, and a reposition by Idra, and Whoopi closes that fight.
That shot though, Kevs takes him out with another shot. But Jarps gets Whoopi as well. 3 versus 4 here. Can they make the play? Yuki has to use that thumper. He's still alive, but Kevs takes him out. It's all up to Jarps in a 1 versus 3 with bomb down. Jarps, can he be the hero again? Gets 1. 2 more players to go. He's gonna get spotted. He might just get taken out here. 13 seconds left. There should be a round for Smart Omega, unless Jarps can do the miracle, but Idra takes him out, and that's going to be the round for Smart Omega with that ridiculous shot by Whoopi.
Oh, that's just crazy, man. I mean, he got traded out with a grenade instantaneously, but that was enough impact to just shake the boys of AGUILA Esports. And Smart Omega now, 3-1. They have got quite a good lead in here. But as you guys know, S&D, that means absolutely nothing. And what a good positioning. But Whoopi, I don't know how he managed to spot that. Are we going to be able to see Captain now get out of this? The guy just goes commando crawl and gets out of that sticky situation. A good placement with the concussion to reposition himself. And Whoopi's not going to be able to catch him just yet, and it doesn't really matter. Smart Omega already on the rotation for the B side. And look at this, man. Once again, holding hands with each other. Even if they do drop in one, they will be able to aggressively trade back. Yuki manages to find Whoopi, and that's a big fight.
That's a big fight indeed. And Kebs, he might just lose his gunfight. He does get one before he gets traded out, actually, on Yuki. Still alive here. 4 versus 3 man advantage again on the side of AGUILA. We've seen this before. He's going to spot one player, take him out. Huge kill from him. Gets a second one, but he's going to get taken out. GAIJIN, beautiful shots by him. 3 versus 2 now. Let's see. Can Candy and Jay-Z do this? They are trying to make the play here. And Candy, he is in a very, very tough situation here. This is Call of Duty timing at its finest. He takes down Shadow. 2 versus 1. Jay-Z gets the timing on him, but he makes it a 1v1. It's Mickey versus Candy. Candy planting the bomb here. Mickey pre-fire. I think he has a good situation. He decides to reload. Will it time it? Candy. Oh, he gets spotted. Unfortunately, that prone will cost him close range. Candy with a better CBR4, and that's what you get. Unfortunately, if you have that Holger, 4-1 Smart Omega taking it to them.
Yeah, in a position like that, you really want to keep your utilities for the use, right? A concussion would have come in really useful in that position. And a smoke would have thrown your opponents off, not really give you a lot of advantage, but you really want to have a little bit of that advantage no matter what, because of the head glitches that are very easily played at that B-bomb site. There's just so much of cover for anyone who just wants to use it smartly for themselves. Whoopi with the overextension now. Let's see if or not he will be able to find one for himself. Jobs, on the other hand, type 25 with the bomb in hand, just putting on a lot of pressure. And look at how far ahead are Smart Omega pushing the defense.
Yeah, Smart Omega, they're very, very aggressive on that defense. And Whoopi, this is such a risky play. If he gets one and gets traded out, that's okay. But if he gets taken out here, that is just going to be a blow to their lead here. But Sharps, is he gonna? Oh, he spots him, and Whoopi, he gets slide shelled, and that's gonna be the first one that they need. But they don't know Kenny's there. Kenny, he's gonna get taken out as well. But Jay-Z and Kebs are gonna be inside Mickey. He's gonna get taken out by Kebs. Jay-Z as well spots another player at the back spawn. He takes out Yuki, and the players of Omega, they are just on a different kind of level today.
AGUILA Esports, they seem to struggle. Making a comeback is gonna be quite difficult when Smart Omega, even with those initial pushes, they make a couple of mistakes. They drop Whoopi, but you know, the recovery is what's so impressive right now. Shadow manages to take Kebs out of the equation. Captain gets flashed, and Jay-Z makes that look way too easy. It's a 2v2 now for the defusal. 16 more seconds on the clock. Jay-Z spots one. CBR gets thumped out, but Jobs will be able to secure the Type 25 kill. 1v1 now. Are we gonna be able to see Jobs get this clutch? Idra from the back once again. No time for defusal, and AGUILA Esports takes a good round for themselves.
Yeah, that's a huge round for AGUILA. You know, if they lost that, it could have been match point for the side of Smart Omega. But Smart Omega just doing a lot of great plays there. But AGUILA, they still need to do something here. You know, Captain and Mickey 1-1. Jarps with 11 kills, AJ. And for the side of Smart Omega, Idra 9-2. Expect him to do that. Now we do see a very aggressive rush from AGUILA Esports. Only gonna be one player there. It's gonna be Idra. He might just get taken out immediately. Yes, the nade takes him out, and that's gonna be a free A side for them. No one's gonna be in kitchen as well. So easy plan for AGUILA. Let's see how this retake goes for the side of Smart Omega.
Yuki holding on to Tiki, just waiting for that backstab from open stairs. But as you can see, the player that's holding on to it, Captain Jay-Z, he's got a solid game sense. He's not going to go in there for the rush just yet unless it's called out by his opponents, by his team members. But AGUILA Esports, I feel like they've got open stairs covered by two players, and Yuki will manage to punish him. And that's just stellar plays out of the AGUILA side.
Yeah, stellar plays coming out, but Candy wins 2 in a row, and Kevs as well. What could have been a round for AGUILA turned into the round of Omega. Mickey, last player alive. He's gonna take down, but there's gonna be 2 more players. He takes down 1, but Candy is there. Is this enough time? 9, 8, 7, and just got there in time. Match point for Smart Omega. I mean, I know. Candy. He just made the play there and Kevs as well. Double challenge came through. No trades from the side of Aguila, and match point for Smart Omega.
Yeah, very clearly they are not allowing this to get into the situation like how it was against Huntsmen all the way down into round number 11. And AGUILA Esports, although they've been stellar enough to pull 2 rounds away, can they now make this crazy comeback to win 3 rounds in a row and push it into overtime? Shadow, good takedown onto Captain JZ. He equalizes the numbers, and it is the bomb all alone moving towards the bedroom into the swimming pool, and that would be the worst decision because Whoopi's already on weight.
Yeah, Whoopi already watching that side of cutout, but he just decides to. Is he still gonna peek that? Oh, that's just Call of Duty timing right there, AJ. But he's gonna go to that money room. Do they expect him? Does Whoopi expect them? Whoopi, he's gonna peek that. He's gonna miss that shot, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be 4 versus 3 again. Again, Aguila, mad advantage. Can they secure the round? Mickey, the timing again is unfortunate. The thumper. That's you really hate to see that. The timing again. Again, he takes out George again. Is this? Are we? Is this possible? Captain on a heady. 1v1. Very possible. Kebs, he spots him. He's going to get tagged up. He's going to force this one. But Kebs, just a little bit better with a shotgun. He takes it like a champ. And he shuts him down. Smart Omega 2-0 in this series. Beautiful plays from Omega. And Aguila, every time they're 1 man up, AJ, they just lose the round.
I mean, obviously, the final moments of that play, he panicked, but he should have just stayed behind the console where you plant the bomb. It would have been able to give you quite a lot of cover. He could have played the head glitch better against his opponent, who had the KRM in hand, who needed those shots, who needed to get all of it accurately, and the distance was just cut out a little bit too easily, and he gave the advantage to Kevs by just being out in the open. Although the CBR most definitely has the DPS on it, the KRM just needs one good shot, and it was a great slide challenge out of the players of Omega.
I mean, yeah, it's just Omega. They just played it perfectly every single round that they won. It was to perfection, and they were always 1 man down, AJ. And for the side of Aguila, you saw Mickey and Yuki just really struggling. It was just pretty much Jarb trying his best to win all these gunfights, but but when Omega has man advantage, they know what to do, and I think that's where the experience comes through, and that's why they are the veterans, and they were one of the best teams here. And I think Aguila, we expected them to struggle here, but so far they gave a fight in the Hardpoint, but in S&D it was just a one-sided game.
Yeah, and I love the fact that throughout all of those rounds, a majority of it, Smart Omega, they just held hands with each other. They made sure they backed each other up in these situations. They didn't really split up all that too much. And when you did see some of their players go down, the response time in terms of getting those numbers equal, getting back in front, was just so stellar, right? Way too quick for the players of AGUILA Esports to respond. And now 2-0 up, 1 final game. We expected each and every single series to go to a potential map number 4 or 5, but it just looks like Smart Omega is sick and tired of the questions being asked on whether or not they are still deadly in a game of Call of Duty Mobile. And I think, sir, we are getting a solid answer out of the squad.
Yeah, we are getting a solid answer indeed. They are definitely the favorites in that group. And Omega, finally, we are seeing that. We're seeing that glimmer of that Omega that we used to see. And so far, they are really doing well. But can they close out on the 3-0? That is the question. Map pick of Aguila going to be Summit Domination. Can they Can they do the impossible? Can they reverse sweep? We've seen it a lot of times, AJ. But if they do it against Smart Omega, I mean, that is just
GGWP. I'm gonna sleep.
I'm gonna retire.
But it's a big ask, but it's not impossible, right?
Yeah.
AGUILA Esports, they've proven themselves in the competition so far already. The 2 series that they've taken up against the players within the teams within their group, Huntsmen as well as Team Fury, it turned out well for them. But it's a little bit of a long shot to compare Smart Omega themselves to Fury or Huntsmen, right? Because Huntsmen, although they are good, although they've been hanging around with the best for quite a while, they've lost their captain, their in-game leader, and, you know, adjusting to a brand new squad will be taking them a little bit of time. We expect them to just kind of marinate with some of their plays in the Masters, but hopefully they will be able to find their spot in the, you know, in the top 2. But it seems to be tough against the setup here at Group C, where AGUILA Esports, although they cannot hang as well as we thought they could against Smart Omega, they seem to be quite dominant indeed within the group.
Yeah, they seem quite dominant indeed here, but I feel like, you know, winning if they win this 3-0, AJ, I feel like they're just sending a message to all the teams like, do you guys forget about us? I feel like it's just that kind of message that, okay, we are back here. We're going to show you why we are that team. But here we go. Kendi kills himself from the first, and that might just cost him GG. Well played.
I don't know what happened there, Kendi, but it's okay. It put a good smile on everyone's faces, I'm sure. Captain, CBR, it is a good hold of the B flag for the side of AGUILA Esports. Will be able to shut down Jay-Z as well. Captain on captain action right there, but it doesn't really matter. As Smart Omega, they just need to break the hold of this B flag. And look at that, man. The overextension from the edge platform, and now they spawn out of the left side of the map, and the easy access into the cable car platform will be a good one, but it is an immediate swap of flags as the players of AGUILA Esports spawn out from the red garage. So that was good decision making coming through from the squad. But Smart Omega now, oh, Indra! Just holding on to the corner. That was brilliant play.
That's just top tier players making top tier plays. That's Idra. He single capped B. He stayed in that corner. None of the AGUILA players checked that corner. He got his streaks, and now he's just gonna keep on going. Now he's in a cap C on his own. I mean, this guy is a one-man wrecking machine. Finally gets taken out. 27-20. Smart Omega, though, they don't have that home flag at the moment. And with them focusing on a home flag, I think this is where AGUILA can capture that B flag for that double cap. But as soon as you say that, here comes the boys from Omega just hopping on it. The Predator Missile will be invested immediately. And Captain trying to make a play on his own. He will get one. He spots another one, decides to reload. He's going to take down. No, Ken sinks him out. Beautiful shots. Just mechanical supremacy on, you know, showcasing it here. But 37-28, still a lead for AGUILA.
Yeah, to take the drop shot, right? To go in there for the prone halfway through the gunfight, it takes so much of mechanical capability to do that, and you really got to bet your life on it, right? Because it's a little slow to stand right back up in a situation like that. And Smart Omega, they just know exactly when to play those power moves, and that's exactly what puts them ahead when it comes to the mechanical capabilities. Waiting out those flags, but the B flag is still in the stronghold of Smart Omega as they try to push themselves back into this matchup to equalize within the next second, and then to pull this away. But now Mickey, he needs to be able to make this play. He gets that fight. Sunix right there behind him. Mickey, he just needs to stay alive a little bit longer, but Annihilator from Idra punishes him.
Yeah, punishes him, and Idra went away from the cluster. He's gonna take out by Shadow. Shadow trying to make a play on his own. He does get 2 down, but are there his teammates there for the help? Jarps hiding in that corner. He's gonna try to take one down as well, but he gets destroyed by Kebs. 51-57. Omega, they finally get this lead, and so far they're gonna be, you know, riding on the streaks. They need those streaks as well. Idra has that Predator Missile to use, and now AGUILA Esports, they are slowly struggling here with the plays they're making. Individually, they are just pushing one by one. AJ, they got to start on overextending first, trying to get some kills here on the second floor. But as soon as you say that, Omega just always trading one by one in that second floor.
Yeah, it's just insane, man. If you're looking at the kill feed, it's just a majority of kills coming out of the players of Smart Omega. The pre-fire, the pre-aim is just solid from them, and they know exactly each and every single one of these corners as to where to anticipate the presence of the players of AGUILA Esports. And it's just a no-show from the side of AGUILA after a strong start. 75-61 in a domination matchup. That's quite a good place to be in at the halfway point, especially if your opposition's putting up such a strong fight. And AGUILA Esports, they're not easy to take down. It's Smart Omega, they're not struggling, but it's not easy to run away from them just yet. And I still think that a comeback can be possible from the players of AGUILA here, G.
Yeah, definitely possible here with them capturing CNB, but they didn't get to capture it. Kendi shuts down 2 in a row. Can he make it 3? No, he's gonna get taken out. Doesn't get that Goliath, but they've done the damage here. They're not getting any points, and they are stuck inside. Mickey just trying to shoot that. You can't wallbang that. Unfortunately, misses all those shots. That's gonna be in the blooper reel. But here we go. Smart Omega. They're gonna be the ones capturing C as well, just applying so much pressure. But Aguila managed to cap B here. This might be just the start of that comeback, but look at that pressure by Omega. They just keep on barging it on that left side, just pushing it one by one. The spawn trap is on, and so far 84 to 65, 85 to 65, 20-point lead by Omega.
Yeah, and Smart Omega, they just want to have the spawns out of Red Garage. They want to be able to play that second floor, hold on to both the B and C flag at the same time. They don't really want to mess around with the cable car platform. And now with one player spawning right behind them, Captain is going to be making a solo play for himself. And finally, the flip of the flags will come through. Smart Omega will be able to grab that C flag for themselves. But before they do it, A flag in the hands of AGUILA Esports. They send out the Hunter Killer drone as well. B flag now on for the play. Smart Omega, the captain's already on standby with the Annihilator in hand. But time's running out, man. The players of Smart Omega not coming in for the challenge just yet.
Yeah, not coming in for the challenge and yet. They don't want to do it for the end game. You know, they tried to get that early trip cap, but unfortunately, Aguila, they managed to burn a lot of their operators, but it worked out in the end because they really needed to do that. Here comes Captain, 2 kills for him, huge plays. Can he take down that last player in that second floor? That's going to be 4 down for the side of Omega. And now Aguila, slowly but surely, we do see them climbing back the game here. They're applying a lot of pressure as well. 101 to 90, still not yet over. Very, very close here.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And AGUILA Esports making that strong comeback that we talked about, but finally the play for the B flag out of Smart Omega. How are they going to be able to break this? And overextension by Captain JC. Oh, but runs out a bullet at the wrong time. Zunex with a good clutch as he gets a double for himself. And AGUILA Esports, Stella, as they make their way to catch up in terms of the points. 103 to 107. 4 more points now between them. Hunter Killer drone on for the prowl as well. Caps try to make a very, very solo play, which was quite careless. He should have waited for a little bit of backup, but now the gods of RNG give them the spawns out at the cable car platform. Smart Omega will be able to secure another flag, but it gets traded out on the other side as AGUILA Esports will maintain their lead in this particular match.
Yeah, but look at that. Whoopi already did the damage on B. And Kendi, he doesn't capture that, but it's going to be player behind him. And here comes the play. Can they capture? Yes, they can. Hydra brings out the Annihilator, and the spawns have flipped. But Jorbs, huge kills by him. And Shadow Zone, that's 3 down for Omega. That's going to be a B cap for the boys of Aguila. There's going to be a player. Kebs making the huge play for them. Takes down 3 in a row. Triple kill for Kebs. And he is just on a roll. Keeps on going. 4 kills for him. But Hydra is there for the help. And I think that's the play of the game there. Kebs, you know, saving the day for Smart Omega, but still not yet over. More players of Aguila spotting out in A. They're going to be capturing A as well. Omega still hasn't captured C. This is going to be huge here. Zunex all alone in B, but decides to go for the equalizer. Can he make the play? Brings out the equalizer, but we do see a lot of players just bring out all their operator skills, trying to make the play for their team. Kevs has that Annihilator. What can he find? Mickey, he's gonna find one as well. Kevs finds one. Can he find the second one? Yes. No, he does not, but it's back and forth we go. Chaos, 141 to 131. I think Omega, they have just secured the deal here, AJ.
Oh, the good grenade coming through as well for that backup. Smart Omega, 145 to 133. And yes, they are wrapping up, and they're wrapping up good in a game of Hardpoint. A comeback might be possible when it comes to domination, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Smart Omega, they always do the math right. 150 to 136. What a way to clutch out the game at the end. Even as AGUILA Esports put up a tough fight, it was a flat 3-0 delivered by the Kings of O. Smart Omega still on top.
Smart Omega, very, very good 3-0. Just a message to everyone that they are still here and they are really, you know, they're just there. They're just lurking in the shot. Like I feel like their message is like, you know what? Wait till we get into playoffs and we'll show you. We'll show you what we are just capable of. And I like it for them. I really like it. You know, they stepped up. You know, I've been criticizing them, you know, heavily criticizing them. But I feel like this is such a great series for them, you know, just to feel good, just to get those vibes going. You know, Candy 26, Kebs 27, all these players are just being very, very consistent now. Hydra, Whoopi, Jay-Z all with 18. I like what I'm seeing for them. I hope they can keep it up. And so far, they're going to be undefeated in that Group B.
Yeah, is this a bug in the game or something where we are not allowed to see the strats of these players? Because it kind of gets to a point of ridiculousness when we look at the post-game breakdown, but we can't really break down, you know, the performance of some of the players at the end of the day. So, you know, it's a little bit of a redundancy. So hopefully in the future, the players can kind of stay in there as we break down each and every single games before it becomes an official feedback by the casters to broadcast. Because then, that gets a little spicy with some penalties. But look at Whoopi, man. He needed to step up. And the place where we thought he would be stepping up would be at that search and destroy as one of the best snipers in the Philippines. But it looks like he is becoming quite the slayer and roamer for the side of Smart Omega at these respawns.
Yeah, Smart Omega, I mean, they struggled a bit in those respawns. You were right. Hackney Yard and Summit, I feel like Aguila, they gave them a good fight. It just shows that the gap that Omega had before, that long gap, agent, that no one could beat them, this is getting closer and closer. But obviously they are still that veteran team that still knows how to close out games, and that's what they did, especially in S&D. AJ, still a top team in S&D. I like what I'm seeing from them, but Aguila, they are showing a right up, and I think they are that second best team in that Group B, AJ.
Oh yeah, and at this very moment, in order to be able to even hang with Smart Omega at Summit 136 to 150, it shows a lot of promise from the side of AGUILA Esports, but they just could not close it off just the way they struggled over at Hackney Yard earlier on. Mickey this time around doing a lot of that damage, doing a lot of those, making a lot of those plays come through for the side of AGUILA Esports, but we weren't really able to see those follow-ups, right? We weren't really able to see them running away with that matchup to keep themselves alive within the series. And Smart Omega, they didn't make it look tough at all, you know, and this is what's crazy about it. They nonchalantly just strut into each and every single one of those flags, and they made those plays look so natural. They weren't struggling in those fights. When they overextended trying to flip the spawns, I thought, okay, maybe this is the point where the players of AGUILA Esports will be able to run away from this, because they spawned out from the forklift area, they overextended, continuously fighting for that C flag, and at one point, because they were butting their heads in there so many times and losing their gunfights, AGUILA Esports were able to cap the B and C flag and really be able to catch up, right? But that all came out through taking advantage of, I guess, the overextension by Smart Omega. But the moment Smart Omega pulled back and just really played Summit, AGUILA kind of found it hard to hang with the best.
Yeah, AGUILA, they definitely did something here that could turn some eyes, AJ. I mean, especially me. The way they played, off the charts for me. I feel like, you know, if you rate it 1 to 10, probably an 8.5, a solid 8.5. Just a little bit of those mistakes that, you know, when Smart Omega sees, oh, they're making a mistake, we can just take advantage of it. I think that's where they separate. That's what the pro teams are really, you know. Smart Omega, they've been in the scene so long, they know how to micromanage their teammates, they know what to do in certain situations, and that's what Aguila's missing. You know, obviously the age would be the experience as well as the age. They've been in a lot, and Aguila, one of their first major tournaments, I think that's a really huge thing that you know, we got to shed some light on that one. But so far in this Hardpoint, it really came down to that early rotation, the streaks as well, AJ. Also at the same time, your investment of operators. We did see Smart Omega's operator usage here. It was such a high level of it. It was just always getting a lot of kills. And for Aguila, they bring it out, they just miss a bunch of shots.
Yeah, and it's all about not just the timing, but where you use the operator from, right? Because the Annihilator is just such a risky operator to be, I guess, operating in these situations. And when you're like Kendi, where you've got all of these long angles to just kind of go in there, peek, get that shot fired off, find that cover again, recover on the other side. It was just perfection being shown by the side of Smart Omega when it came to those Annihilators. And the search and destroy, it was just a side of Smart Omega sticking together no matter what happens. Sometimes there will be an overextension, but even when they do split up, a majority of the squad, they are not all, they are always there to back each other up, Jericho.
Yeah, they were just there to back up all the time. And from the side of for every like what we pointed out, AJ, mad advantage to AGUILA Esports, they lose the round. It's just the story of that S&D was just really back and forth we go. Like AGUILA would always get first kills, but when the retake came through from Smart Omega, it was just perfection. And over at the domination, nothing really crazy that really happened here. It was just a back and both teams fighting for that for those flags, but it came down to those individual plays. Like I said, Kev's game-winning play, 4 kills in that sequence, pretty much sealed the deal for them.
And it just looked like, you know, every single time AGUILA had that mad advantage in that SMD, Smartomega steps it up, which makes you think, were they actually holding back in those initial parts of that SMD, right? And if they were, what is the true side of Smartomega? Because when they got a little nervous, when they found themselves being one man down, that's exactly where you saw all of the supremacy when it comes to the gun skills just immediately shine through, and they got super aggressive. And when that happened, AGUILA truly had a tough time keeping, you know, their pace up together with them. And at domination, it was a solid fight, man. They tried to fight all the way back through, but towards the end, once again, just like when AGUILA had the mad advantage, it was just the stellar plays out of Smartomega that just pushed them forward. This time, soldier of the game, the one and only Candy. And slowly, man, look at his KD, increasing 1.49 now through the average kills of 20.33 and the average deaths of 13.67. And just to reiterate, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, all of these stats are throughout the competition, not just from the previous match.
I mean, he's definitely stepped up. You know, like I said, he probably heard us, AJ. He probably heard us. And I like it. 1.4, like you pointed out. Always there. Definitely doing so much for the team. A huge improvement from the past days, AJ. I hope he can keep it up. It's not just this day for kind of Candy. I hope it's always consistent now. And hopefully we just see it also in the playoffs.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And hopefully we see the team of Smartomega really step it up even further compared to the previous competitions. And, you know, for all you know, we might have one grand showdown down at the grand finals where they might be a part of, but it is still quite a tough ask because we still have Almighty in the mix, Blacklist International Ultimate, and the new and upcoming squad M420 LOWKINGS. I'm quite curious to see exactly what they can do against M9, because in Series 4, if M420 actually wins that, I kind of feel like a lot of expectations immediately on M420 right after that as well, but a lot of eyes will be on them, Jericho.
Yeah, a lot of eyes indeed will be watching out for that one, because they're definitely in a great spot to be in. You know, 2-0. If they get that win, 3-0, kind of secured there. But it's gonna be definitely an interesting matchup. But with that being said, guys, I mean, that game number 1, I like the opener, very good opener for both teams. But after that, we're gonna have our next 3. We still have 3 more matches, guys. But first, we need to go to a quick short break. We'll be back.
Holy crap.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Simon Ghost Riley, looking fancy.
This looks like an ending, but it isn't. This is just the beginning.
Everything out here.
Yeah, the rest of this team members just doing a lot. You know, if you have your teammates popping off and like just like that, if you're hitting those shots, nasty shots, make it 3 in a row.
Now being outshined. Yes, they did quite a good job getting up to that 100-point mark. But in the second half, it's just been one name being read out again and again and again, and that is Rampage. They are going to be able to equalize in a couple of make a better comeback here, but they have to focus on breaking the spawn first.
Yeah, breaking that spawn first indeed now, but you know, 7 here has that SKS. We do usually see an SVD here, but 5 kills for him. It's been working out. Make that 6. Can he make it 7? 1 away from a cluster strike. Yes, he gets it. And look at this just spamming it, and that's gonna be a triple with the Pred. Takes him out, and the Doctor, they are struggling. He wants to go for it. Annihilator still alive. Seven is just on a tear here.
But spawn trapping all of these players and now finally making his way for that A flag, and he's just playing pure distraction all on him. My goodness, Briando. Just use your score streaks already, boy. He doesn't even need to bring any of them out because this is just such a dominating run. And Yato's just trying to get melee over all of these players. Won't be able to find yet another punch behind the back of the head. And at this hard point.
Yeah, a lot of momentum and Flash on a 4 kill spree. Make that 5 in a row, AJ. 5 kills for him. Make that 6.
Scopes in that way. It's going to be tough for Fury to make a comeback in here. My God, Captain! Won't be able to bag a double with all of that wall. Was it good or was it bad that Ranger left the squad? I think we've got our answer already. We have never seen Huntsman this sharp. We have never seen Huntsman this dangerous. Raven annihilates all of the players right before him. He plays the guy.
Now, they invested 3 here, so that's a lot of operating skills for the side of GAIJIN. But they needed all this time just to, keep the game close here. But can Riz try to make the play here? Just spraying it out with the death machine. No kills for him yet with that death machine, but so far he's getting a lot of information. Finally takes one down, one away from a Predator missile. Yes, he will get it, and he has to play for this cluster. Scopes out, unfortunately. Will spot one, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Last player alive, takes him. Nope, not yet. No.
Yeah, bases here. And the spawn just being held on by the players of 7-9, the one and only Zhengyu not letting go of the train area. And that is the kind of play that's just getting 7-9 a lot of his momentum at the hard point.
Yeah, a lot of momentum and Flash on a 4 kills spree. Make that 5 in a row, AJ. 5 kills for him. Make that 6. Can he make it 7? Working towards those streaks. One away from the Dragonfire.
Roger that. Enemy is near. Close in.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CODM Garena Masters, presented by Garena. I'm your host, VV Jericho, here with the Mustachio AJ. We just saw our first donut for today. Was not expecting that one, but at the same time, Smart Omega, it is Smart Omega. They are that team that we know that we love. They are slowly getting their groove back on, but without an effort by AGUILA Esports. And I like what we saw there. They didn't give up. They didn't settle for anything. They were actually taking the fight, except for that S&D. But so far, that is our first match for the day, AJ.
Absolutely, man. And like we said, right, we anticipate this going into match number 4 or 5. Anybody that can bag a 3-0 in this day today will most definitely not be able to, of course, get the victory, but impress the heck out of us, because it's just not a prediction that is easy to make because of the supremacy that some of these teams bring on into the competition. And now we are looking at the team of Blacklist International going up against CA Legacy. This is yet again one of the biggest showdowns within the group stage in itself, Jericho.
Yeah, it's a big match because both these teams are undefeated in their group, AJ, 2-0. And CA Legacy they've been doing well so far, but against NERVO and the Doctor, I mean, those teams, no disrespect, but they're not on the level as Blacklist International Ultimate, and this is their true test. If they manage to take them down, I mean, just another headline on your screen. But let's take a look at our schedule. Smart Omega AGUILA for match number 1. Right up, it's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate versus C8 Legacy. For our third and fourth, it's going to be GAIJIN and VVV. For our fourth one, it's going to be 7-9 and M420. And then we do have 2 off-stream matches. It's going to be HUNTSMEN and Team Fury. It's already a 3-0 for them. That's going to be the first win for HUNTSMEN. And for our second one, it's going to be NERVO versus the Doctor.
Yeah, and for Blacklist International Ultimate here, the gauntlet has been thrown by Smart Omega to show that, hey, you know what? We can take on the best within our group. We can bag an easy 3-0. What do you have on your side? Blacklist International Ultimate, they have the streak to maintain. They want to go in through an unbeaten streak within their group stage itself. So far, they are 2 up in terms of being able to bag the 3-0. To take one in the same fashion against C8 Legacy, I believe is asking for a lot, because once again, this is that team dubbed as the prodigy squad of the competition. It's not going to be easy, and if Blacklist International Ultimate pulls it off, as usual, hats off to them. But if C8 Legacy, by some wild chance, manages to beat the best of the best of the best currently in Call of Duty Mobile right now, they will be turning heads. Jabin, AG, Yobabs, Yato, Tin, as well as Kurt, stepping up for the brand in Call of Duty Mobile right now.
Yeah, definitely one of the best teams ever in Call of Duty Mobile history. You could say that again. But I mean, this team, all of these players capable of just dropping a 40 bomb if they wanted to. These boys are definitely the favorites to win this whole tournament. The reigning, defending, undisputed champions of the Eastern region. I mean, they're ready to fight it. They haven't lost a single one, but you know, they have a relatively easy group, AJ.
I mean, you could say that about any group that you throw these guys in, right? It's Blacklist International Ultimate at the end of the day. The amount of dedication that they have put into Call of Duty Mobile so far, it automatically earns respect from anyone that sees them, right? But to be able now to take it against the young ones who have so much of promise in the competition, in the names of Justin, Mark, HitX, Dre, Freezy, as well as Seven, and then to drop a couple of matches, I feel like it will show a few of the kinks in the armor. But I believe at the same time, it may be asking for too much from the side of C8 Legacy. But can they push it into match number 5? Can they take a victory? Like you said, like I said, this is the biggest challenge for C8 Legacy thus far.
Definitely the biggest challenge ahead of them. And I feel like the story here is, can these boys from C8 hang with Black International? Because Blacklist, they have that next level that they just want to turn, they want to flip that switch, AJ, and they're just gonna pop off. That's what's so scary about Black International Ultimate, because they're unpredictable. You don't know if they're gonna do this or that, and then all of a sudden you just see 3 players fully streaked out running around with an Annihilator. That is what is scary about it. But here is the head-to-head. We have Yato versus Seven. Yato with 20 kills, 18 for 7. And they're both of their deaths very, very near. But the KD ratio as well, very, very near. 1.90, 1.80. But it's just not Yato. You also have the Tins, the Scourds, also Jabin. All those players are capable of dropping these exact same numbers for the side of C8. We've seen Seven do a lot, but can the other players do the same as Seven?
Yeah, it's just so many questions in the mix in here to see if or not C8 Legacy can cut it against the biggest competition that they've taken on so far, not just in this tournament, but in anywhere else, right? They have gone through their community setups. They have most definitely shown promise out there, but against, you know, some of these top flight teams, they might just struggle. Let's see exactly how or who does Lady Luck smile at as we move on into the bans and picks, and it will be on the side of C8 Legacy.
Very, very great. And this is where you have to check what kind of map you're going to ban. But at the same time, best team in the Eastern region, it doesn't matter what you ban, it's how you play the game. But let's see, what do they ban? C8 Legacy, they are going to be banning Crossfire. Definitely, they're going to be banning that championship map by Black International Ultimate. What does Blacklist ban? Probably a summit. I don't really have a... Okay, Hackney Yard. Okay, I feel like that map, they still haven't really mastered that. We haven't seen them play Hackney Yard a lot throughout their championship run.
Don't go take off.
But now, first pick, C8 Legacy. What do they
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't bring us to takeoff.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
It's
a safer one, man, because, you know, C8 Legacy proved themselves on that takeoff match against the Doctors, right? They were so stellar with their rotations, decision making, but like we mentioned in that, you know, during the casting of that game itself, is the Blacklist International have also shown their prowess out there on that map, and they have true mastery of takeoff. So taking the fight up against them is most definitely a different story altogether. Standoff, I feel like this is going to be more equal. It is going to go down to those mechanical capabilities of the players of C8 Legacy. I anticipate them to struggle, but I think they will be able to hang with the best a little bit better at standoff in comparison to takeoff.
Yeah, comparison to takeoff, I feel like this one is just a little bit. I think C8 Legacy is very confident here because we've seen them play this map a bunch of times already, and I feel like they've got this on lockdown. But where will they get that lead? I feel like P3 and P4 going to be that money hill for them if they can just get that one good hill. I feel like things are going to be really spicy. But now let's see where Blacklist takes us to map number 4. You know, if they have to force a map number 4, that's going to be Summit. Okay, all right. I think I've already seen this scenario already. Summit map 4, map 2 could definitely be takeoff.
Yeah, and you know, this is all in the hands of Blacklist International Ultimate now, or they could just drag us into raid just to, you know, just tease the players of Smart Omega just a little bit, but it's neither one of those. They put us into a battle at firing range, and that raid pick might just come through for C8 Legacy instead.
Oh, that raid pick should come through. It could be a domination. Throw it away, you know, make that stake off, be that final map. But C8 Legacy, ball is in their court. Map 3 and 5, they're going to be the last 2. And now let's see what is map number 5. As you can see, C8 Legacy is going to be a raid. Okay. I don't like that pick. I really don't like that pick. It could have been takeoff, but they want to go takeoff domination. And, you know, if you are C8, you are in the territory of the Eastern champions in takeoff.
It's gonna be a tough fight for sure. C8 Legacy, which is the operator they take away from this equation, I don't think it'll be making much of a difference at all. Purifier.
Oh no.
GG.
Oh no, here we go. What will Black... Okay. All right, it could be either 10 Purifiers or 10 Sparrows, but I believe AJ, that the perfect setup here, it should be 3 Purifiers, 2 Sparrows here on the standoff, because we've seen what Almighty did. Remember, they went against C8 United. They had the Sparrow and Purifier on board, and we saw how good the Purifier is. It's better than the Sparrow close range, and I feel like that's the huge thing here on where are you going to use it, what are you going to use it. A lot of story. I'm just thinking of a lot of possibilities of these operator skills being such a huge playmaker.
Yeah, operator skills one thing. Who's going to be able to activate them quicker? And mechanical capabilities wise, Blacklist International Ultimate is expected to be able to win the majority of the initial gunfights. And if that expectation does, you know, come through in terms of execution by the squad out there, they're going to be able to bring on those operators way earlier and be able to run away with that matchup from the get-go, right? And that's exactly something C8 Legacy needs to fear. But in the exact same way, they might be able to use those operators against the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. It's going to come down to at which timing and in which position those operators are pulled out. And as you can see from the get-go, it's a one-sided affair. Blacklist International Ultimate run away not only with the points, but maintain such good dominance of this initial hard.
Yeah, even though C8 Legacy, they have control of the anchor positions and that P2 spawns. Actually, as soon as I say that, they managed to break the hill. So good breaks, and Freezy turning it up, stepping up into the fray. And I like this from C8. You know, they are not afraid of Black International Ultimate.
Oh, yeah.
They are just showing up, getting all those trades that they need. They take it down. And so far, 10-point lead by Blacklist International Ultimate. But here comes the rotation. Who's going to be winning that P2? And C8 Legacy, they did not get a bunch of time on that P1. Just, you know, just a little bit of that time. But they have control of that P2. Gas station as well as that second floor. Very, very huge. But middle might just be that opening that Blacklist International needs. And here comes Skirt, that playmaker they always had. But Justin here is just making things hard for Black International Ultimate, just delaying them. And C8 Legacy, I like what they're doing here, just holding it down, being very, very confident.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Early rotation, once you know you're not going to be able to play that first hard point anymore, and holding on to the gas station, that's exactly where C8 Legacy managed to kind of buy a little bit of time for themselves. But as expected, Blacklist International Ultimate being able to break this hill. But if we can see that stellar plays out of the first hard point once again, C8 Legacy, they can hang with the best when it comes to mechanical capabilities in here, man. And now Blacklist International Ultimate winning it back-to-back, holding on to the hard point, and the players of C8. This is way too early of a rotation to Grannies.
Definitely an early rotation, but I think against a team like Black International Ultimate, you want to set up perfectly, AJ. I feel like the best way to take these players out is if you have an angle and you caught them sprinting. I think that's the best angle here. Freezy, again, doing a lot for this team, but can he manage to hold it down? He's going to get taken down, and I think that's where the early rotation is going to cost them. But still, 2 more players still in the hill, AJ. Last player alive, that's going to be number 1. Has the Purifier, but what? Actually does not take out anyone there. That is so unfortunate. Black International Ultimate taking over that P3 now.
Yeah, the weakness of the Purifier, you cannot have distance between yourself and your opponents. You have to play those tight angles to perfection. And, you know, you should have just seen him sitting down inside of Granny's, right? Just waiting for the corner upstairs. And he would have been able to bag the kill either way without really needing to fight for the hard point. Blacklist International Ultimate, they were slow to the hard point. They kept just 2 players on there for the initial anchor position to secure the spawn first. And once again, 20 seconds on the clock, and C8 Legacy going in for another rotation. Boys, this is just way too early, and there's just no contest coming through. And yes, you can go in for a good setup, but clearly through those GG, bro.
But you know, I mean, I feel like, you know, they tried it again. They want to get this whole 60, because once they get this whole 60, AJ, that's a 93 to 107 lead. You know, just trimming down already. I mean, I like the ideation, but then again, mechanical supremacy by Blacklist International Ultimate. They're the ones just really better with the gunfights. And here comes the break. Javen gonna be on that second floor, but Justin with that Sparrow can make a huge difference. But Javen's still alive there. Look at how sneaky he is. Just not pushing through as well, waiting for his teammates. Javen, he's gonna push through. The contest is in. He's gonna get taken out, but that buys enough time for his teammates to actually no, the Pred comes in, triple kill. Okay, here we go, AJ. Early rotation. It's a good thing now because they are getting a lot of time here, but Skirt gonna be in that front door. They invested a lot of these score streaks, but so far, Black International Ultimate not getting taken out by them.
And final 20 seconds in here. Blacklist International Ultimate finally with the break, and they need to be able to hold on to this. If C8 Legacy manages to jump right back into this hard point, it will make things a little complicated, but they do not go in there for the heavy challenge. 9 more seconds left. They want to be able to set up Hotel Yard once again. Tin will be able to find Hit X with the Purifier. Not a lot of those best Purifier play reels out of this one matchup, but Blacklist International Ultimate, they are strong in front. Early setup by C8 Legacy. Hit X brings out the thumper, doesn't find anyone just yet, but the CBR on for the good head, and they will be able to open up on the reset of the hard point at Hotel Yard well.
Yeah, they are. They're gonna be on that reset 129 to 80 here. Yo Bob's gonna get taken out, and I like this hope from C8 Legacy. They are winning their gunfights here, but they're about to get pinched here. Freezy just doing so many huge plays for the team of C8, just doing a great job for his team holding it down, but his teammates, they need to step it up as well. Here comes Hit X. He's gonna get 1 as well. They finally get that time here, and they get 3 down. That's 3 down for them. 25 seconds on the clock. Huge time here. Blacklist International, 1 good break. They can win the game here. Yato gonna be the first one in, but the teammates of the side of C8, they're gonna be anchoring as well. Huge plays by the side of C8. They need to get this scrap time. This is very huge if you're C8.
Yeah, for me, C8 Legacy's already won the hearts of the Call of Duty mobile community in here, right? The COD community is all going up, screaming the name of C8 Legacy. Now, look at the performance, man. Beautiful. Dre, as he fully streaks himself out. XS1 Goliath and Cluster Strike can be brought in. Cluster,
I love it. I love it.
Entrance. Dre now just holding on to the front. Thumper for the pop as well. Purify is there for the backup. And look at the players of C8 Legacy. Are they going to be able to secure this? XS1 Goliath needs to visit them in a little bit. 50 seconds for the hole. They can finish the game here.
They can finish the game here. They've invested a lot of the Purifiers here. Definitely can win all these close catch engagement. Dre just throwing them down, burning them into hell. 134 to 134. Tie game as we can see. Black International Ultimate running through. Are they going to be undefeated, or will C8 hand them their first L today? And we do see the Purifier. Sparrow 0. Predator Missile gets taken out. 5 more points. No one is there from Blacklist International Ultimate, and that's going to be C8 Legacy getting game number 1, 150 to 134. And that is a complete shocker for game number 1, AJ.
Once again, why I dubbed this squad the prodigies of the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters. They are the ones who deserve all of our attention in here. And dude, I mean, these guys are young, man. These kids are, you know, I think they've barely hit puberty based on, you know, just no appearance and no presence of the facial hair. I mean, jokes aside, what a play, man. Early rotations, not a huge fan of it at all. But at Bakery, that money hill, they held on to it. And mechanically, we expected them to not really be able to keep up with Blacklist International Ultimate. Not keep up. They bagged Blacklist International Ultimate in this first game. Fast-paced standoff. It was not easy, but what a win. C8 Legacy truly putting their names out here in the COD community map.
Yeah, definitely putting a lot of stuff here. And I mean, to be fair, look at them. Freezy 21, Dre 19, 7 with 21, Justin with 20, HitX with 15, and for the side of Black International Ultimate, yes, Scared was dropping numbers, 19, Yato with 17, but look at 10. You don't see him, you know, really doing this. You know, 8 and 23, that's unheard of for 10. But the key there was the way C8 invested in their operators, because I just loved it. They had 5 of it. Dre with a huge play with that cluster strike. The Predator missile was on point. Everything was on point for C8 Legacy, and I feel like this might just be the start. But then again, they might have just awakened the beast that is Blacklist International Ultimate. SND,
oh, yeah.
A different story now.
I mean, you've just essentially pissed off Blacklist International Ultimate because you ruined their clean streak. You ruined their opportunity to go in here 3-3 up against Almighty. And right now, Almighty is the only one with the perfect record within the competition. They are all 3-0s up in all 3 of their series, right? Firing Range, SND, this is the pick of Blacklist International Ultimate. Will they be able to secure this for themselves? It was a start which was quite shaky for C8 Legacy, but what a comeback.
Yeah, what a comeback indeed. You know, and Black International Ultimate, they didn't get a single point in that second rotation. Just begs the question, a little bit of over-aggression there, or is it just C8, you know, getting some film here and knowing how Blacklist plays? Because from what I was seeing there, they were countering their double challenges by having crossfires of both players. It's just it was good to see it as a coach, seeing how they could have countered Black International Ultimate. And so far, you know, I feel like Black International Ultimate, they got shocked there, but Firing Range S&D, they picked this map. And C8 Legacy, if they want to keep on going, they got to get this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And hopefully, okay, you know what? Not hopefully. It doesn't really matter. C8 Legacy, just based on that first match against Blacklist International Ultimate already, just proves their worth in the competition. They just prove that they deserve being called the prodigies, right? Because they are just... Is this what, their first major? That they are coming in so strongly and just making all of the other teams look like they cannot hang with them. And C8 Legacy, to be able to beat Blacklist International Ultimate in that fashion, I'm blown away, Jericho.
I'm definitely blown. I'm impressed by what they did there, but just I feel like it was just a matter of when the decision making, those micro decisions, again, using those operator skills, those streaks, and I love it. That's they are actually using what they have been using, the experience. My words are just, I'm mind blown from what happened there. I'm sorry, guys. But I mean, it's great to see, you know, that C8, you know, that Blacklist International Ultimate, they are human. They are beatable. And C8, they are showing it how.
And I think C8 is just such an inspiration to so many of those smaller organizations out there, because they were just recently set up. and it was the structure brought in by Maggie and such great management of a brand overall that I feel has been able to push this brand, C8, all the way to this point. I mean, as a matter of fact, CODM Garena Masters has got 2 of the C8 family in here in the top 16. I think that in itself says a lot. With C8 Legacy now being able to take one away from Blacklist International Ultimate, it just shows their potential. It doesn't matter for me if they don't win the series. I think they've already proven such a good point as to who they are as competitors, right? I still do expect Blacklist International Ultimate to hit back hard, but I want to see how far can they push this, right? Can they bring it into a match number 5? Can they shock the COD community by getting a win over the Eastern champions? If they do, GGWP, we both lose our minds, Jericho.
Yeah, we both lose our minds indeed, but here we go. SNB and firing range, Black International Ultimate versus C8 Legacy. And look at this rush from C8 Legacy. Running through B, and it's all up to AG. Stuck in there. He's going to take down one. Can he keep on going? And I think that's a good flank, but he's going to get pre-fired as well. But his teammates are here already rotating 4 versus 5. That's a huge kill by AG.
7 manages to shut Jabin down as well. Bomb on the ground. Third takes hit X out. And let's see if or not Yato will be able to find this angle. Ooh! In here almost with the backstab, and AG might have gotten taken out there, but Mark manages to find Skirt, immediately traded out by Yato in terms of the numbers. 3v2. Mark needs to check his angles. The timing is not so perfect for him in terms of the play from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. He got away with the skin on his back. Yato punishes Mark, and now to get yet another. Dre unfortunately thumps himself out of that round, and Blacklist International Ultimate pull the first one to the outside.
That's a good round by them. You know, I think AG, that's such a huge play by him. Getting that early kill, that's just very huge for him. You know, he was getting shot by 5 players, but so far he's stuck in there, and that's gonna be the round number 1. Now, C8 Legacy, they don't want to go for that rush. They want to slow it down now. And now we do see they are trying to make that sniper play, but Dre takes down, Yato takes down Dre actually. 5 versus 4, 4 versus 4. Now Freezy gets 1, and Freezy has just been such an instrumental player in this whole series, AJ.
Absolutely, man. And, you know, C8 Legacy just needs to be able to hit back again and again, and hopefully they don't pull off those rushes, because although it's a good trick to have up your sleeve, it's a little better to kind of play a slow-paced matchup and then catch your opponents off guard just when they think things are gonna be a little, you know, slow-paced, right? Because with Blacklist International Ultimate, the play earlier on, they were already at that B bomb side, but they bought way too much of time after they lost 1 player. And the rotation from the rest of the Blacklist International players in terms of the defense was just stellar, right? Information went out, dude, they are rushing B, everybody's there for the defense. And that's what you gotta expect out of one of the best in Call of Duty Mobile. 7 with a good frag, and now it's gonna be Mark with a grenade, and 7 manages to find Jabin as well. This should be on the side of C8 Legacy, unless AG and Yobabs, the deadly duo, can pull something off.
Yeah, the deadly duo, can they do something here? 2 versus 3. Remember, man advantage to C8, and the story for the day, even if you have a man advantage, you are still capable of losing the round here. Mark in a 1v1 against Yobabs. AG takes down 7. And I feel like the spell's trouble for them. Hit X, he's gonna lose that gunfight. AG essentially just won the game, and Yobabs with the sniper. And AJ, like I said, even if you have 1 man more, you're still gonna lose the round. I don't understand what's happening today.
Yeah, and I feel like Blacklist International Ultimate has one thing that C8 Legacy does not have, which is experience. Experience to keep your nerves calm in a situation like that. And that's exactly where Blacklist International Ultimate will be able to kind of shine a little bit. But once again, man, C8 Legacy, so much of promise, so much of potential out of this squad. It's just all of the strategy that they need to bring in here and find those solid plays through. Yato might be able to find one here, but look at the angles held on, and what a slide into that bomb site. This is where C8 Legacy once again proves that they are one of the best. But Yato with that angle, repositions, tries to find, spots one, does not get the kill, but sends that information to Skirt. But Freezy with a good trade out. Skirt gets dropped, but numbers advantage to the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a huge kill. It's going to be 3 versus 3. 7 gets another one. 3 versus 3 now. Trailer. Oh, that's going to be a very interesting gunfight there. There's going to be another player in the barracks. Dre goes down. That's going to be a 3 versus 2. Bomb is not yet down. 1:05 left. AG takes down 7. Last player alive is Freezy. He's gonna get sniped down. And CA Legacy struggling in this S&D, and we're just seeing Black International Ultimate just, you know, doing their things here in S&D. And like before, they love this map, AJ, and I feel like, you know, CA Legacy, they just have no answer at the moment.
Yeah, and it's just no surprise that, you know, Blacklist International Ultimate is just playing in the way that they are right now, because that earlier matchup most definitely would have woken them up in terms of how big of a competition C8 Legacy is in terms of that #1 spot. If C8 Legacy wins this, they shoot up to that #1 spot, no questions asked at all, right? Yato with a good shutdown onto Freezy, and Freezy will not be able to bring those stellar plays out for the squad just yet anymore, I have to say. And C8 Legacy, as they drop into shooting range, aiming for that A bomb side, they need to be able to play their utilities to the T. Those smokes need to be perfect. Hit X now with the trophy on that setup first. M13, is he going to be able to find Yato? And you know the angles that Yato holds on to as this more what a plan by Hit X.
And what a plan indeed. That's going to be a very good plan. Bomb is down already, and if you are C8, just stay in that trailer. You know, help your teammates as well. Just stay there, play for those trades. You need to do that. But Mark with a nasty snipe towards that first player. He's going to get taken up by Yato. 4 versus 3. Dre takes down Yato. 3 versus 3 now. And now we do see AG takes down Hit X. Another player in trailer. Dre goes down. 7 takes down Javen. 1 versus 2. Can he play time here? If you are on the side of 7, that's very winnable. But he has to wait here. 15 seconds left. Doesn't have to peek. Can just play time. I like this. He's going to stick the bomb. He's just going to stick the bomb. Can he have enough time? Beautiful, beautiful open plant. And 7 finally gets that first round. Is this the momentum boost that they need? Or will we see Black International Ultimate just win 3 straight?
Yeah, that win was because of the brilliant plan that was executed instantaneously, and Hit X, he gets the credit for that one, man. Stellar play in terms of the anticipation of what's the defense going to be like when Blacklist International Ultimate try to make a comeback in here, right? And 7 repositions himself towards Shower Front, and he was able to take that final kill. Of course, it was a 1v2 situation that was not easy, but he managed to maintain his nerves. Yato now, this time positioning himself at Branch Road. Not going to be able to snipe anyone out just yet. Anticipates a push wildly from the other side. Jaben shuts down Freezy yet again. Freezy's not going to be able to participate in these rounds. And yeah, look at this overextension from the back now. 7 might get caught out.
7 might get caught out. Hit X, huge kill by him. 7 takes down AG. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 here, but Yobob spots him down, but he's going to get traded by Hit X. That's all up to Javen in a 1 versus 2. He's going to push through the trailer, but he's going to get tagged up. But actually, with that gunfight, very winnable if you are Javen. 12 seconds left. Open plan again. Might just spell the same trouble in Javen. He's just gonna try. He's just gonna go into that next round already. Fortunately, that's gonna be it. And good answer back by the side of say Legacy. 3-2. Good rounds. Can they keep it up on offense, or will on defense? I mean, or will Black International Ultimate show some plays here and might just end the game?
Yeah, 7 once again with the stellar setup in terms of positioning, just so that he can challenge for the bomb finally, not really over-aggressing and, you know, just maintaining that position. But now on the other side, as Blacklist International Ultimate takes the bomb, what's C8 Legacy gonna do on that defensive, right? We have Command Center held on by Mark. Wallbank's not gonna deliver just yet. 1 inch to the left, and he might be able to find one, but repositions smartly after that smoke gets popped. He sends that information back to the rest of his team members who try to flank around, but 3 of them holding on to auto repair. There's no flanks coming through from the wider side of the map.
Yeah, no wide peaks as well, indeed. And now bomb is down 5 versus 5. No one has died yet, but the trailer, look at this trailer push. But the side of C8, very, very risky. But Skirt takes one down. Dre takes one as well. But Yoba, because of the trade, just back and forth trades. He spots the wall bang, gets 2 in a row. Huge kills by 7. That's a defuse. And just like that, they tied up 3-3. Beautiful wall bang there. That is just so unfortunate. If you're the player of Black International Ultimate, you were just waiting for that. But unfortunately, that 1 hit marker changed that play. And 7 AJ, 11 kills in this game.
C8 Legacy, the ones who might just be able to take this all the way. They now make their comeback in this S&D as well. That wall back, a good picture perfect trophy system out of the equation. Mark, good angle, has to be careful because he goes up against Yato. Not going to be an easy fight against that sniper. Dre finds Yato with a good grenade. And now no sniper on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate who will be able to punish as good as Yato. But Yobabs is on that backup. He's holding on to the barracks hut. Drops into passageway now. Just looks and see if or not that B side is clear. But he will have hit X that welcome him. Freezy joins that fray as well. And on the defense, C8 Legacy just as dangerous as they were on the attack.
Very dangerous indeed, but 4 versus 4. Yobabs takes out 7. Now, AG in the same spot. Might get wallbanged again, but this time look at Jabin. He's been that best lurker for this team. He's always been doing this. He's gonna spot 1. Freezy takes down AG. Another player inside, and there you go. That's gonna be 2 versus 3, but Freezy takes 1 down. Has 2 more players in front of him, but he's gonna get traded out. It's all up to you. Yobabs takes out Dre. And that small play by Javen, flanking all the way to the other side, pretty much changed the game there. You know, just being there for his teammate, not knowing that the enemy is going to be there as well.
Insane stuff out of the players of C8 Legacy. But will they be able to bag in this defensive as they stack all the players at that A bomb site? Mark now with an aggressive push up front. The bomb might get caught out here. Are they going to be able to surprise? But AG brings out the thumper. Freezy taken out of the equation. And the rest of the players from Blacklist International Ultimate, they set up the defense. Mark shuts down Skirt. Immediately drained out by Yato. Aggressive on that snipes. C8 Legacy will not be able to get the momentum that they were looking for in here. But they force the bomb to back away. And all Blacklist International Ultimate needs to do right now is double back towards that B bomb site. And they'll still be able to get this point out of that matchup, as they will be the first ones to get the blunt. And as I say that, they double back towards passageway, leaving the one and only Jabin to hold on to the shooting range just to play a little bit of distraction here when the flank comes through from C8 Legacy.
Yeah, when the flank comes through, they're going to be able to see this. But look at this number 5. Jabin again. They need to take him out unless Jabin just makes a play here. Unfortunately, he's going to get taken out. No more lurks for him. So flank is clear. 3 versus 3. Let's see what they can do here. 7 as well as the players of C8 all have to push this one side, and I like this from them. But number 3, I think middle, are they just gonna go straight through? It's such an open bomb. They can just go through. I mean, the flank's gonna happen. The triple kill. AG gets 2 in a row. Actually, no, just gets 1. But it's all gonna be 1v1s. Yato, Yobabs, AG all get 3. That's gonna be 5-3 match point for Blacklist International.
What sort of a setup can C8 Legacy pull off in here on the defense this time round? They've tried to go in there for the rush. They've tried to play it slow. They've tried to lock down both sides. But they found out one weakness on the other side. They are not able to keep up with those one-on-one gunfights. They need to hold hands together. But as they invested all of their efforts into that A side, it was quite useless. Yato hits Mark down out of the equation. Now for sniper of C8 Legacy. Yato spots yet another. Is he going to be able to back? Oh, what a crouch. But now it's just a matter of luck. As 7 tries to spray 1 down. Is he going to be able to get this wall bang? No. Ah! What? He does get Jabin!
He does get Jabin, but now can they keep on going? He gets another one. Can he get the 3rd one? No, Yato shuts him down. And Skirt takes out Hit X. Now, here we go. Black International Ultimate back in the winning column. 1-1. And, I mean, that was expected at S&D. It was their map. You got to win your map. And so far, we are seeing Black International Ultimate finally winning that game number 2. Can they keep going for game number 3?
Yeah, I think they will be able to keep this momentum up, but they are also, you know, kind of motivating C8 Legacy in a way here, right? After C8 Legacy was able to pull back 3 of those rounds in the attacking side, they did manage to build a little bit of confidence, but the moment the bomb dropped back into the hands of Blacklist, it was just a done deal from them then on. And Yato just became so much more confident with the positions that he was holding on to as the aggressive sniper.
Yeah, the aggressive sniper. I mean, Yato was just slide challenging everything that he can, hitting those quick scopes. But, you know, 7, I mean, he really tried his best, you know, hitting those nasty wall bangs, getting 11 kills in that first half. But unfortunately, when that second half switched over, that's when he got shut down, AJ. He couldn't get a kill till that last round. And for the side of from Black International Ultimate, they stuck through their plan. Yes, they did lose some rounds there, but in the end, they managed to win it. They managed to get the kills that they need. And now that momentum they're riding through, it's going to be takeoff domination. And this is the mistake I was talking about, AJ. Why did C8 pick, you know, it should have been raid, but they wanted to go for takeoff. I just don't know the mindset coming in here?
You know, it's not a map that they are strangers to. They have shown that they do have good map awareness at takeoff, but that was the fight up against the Doctor. And like you pointed out earlier, man, Blacklist International Ultimate's just not the Doctors. And we have seen them even at the World Championship as to the map mastery out of Blacklist International Ultimate for takeoff. It's just stellar. And this is a good fight between the two teams, but we anticipate it going the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. So with that prediction, if C8 Legacy does manage to pull this one back, it will be one juicy victory, to say the least.
Yeah, one juicy victory indeed. But now that Hardpoint, the shocker of the game, number 134, was switched up right by an S&D of 3-6, back in the winning column. And now this is where we're going to see if C8 Legacy, if they are crazy enough to actually beat Black International in their map, in takeoff domination. This is going to be a very interesting game. This is where we're also going to see the Sparrow come into the mix here. Yeah. I feel like it's going to be used a lot here, since, you know, it's going to be long range, not like in standoff where the Purifier really does its damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, it's good to see that we will be able to see a good fight from both of these teams in terms of those operator skills. They threw the bait out and they got that response coming through, but we expect to see a few of those gravity vortexes as well. Super effective when it comes to takeoff, Jericho.
Yeah, super effective comes to take off. That Sparrow is going to be that number one score streak. I mean, the operator skill, And also the score streaks, I feel like the Predator missile, once you have that, you really have to hold down onto that one. You need to use that just for cutting off the rotation. So when someone's capping, you don't use it just to get a kill. I feel like that's been a huge problem. Most of these players, they just drop on it. They just use it immediately and nothing happens.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, man. I mean, using the Pred, especially for the prevention of that flag capture, it most definitely changes the momentum of these matches, right? C8 from the early cap onto both of the flags, and this is exactly where they go ahead to shine. But then the gunfights immediately lost out. Blacklist International Ultimate makes the break look so easy. Overextension is not going to be possible for the players of C8 Legacy as they try to maneuver this pincer. They still want to aim for that B flag. And look at this. As I say that, two players with the overextension in towards Grains. A flag is the aim here, and if they can hold on to this foul position, they might be able to hold on to this flag for the rest of the game.
Yeah, this might be that play, you know, C and A, that's what they're going to do. But look at Black International Ultimate immediately overextending into C, but the defense by number 4, that's going to be 7, just being a great defender again, you know, just getting a lot of these kills again. But so far, 18-18, both tied game. So far, C8 Legacy looking pretty strong here in Black International Ultimate. They got to focus on that one home flag.
Yeah, so now Blacklist International Ultimate, they have to focus on either the C or the A flag, and they choose to go in there for the C flag, outnumbering the players of C8 Legacy. No backup coming through as well. But look at the defense, man. Both the players backing away into Health Center. Yes, one goes down. Skirt gets the kill onto 7, but the backup, they still... Oh, I was just about to talk about Hit X, but he gets taken out of the equation as well. And a double flag capture for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate for them now to make a small comeback to catch up with the players of C8.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very good. 35-30. And now we do see here C8 making a play here. We do see a Blacklist as well going to scaffolding. Huge kill by Skirt. That's going to be one good kill because he has that Dragon Fire as well as that Predator missile, giving them a huge boost of momentum here. Freezy as well, still on fire. But so far, Jabin, 10 kills in a row. Sparrow ready. But Black International Ultimate, B and C already in their hands. And the question is here, if C8 can win those gunfights in Hardpoint, can they do it again here in Domination? You know, you gotta be consistent against like a team of Black International Ultimate because, you know, after beating them, obviously they're gonna be pissed off. They want to show who's gonna be boss, who's the champions. And so far, they are still hanging in there, but slowly but surely, the lead is slowly growing, guys. And growing it is. So here we go, 54-48. So far, things are looking bright for Blacklist, but C8 Legacy, they are just there hanging in. They need to capture this C flag if they want to keep it even closer.
Jabin now will be able to bring the Sparrow out, but just decides to not do that just yet as they approach the 75-point mark, halfway time. And when we get into the second half, you can then expect all of these operators to come out aggressively for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate to bag, more kills for themselves to maintain the streak of dominance in this match against C8 Legacy. It was a good start from them, but they seem now pinsed down to that A flag, unable to make their way out. You can see the attempts of Blacklist International Ultimate to set up a spawn trap. Although the spawn trap's not going to be possible, it was a fight that was enough to keep the players of C8 Legacy focused on that A flag area. Blacklist International Ultimate now hitting that lead at the halfway point, 75-58, Jericho.
Yeah, 70-58. Very good half for both teams, But look at the Blacklist International Ultimate. They do have streaks at the helm. I think Skirt has the Dragonfire as well as the Predator missile. So that's going to be very, very important to them for them to actually make huge plays. But here comes Tin. A very, very lackluster game number 1, 8-23. He has to make a comeback here for himself as well. But there we go. They actually bring out a Predator missile for no apparent reason, in my opinion, AJ. And there we go again. The usage of the Pred, just bringing it out, not at moments when you need it.
Oh yeah, man, 87-64. You pointed that out a little bit earlier, and they might just pay for that in a way that I don't think they're going to be way too proud of, right? Jabin has the Pred on him. He's not going to get over-aggressive with it just yet. Sentry on the setup to protect that B flag. And Blacklist International Ultimate now going to be able to run away with this domination match if at all C8 Legacy does not make a play. But once again, look at this, the attempt for the spawn trap, but the gods of RNG forces C8 Legacy to instead spawn out of Aurora launch. They will be able to make a play for that B flag, but look at the sentry setup. Such a cool place right in front of Fountain, just underneath of the scaffolding to make sure the hold for Blacklist International is going to be possible. A triple cap now. Yoba tries to prevent it. He gets GG'd. Brad gets dropped, but a little bit too late.
A little bit too late, but it doesn't matter. Damage has been done, AJ. 114-75. Blacklist International Ultimate asserting their dominance and showing that maybe that game one was just a fluke, a little bit of a mistake there that costed them that L. But so far, C8 Legacy, we are seeing now their cracks here, AJ. And this is what I'm talking about. Why choose takeoff if there was actually raid? I feel like if this was raid, it could have been better because I feel straight up gunfights, they can hang with Blacklist.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And now Cluster just over the A flag as well, just to make sure C8 Legacy will not be able to pull away that flag. Whilst the rest of those players now go in there for the setup of that C flag capture. Yet another triple cap perhaps to close this game off. Blacklist International Ultimate most definitely going in for the T's. Cluster strike. Oh, I thought it was just gonna end and it will be possible to pull away that flag. But just at that very moment, Ray gets pressured, has to be forced back into Visitor Center. Nobody else is there for a triple cap on for the hold. And this is just all over Jericho. Blacklist International Ultimate, they will pull in front with a confident and dominating performance at takeoff.
A dominating performance indeed, 150-89. And now this is what we've been waiting for. This Blacklist International Ultimate, we know they are capable of it. Unfortunately, they lost that game number 1, but now that they have that momentum, they are asserting their dominance. Eastern champions on top again, undisputed. Now they are one game away from winning this series.
You really got to analyze this, right? In terms of their reaction to their victory. They're not overjoyed. At the very same time, it's just no reaction. Poker faces, basically, from that situation. And that just shows a team that is just so focused on their goals by the end of the series. They want to be able to grab this victory, and they are giving the respect that C8 Legacy more than definitely deserve. But look at this. Justin, going into the game, 517 on the KD. That's just unacceptable if you want to be able to hang with the best. But it's not like they were given much of a choice now with the aggressive nature of Blacklist International Ultimate out there.
Yeah, I mean, just amazing plays by Black International Ultimate. Huge plays by Jabin. Skirt with 17, Yata with 18 as well. 10 finally getting at least +1, but 13. But I still need him to show that 10 that I saw in the Eastern Chai. It's not showing up today. Maybe because maybe the others are just stealing his skills there or just not having the best of days. But so far, no, Black International Ultimate, they have everything that they need, and now they are still looking really good. And to your point, AJ, if you've already won your world champions, if you already won that one, winning these things, you're just gonna have a poker face because everyone, because you have a target on your back. So pretty much you can't smile, you can't do anything. All you got to do is, you guys could just keep on talking trash to us. We're just gonna be here poker facing and winning everything.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And with Yato and Yobabs on the squad as well, I mean, in this one particular game, they did not hit hard. But I mean, that's your setup for success right there. Both of these players stellar on the setup when they go in for those double snipe victory, right? And it is not an easy team to take on and expect to pull away a W. But C8 Legacy, that's exactly what they need to hope and pray for in here, man. As we move on in towards Hardpoint, it's do or die time now for them, or it's sudden death on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate.
Yeah, this is sudden death indeed. It is very, very important for them. Here we go. As you can take a look at the scores here. Standoff very, very close, 150-134. Fire range 3-6. Blacklist take one down. And for takeoff, this was just a mistake for C8 Legacy. Anyway, whoever told them to go for takeoff domination, I mean, that's just very, very unfortunate. I mean, if it was Raid, it could have been a different story for me. But here we go. Summit, Hardpoint. We know Black International Ultimate. This is their map here. And I feel like I can see a 3-1 already. But if something happens, if C8 Legacy by the will of God, by God's grace, give them something, and they end up winning game number 4, game number 5 is just around the corner then.
Absolutely, man. Let us know exactly how you guys are enjoying this action so far. And what do you think of C8 Legacy, a team that has just very recently entered the competitive scene for Garena Call of Duty Mobile to be able to take the fight up to the side of Blacklist International Ultimate? And yes, although they did eat the L in terms of this domination matchup, they weren't all that too far back, Jericho.
We're all too far back. Yeah, indeed. Just a little bit of those mishaps. But those mishaps were very, very huge, which costed them to lose at least a lot of those points. But, I mean, it is what it is now. And if you are C8 Legacy, you got to stop thinking about that. Focus on this game number 4. Focus on forcing game number 5.
Now, Summit, it is the game of Hardpoint. C8 Legacy already there, opening up solid. But as they go in with all of those gunfights, Jabin takes HitX out with a grenade skirt with the positioning as well. But it's good that 7 could back him out. C8 Legacy maintains dominance at the first Hardpoint. But it's just a matter of time before it gets broken, as all the players of Blacklist International Ultimate now throw their bodies in. But look at HitX. He's flying through, positioning on for the slide. But Tin punishes HitX from the back. And this is where C8 Legacy will now... You expect them to crumble, but no, the spawns out of container area throws them right back into the fray. They are still maintaining their dominance and power at this first Hardpoint.
They're maintaining that power and dominance, 31-1 now. And Black International Ultimate again from the start, from that game number 1, starting off really, really slow. And giving C8 Legacy that time, but 40 seconds already for C8 Legacy. They are stomping them at the start, but then again, any lead in Summit, it's not safe, AJ. You could just get that back in that P2, but let's see what Blacklist International have to do.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Edge platform now with the early setup of all of the players of C8 Legacy, they need to pull a long flank over, try to attack them down from direct road, maybe even split, swap out the spawns towards the second half of this hard point within the second spot itself. But that is going to take a lot of articulation. That's going to take a lot of effort from their end. But as I say that, look at Justin doing exactly what I'm talking about. The long flank over. He wants to secure the spawn. That's a great move out of them. They start winning the gunfight. They start spawning out of there. And now they have the hard point as well. What a great play from C8 Legacy.
Yeah, what a great play indeed from C8 Legacy. And now we do see Blacklist International Ultimate making that sort of a little bit of a comeback there. Getting down points here. That scrap time is going to be very, very important. But at the same time, rotation is going to be number 1. And you do see the players of Blacklist already at the back of the map. You got Jabin, Tin, as well as Yato already at the back. But we do see here as well, C8 pushing through that anchor position, and Javen losing that gunfight.
Oh!
2 players down, 7, but Yato's still alive at the back. He needs that. Yoba actually wants to kill himself so that he can actually spawn over at the back, and there it goes, spawns. The RNG gods giving them that hope, but here comes C8, and as soon as you say that, BLACKLIST International just going in as well, and this is where we're gonna see a lot of these operator skills being into use.
Yeah, just one mistake made by C8 Legacy. They had the spawn at Green Radar Station. They should have held on to it, but you know, they just panicked, man. Everybody ran into Edge platform and they lost the spawn at the very final moment, which allowed such an easy early rotation for the side of BLACKLIST International Ultimate, and they keep that to their advantage. Right now, they hold on to the spawns of Cable Car platform, and C8 Legacy knows that it's gonna be crazy to go in for the fight, because when you go in there for the fight, the major probability is you're gonna fall, you're gonna die, you're gonna allow your opponents to streak up, and when BLACKLIST International Ultimate streaks up, it's a GG at Summit Hardpoint. C8 Legacy, they want to win this at their own money hill. They win that fight as well. HitX just barbecues Jabin out of the equation, and now with the early rotation from BLACKLIST International Ultimate as well, are they going to be able to take away this money hill? 2 money hills back to back can secure the victory for sure.
Yeah, they can secure that victory indeed. But here we go, 87-61. BLACKLIST International Ultimate already at that rotation of P4. They have control of those spawns as well. But C8 Legacy, they're going to be coming in from that snow side, which is not the side you want to go into. That's going to be such a one-way row, and that's what happens. You're just going to get double kill, triple kill by enemies. Tin making the plays here. Gravity Slam not going to be effective. And now we do see 100-point mark is going to be reached. And we do see C8 Legacy struggling now to find a way to get in the hill.
And all those players, as they try to throw themselves in here, the main way to break this hill is to get in there from the back through edge platform, break the spawns first, and then try to make an attempt for the hard point. But instead of that, they're just throwing their bodies directly in, out of control room number 2, straight into containers. It's not gonna work, and BLACKLIST International Ultimate, they use that to their advantage, and they use that momentum as well. They're not able to break this, and BLACKLIST knows that for sure. They are gonna be running up to that 128-point mark, but back into control room number 2. Is this the place where C8 Legacy will once again dominate? If they can, they will be able to make a comeback, but say hello to my XS1 Goliath, says Din.
XS1 indeed, and C8, after that's very good first start, AJ, they've been slowing down really hard, not really winning much of those gunfights, and we do see that dominance from BLACKLIST International Ultimate, and wherein you just can't do anything. They're just going to win every single gunfight, and that's going to be it. That's going to be a GG. Valiant effort by C8 Legacy. A good start, but 150-67. BLACKLIST International Ultimate win it 3-1. I mean, they lost that game 1 in a very, very weird fashion.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, they just made a comeback. You know that they woken up a beast, and that's what they get. But you know, valiant effort by C8. But like I said in Summit, if you have that early lead, it's not a secure lead.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, BLACKLIST International Ultimate just did everything right in that matchup. And Ray this time, just, you know, a little bit of an underperformance in there. Freezy struggled as well. 7 really could not find all of those accurate hits, as even as he was getting those kills, BLACKLIST International Ultimate, they just ran over their dominance, right? It was a very good opener at control room number 2. That first hard point was all taken up by C8, but from the second hard point onwards, it just dropped onto the side of BLACKLIST International Ultimate. We did see a couple of unfortunate mistakes, and the first one that was unfortunate here is for the second hard point, they managed to get the good spawns, but unfortunately, they immediately dropped that spawn. And it was the worst timing of all, because it was towards the end of that second hard point, and the setup for the third hard point needed to be made. But when you lose the spawn out of the Green Radar Station, you go back for the setup at containers, which is all the way across the map in comparison to where you need to travel to for the cable car platform. Early setup of spawns once again for BLACKLIST, and they just played the map so well. And although C8 Legacy was able to kind of keep up with them, those, you know, tiny mistakes really costed them this matchup.
Yeah, tiny mistakes indeed. Those small micro adjustments, like we said, that BLACKLIST International Ultimate, they can do it on the fly. And if you're C8, like I'm gonna bring up a point you were saying, AJ, experience that experience that C8 doesn't have, that's just plays such a huge role because they know what to do in this nitty gritty situation. You know, when it comes to that clutch moments, that clutch gene, AJ, all of the players from Black International Ultimate, they have it. But for C8, you know, you're going to be very, very pressured, nervous, but, you know, a valiant effort by them. And, you know, like you said, it's tiny mistakes, very small mistakes, but they have a long way to come if they want to be in that same breath as Black International Ultimate. In my opinion, I feel like they're closing in there, but they still need to work on a lot.
I mean, young blood, right? You're just bound to make a couple of these mistakes out there. But as a matter of being able to take one game away from the Eastern champions, from one of the best in the game of Call of Duty Mobile right now, it already says a lot. And it was not a too far off of a challenge at that summit as well. If it was not for those unfortunate mistakes, I do believe we would be seeing game number 5. And S&D, you know how uncertain that was, man. You know how uncertain it can be. It is a 50-50, and we might have been able to see C8 Legacy make that dream clutch at the end of the day. But of course, it was not a dream. Reality is Blacklist International Ultimate is just that damn good.
Yeah, they're just that damn good. I mean, that's all you have to do. I mean, nothing to pretty much all the analyzation that we've been doing for the past couple of months, AJ, it's there already. It's there already, but I like what C8 did. I think they probably studied standoff. They really tried their best to study that one, but when it came to that S&D and as well as that domination, Black International Ultimate just a little bit better. You know, those just individual greatness, AJ. I feel like that's the best way to describe these players. They can just make plays out of thin air.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, S&D, it was a good setup for C8 Legacy to at the very least pull I think what it was 3 of those rounds back, and 7 was a huge damage dealer all throughout. And it was the open plan out of Mark that really did hit the mark. Or was that hit X? It was one of the two of them. But it was the ideation that kind of caught Blacklist International off guard. But you're not going to be able to kind of get the win over and over with those cheese strats, right? You know, reality will catch up, which it did, and Blacklist International Ultimate proved as to exactly why they are one of the best brands within the game.
I mean, yeah, they're just really one of the greats here. But you know, if C8 Legacy, I think they could be proud of something here, AJ. You know, I mean, taking a game away, it's great, but I think you can build something here. You can take a lot of notes of what you did there and apply that to further more your experience as a team there. But once they need, I feel like they just needed someone else there because one of their players just was not playing really well in certain game. I feel like if their whole team's capable of actually winning this series, they just need that extra gear.
Absolutely, man. And you know, with the players of Blacklist International Ultimate stepping on in, not just with the experience that they've had in Call of Duty Mobile for the longest of time, but with the experience of dealing with the top flight teams out here in the battlefield itself, it gives them the very, very valuable asset of knowing exactly what to do when you are put into a pinch situation, right? And this first hard point was when they realized that, okay, you know what, C8 Legacy is going in aggressive. Let's not make a strong play for the first hard point. Let's start from the second one onwards. And I feel like even here, C8 Legacy could have really broken it if it was not for that one unfortunate mistake of letting go of the spawn out of Green Raider Station at that very last minute. I understand why they did that, because they needed the numbers to win the gunfights, but it was more important for the early setup at Cable Car Platform because they were playing from the back. They needed to make a strong comeback. And just like what they initially did at Standoff, those early rotations in this game would have paid them a lot of benefit.
Yeah, would have paid them a lot of benefit indeed, but in the end, it was just all Blacklist. And for our soldier for game, AJ, Skurd, I mean, not the numbers we would expect from him, 14 and 10, but I mean, if you have Yato, Yobobs, Jabin, and Tin being in there, AJ as well, I don't think you'll be able to drop at least those crazy numbers as 20. But then again, Skurd, again, that he's just that playmaker. You don't see him most of the time, but when you see him on the map, he makes the huge plays.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Skirt is the player that is capable of stepping it up for his team no matter what. Average kills with a 14.25, although it's not as supreme and impressive, it is those important moments, those clutch moments where he does manage to secure the advantage for his team that really sets him apart from the rest, right? Soldier of the game, most definitely a well-deserved title for this guy. But this is the side of Blacklist International Ultimate we expected out of here. And for C8 Legacy to be able to hit them hard at standoff, I feel like not only is it a wake-up call for Blacklist International Ultimate to take these games more aggressively, but it's also a sign to C8 Legacy to show them that, you know, all of their effort and hard work so far is slowly paying off. They just need to stay focused, even though they took an L here against one of the best here, Jericho.
Yeah, if they took an L just like that, I feel like they can just keep their head high. They can just work on it. They honestly just work on it. I like what I'm seeing for them, but I feel like probably I'll give it 1 to 2 years. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see them in the Eastern Championship. You'll see C8. Woo! I mean, it's a long shot, but I mean, anything can happen. I mean, this team, Blacklist International Ultimate, remember, they were at least 1 game away from getting eliminated in the qualifiers of the PH regional qualifiers, and then next thing you know, they're champions. So anything can happen in the world of Call of Duty. I feel like you just have to put that hard work, and you know, you just really have to study everything, and you have to give your all if you really want to be the best.
And dreams really do come true. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we need to take a short break before we hop on into series number 3. When we do come back, it's GAIJIN taking on Triple V.
Holy crap.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Simon Ghost Riley, looking fancy.
This looks like an ending, but it isn't. This is just the beginning.
Away from a cluster strike. Yes, he gets it, and look at this, just spamming it, and that's gonna be a triple with the Pred, takes him out. And
Luffy just tries to outplay Cisco and will be able to back up. So for my lord, Luffy! Everything out here.
Yeah, rest of this team members just doing a lot. You know, if you have your teammates popping off and like just like that, if you're hitting those shots, nasty shot, make it 3 in a row.
Now being outshined. Yes, they did quite a good job getting up to that 100-point mark, but in the second half, it's just been one name being read out again and again and again, and that is Rampage. They are going to be able to equalize in a couple of people to make a better comeback here, but they have to focus on breaking the spawn first.
Yeah, breaking that spawn first indeed now, but you know, 7 here has that SKS. We do usually see an SVD here, but 5 kills for him. It's been working out. Make that 6. Can he make it 7? 1 away from a cluster strike. Yes, he gets it. And look at this, just spamming it, and that's gonna be a triple with the Pred. Takes him out, and the Doctor, they are struggling. He wants to go for it. Annihilator still alive. 7 is just on a tear here.
But spawn trapping all of these players, and now finally making his way for that A flag, and he's just playing pure distraction all on him. My goodness, Yato. Just use your score streaks already, boy. He doesn't even need to bring any of them out, because this is just such a dominating run. And Yato's just trying to get melee over all of these players. Won't be able to find yet another punch behind the back of the head. And at this hard point.
Yeah, a lot of momentum and Flash on a 4 kill spree. Make that 5 in a row, AJ. 5 kills for him. Make that 6.
This scopes in that way. It's going to be tough for Fury to make a comeback in here. My God, Captain! Won't be able to bag a double with all of that wall. Was it good or was it bad that Ranger left the squad? I think we've got our answer already. We have never seen Huntsman this sharp. We have never seen Huntsman this dangerous. Raven annihilates all of the players right before him. He plays the guy.
Now they invested 3 here, so that's a lot of operator skills for the side of GAIJIN. but they needed all this time just to, keep the game close here. But can Riz try to make the play here? Just bringing it out with the death machine. No kills for him yet with that death machine. But so far, he's getting a lot of information. Finally takes one down. One away from a Predator missile. Yes, he will get it. And he has to play for this cluster. Scopes out, unfortunately. Will spot one, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Last player alive, takes him. Nope, not yet. No.
Yeah, and the spawn just being held on by the players of 7-9, the one and only Zhengyu not letting go of the Crane area, and that is the kind of play that's just getting 7-9 a lot of his momentum at the hardpoint.
A lot of momentum and Flash on the 4 kills. We make that 5 in a row, AJ. 5 kills for him, make that 6. Can he make it 7? Working towards those streaks, one away from the Dragonfire.
Roger that. Enemy is near. Close in.
Boys and girls, this is the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters, and so far we expected a crazy day, and a crazy day we most definitely get. Standoff was not, I guess, the best place for Blacklist International Ultimate to go in here for a showdown, but during the break I was also wondering, right, could it be that they did not want to aggress on that map because it was the exact one as well as to where Smart Omega fell? It could all be mind games, or it could most definitely be them showing signs of weakness. This is most definitely the must-watch competition. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Triple V Jericho to bring you guys the commentary. And now, a team that Jericho most definitely is excited to watch on the big stage.
Casting them actually very it feels weird, obviously I should be behind them, but I'm here on the desk with you, so it's gonna be great. They're going up against GAIJIN, AJ, and story here is it gonna be the same GAIJIN wherein they're gonna be struggling again, just having those a little bit of those plays that are like, oh wow, that's a great play, but they're just gonna fall again? Or will it be VVV again falling? Remember, they lost to M420 LOWKINGS. That was an upset, but they did beat Sem9, so it's like a 50-50. They're like on a floating ship. Like, you don't know if it's going to go down, if it's going to go up, so we don't know what kind of VVV and what kind of guidance. So both teams very inconsistent so far.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, the matchup against Sem9, I believe that went down all the way into game number 5. It was not an easy victory, but it was a victory nonetheless that was secured by Triple V. And now as they take on GAIJIN, who most definitely have been struggling in the competition so far, it just feels like the momentum is on the side of Triple V ESPORTS. Is it going to be possible for GAIJIN to represent Singapore and represent them strong, or will it be yet another day of Filipino dominance? Well, in the first 2 series in itself, it was all-out Philippines action, so there wasn't much of a comparison between the two nations, but it was Smart Omega as well as Blacklist International Ultimate ultimately showing that they are the better brands against AGUILA Esports as well as C8 Legacy. But that being said, C8 Legacy definitely showed up strong and made a big name for themselves in that first game, Jericho.
Yeah, that first game was just really, really crazy winning that one, but that's enough for them. But here we go. GAIJIN, their lineup. We have Riz, Caso, Mythil, Cisco with the chicken, and Flash again. I mean, these boys, we definitely know them. You know, Caso, Mythil, and Flash, they've been in some major tournaments making a lot of huge noise there. But here with the new players of Cisco and Riz, just the team comp isn't just working. I think maybe a role switch would happen soon.
It has been, I guess, some questionable approaches, but Cisco is still the one that kind of tickles our curiosity a little bit, right? Because we know Mythil, we know Flash, we know Caso. They've always been bringing the fire when it comes to the competition, and they thought the addition of Cisco would bring them up to the next level. But the problem here is Cisco seems to be having a little bit of, I guess, a tough challenge showing the best version of himself. Maybe that best version of himself can appear as they take on Flex, HXS, Jean, Kenshi, Mac, as well as the Mayo.
I mean, it's a VVV that has, it's a roster that's been tried and tested for so many times, you know, back and forth. You know, the return of Flex and Kenshi, definitely a huge addition to them. We also have the core, the core three of Gion, HXS, and Mac, and also, you know, one of the a known player in the rank C, which is Tamayo. We do see the boys at the boot camp. Shout out to them. But I feel like, you know, this new lineup, it's been through a lot, you know, since they lost recently to M420 LOWKINGS. They definitely want to get this 2-1, because once they get this 2-1, definitely in that top two, and also there is their boss there, AJ boss D there. Take a quick selfie, you know, get that team vibes going. But you know, this is going to be an interesting match, because you know, GAIJIN, they're also looking out for their first win, so it's going to be very interesting what kind of GAIJIN we are going to get.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And I feel like we can expect the best out of VVV ESPORTS. And here's the matter of fact, right? The matter of fact is, it's VVV ESPORTS, man. I mean, just the names alone of those individual players will send shivers running down your spine if you're out here in the competitive stage of Call of Duty Mobile. Let's take a quick look head-to-head between Flash as well as Kenshi. And one would expect Kenshi to have the better numbers here, Jericho.
I mean, yeah, Kenshi, we expect him to get these better numbers, but just not having those kind of numbers. Maybe because the other teammates are just, you know, getting the kills. You know, you got Gion always being just the lurker, getting those numbers. Mac as well, you know, we know how aggressive he is, but the numbers here, 17 for Flash, 12 for Kenshi and the KD. A little bit close here, but we expect these numbers to go up. We need these players to step up. Their impacts most definitely will be needed by their teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, each and every single time VVV steps out onto the battlefield, they've managed to show us, you know, creative plays, very dominating performance out there. And maybe against GAIJIN, we can see that side of them as well. And so far, like you said, Jericho, we have not managed to shoutcast a game of VVV in the Call of Duty Mobile
in a long time,
Masters just yet. Yeah, and as a matter of fact, in a long time. So I'm excited. I'm super stoked for the series.
Yeah, I mean, this has been, if my memory serves that right, I feel like this has been their first major in a long time, because I remember they got eliminated during the World Championship qualifiers against Omega, and it took a long time of rebuilding over here in VVV, and now that they're back, I feel like this just might be that new beginning that we can get. But here we go, maps and modes, and GAIJIN wins the coin toss. They're going to be the first one to ban. Let's see what they will ban.
Let's see if or not GAIJIN will go in with their usual takeout of Summit, but it's instead Crossfire that they don't really want to dance on. VVV, this is our first spot as to where they do not want to step on into. What do you reckon, Jericho?
Oof, Crossfire, I mean, it's pretty good ban. You know, I feel like VVV, that's not really one of their toughest maps here, but you know, GAIJIN, they want to ban that Crossfire. I feel like it's because of that domination. Every time it's domination Crossfire, GAIJIN, they've been struggling, you know, not really getting any of those gunfights that they need, not getting control of that Butchers and also at middle building. But let's see what VVV bans here. VVV on that second ban probably should be a Hackney Yard. Yes, it's gonna be a Hackney Yard. And Hackney Yard, okay, a lot of these teams, even if the pro teams, still having a hard time mastering Hackney Yard.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, it's no wonder at all as to why they would want to ban that out, right? The rotations, especially for that P2, if you bring it into Hardpoint, is just a little, I guess, risky unless you've got 100% confidence in all of your gameplay. But I think it shouldn't be much of an issue for them to step on out there and dominate this game against GAIJIN, but they don't want to take any risk whatsoever. GAIJIN will have the momentum once again. Takeoff is still available, and we might just see that surprise pick from them. But after they got defeated by 7-9, hopefully they learned that lesson the hard way. But nope, no lessons learned.
Oh my god. Why is it Takeoff? But I mean, all right, like what you said, maybe I was hoping on them not probably picking a standoff, AJ, but I feel like they want to prove something to Takeoff, that they can actually win the map against VVV. But I think it's a good pick. You know, I feel like VVV, not really their best map in Takeoff. You know, knowing them for a long time, they want to keep it in a short distance kind of map. So a good pick by GAIJIN, but maybe VVV just have something up in their sleeve that will shut down GAIJIN.
Oh yeah, and I just want to see them execute that to perfection. Takeoff is not the easiest of maps to master. Let's see what GAIJIN has in store for us. Triple V will be able to respond a one-sided map we anticipate at Summit, and there you go. They will be looking to run away with this, but they also have the momentum in here to be able to decide map number 2 for SND. We've seen exactly how so many of teams have fallen in love with Raid, but I really want to start seeing standoff on play as well.
Yeah, I mean, Summit here, very, very good map. You know, I think VVV, they are one of those teams that really love playing that one-sided maps. SND on fire range by VVV as well. Expect HXS and Kenji for that double sniper setup, AJ. Those crispy snipes. So that's going to be very interesting what kind of plays. But at the same time, another story, can Cisco hit the shots, AJ?
SVD on activation. Holger might be brought in for the hard point. Let's see, man. And of course, the search and destroy response from the side of GAIJIN. Potentially raid here. And we are left, of course, with one final map in here for the picking, which drops into domination as standoff. So I think it's quite the stellar setup for the side of Triple V. I'm sorry, GAIJIN, but I still am not 100% convinced just yet with their Takeoff dominance.
Yeah, their Takeoff dominance might just really haunt them. If they lose that game number 1, that's just really going to be sad. But if it does have to go to a game number 5, raid SND again, and then domination and standoff, it could have just it's just a 50-50 for me. These map picks, it's just, I feel like VVV might just have the upper hand here, not just because they've been in the scene for so long. Of course, experience counts there, but GAIJIN, they've just been very inconsistent.
Yeah, man. You know, and of course, the operators that are to be banned in here. Hopefully, it's the Purifier and the Sparrow that's taken out of the equation after they saw that massacre earlier.
Yeah, the massacre earlier. Maybe both teams are looking to try to take each other's head off. So, but it's really gonna be those early gunfights. That start, how you start is pretty much going to set the tone for you. And I feel like that's where GAIJIN needs to step up, because we've seen them in old games, AJ, during the hard points. Yeah, they've been really, really slow. Nothing's really happening. But with the Sparrow and Purifier being banned as well, that's going to be very huge, because the Annihilator, it could be very useful in that Takeoff. Like what you said, AJ, hold down those long angles, get the kills that you need, and then after that, just work on your streaks.
And you did mention one operator as well, which can be super effective in Takeoff Hardpoint. It is the Equalizer, right? You step into the third Hardpoint, such a small area. Equalizer's just got the perfect DPS on it, and you will be able to spray it out and take over that situation really quickly. The Gravity Vortex will be a great option to be brought in here as well. So at Takeoff, just a lot of openings for operators, but at the other matches, it most definitely was a good ban to bring the Purifier as well as Sparrow out of the equation. Annihilator at Takeoff might not be the best option because of what you said, Jericho.
Yeah, that might be also an option, but here we go. 14-2. GAIJIN early points, but we do see Flex already inside that hill. GAIJIN so far very slow things here, but you know, they managed to get some early points here, but no control of scaffolding. And I like this from VVV. They're holding down that P3, the Aurora Lounge that we so desperately love, AJ. That power position doing a lot of damage, but now GAIJIN getting control of that P1 as well as scaffolding.
Yeah, that's all thanks to Flashman. 5 kills in here. He's already, almost on the streak for his Dragonfire there, but it doesn't really matter. He sends out the Hunter-Killer drone first. Let's see if or not he will be able to continuously pressure down the players of Triple V. That doesn't happen towards the final few seconds, but they set up for the second hardpoint. That's exactly what the players of GAIJIN are focusing in here on, and they've already got the one and only Castle locking down the spawn. So this is a GG. If Triple V Esports wants to be able to get this, they need to take Castle out of that spot.
Yeah, they gotta take out that anchor immediately, but there you go. Flash brings out that Predator Missile, does not get anything, but Mac already in that P2, gonna get 3 kills in a row, working towards that Predator Missile. I like this pressure for him. The stuns are gonna come through, one away from the Pred, and just like that, things are turning around for VVV. Streaks on the ready. But we do see GAIJIN. They do have those spawns, and now Caso actually with the SVD. They switched up roles here, AJ. Now Cisco gonna be that more aggressive player, but the anchor is down, and here comes the pinch from VVV.
Play so far, it's quite balanced between the two squads. Red tries to take Caso out of the equation. The guy survives. Mac, unfortunate with the use there. And I think he will be a little disappointed, but for the early rotation out of the players of GAIJIN, they are looking to be able to take the lead here from the third hardpoint. Early setup, they're holding on to generators as well, with one player sitting down inside of control room, I believe, on that second floor, just to shut down all of the attempts to capture the spawn. But as GAIJIN focuses on playing the map, Triple V Esports, they just throw their bodies into the hardpoint.
And they throw their bodies in. I mean, it does work, but remember, Riz has that full streaks. He has that cluster strike. Might just haunt them in the end, but here we go. P3, 60 points for VVV. GAIJIN working their way, but they don't have anything right now. They only have 4 players active. 1 player is using that Dragonfire, but it doesn't matter. Mythil takes down 2 in a row. Make that 3 in a row. Huge plays by GAIJIN, and they just break that hill.
45, and now the players, Mythil once again stepping on in. He does have the Annihilator on hand, but he cannot bring it into activation just yet. Too little space to play around with, and Triple V Esports now hitting that 75-point mark, only halfway through to the 150 as the players of GAIJIN once again set up an early rotation. Flash brings out the Annihilator, not able to find anyone just yet. Tight corners, and he needs to be careful with, and the Annihilator does not get pushed down as it's a good slide challenge. Flash stays alive for those final seconds, and now for the rotation, GAIJIN, they need to set this up and fight it through the nail down to the end spots.
Yeah, those huge plays by them. Now we do see the Annihilator making its way. Gion, he's gonna get 2 in a row. That's gonna be very, very good at least. But now we do see GAIJIN slowly making the comeback. They still have that cluster strike agent. They can use this one actually, just to secure some points here. But Kenshi, he's gonna have some plays here with the Annihilator. He's gonna take down 2 in a row, make that 3 in a row, and that's how you use the Annihilator, just like how Kenshi is, being efficient. And now they have that control. Broke the hill. GAIJIN looking for answers.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, what a solid play so far from the very, very weak squad. And now Flash, as he tries to step on in, the players of Triple V Esports, they've just got a full-on lockdown. They've got the spawns out of cranes as well. You can see the overextension coming through from the one and only Gion, trying to catch the flanks off, but he overextends, leaving the rest of his team members to deal with the hard point. And, that overextension mainly came through for the setup of scaffolding. They want to be able to set up that rotation in for Fountain just quickly, sends out the Hunter-Killer drone as well, will not be able to bag anyone just yet, and the hard point in the hands of GAIJIN, but broken by Triple V Esports just through that rotation. But here comes the cluster out of the Singaporeans. Is it gonna be enough? They are picking up the point, but they have to fight back a little bit harder.
Yeah, they have to fight back a little bit harder indeed. 115 to 80. GAIJIN, they're gonna get control of the FP1, and the cluster came out already a little bit too early, but they want to get it. They don't want to give VVV that 130 to 140, closing into the end. But Flex gets that kill. He's gonna be hopping on that hill as well. But Mythil is there as well, trades and back and forth. And this is where the gunfights are gonna be very, very huge. Remember that first rotation, GAIJIN, they picked this up. They got most of the points here, and they also got that P2. But now VVV, they can just relax a bit here. They have a short lead here, AJ, but they need to fight that P2. They need to get that scaffolding now, and Kenshi has that Goliath.
Yeah, and Cisco immediately walking back through. He wants to secure the spawn. spawns, and Riz will be able to take one down. And I believe Cisco did manage to get a huge kill there, and that will be able to open up the second hard point on the side of GAIJIN, but nobody's holding onto the spawns just yet. And you can see the one and only Mac jumping on in. He is at Crane, and if he is able to win all of the gunfights here, he will be able to secure the strong spawn over for the side of Benny VG, and that is gonna be game. And even before he gets a stellar setup out there, he now is forced to the hard point himself as the rest of Triple V lose those gunfights. GAIJIN actually now have the potential to run away with this matchup.
They might just do. They brought out that sentry gun, and that's going to be very, very huge. But Flex, he's going to take the one down, but the sentry is still alive. One good play, Kenshi, he's going to break down one. And this is such a huge hill. Are you going to fight for this if you're VVV? Because you need to contest this one, because GAIJIN, they can end it here, just right here, and still not yet can anyone contest it from VVV. Final 12 points remaining for the side of GAIJIN. They can end it here. They bring out the Annihilator. They want to end it here, AJ. No more rotation. Just 1 second. Just have to hop on it. If you are Flex, he hops on it. That's it. That's all you need. And this is where the Goliath comes in.
Yeah.
Here we go. P3 game not yet over. 144 to 127. VVV already in control of P3. But then again, another Goliath as well. It's going to be Goliath versus Goliath. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Gion gets 2 kills. One push from GAIJIN can end the game. VVV, they just have to hold it. Kaso inside the Goliath now. Fights are going to be ensuing. Kenshi versus Kaso, the Goliath. Kenshi goes down, but he goes down as well. Flash going to contest as well. 2 more plays from VVV as well, but the spawns are going to be given. Triple kill for VVV. 4 more points, but Mintel gets a 2-piece, 3-piece. But HSS is there. Kaso gets the trade, but there's going to be one more player. Can anyone contest it? And no, GAIJIN, they bring it home. 150 to 147. 1-0. Very, very unfortunate for VVV, but the play right there, Mythil gets 2 in a row, and then Kaso ends it with the Annihilator. Great game by both teams.
Cisco, we've been waiting for him to shine for such a long time now, and I don't know what his score was on this particular game, but he made such a huge progress, because if he had not pulled the flank over towards Cranes and tried to take the back step to secure the initial spawns as they were opening up the second hard point on that rotation, on that reset, it would have not been possible, man. It was a huge deal. You look at the guy, Cisco, 16 kills, but that one kill that he got, he kept GAIJIN in front. It got them the spawns. They ran away with the matchup pretty much at that second hard point. And yes, it was a great ideation coming through from the side of Triple V to bring out the Goliath. But what they did not expect was for Kaso to bring in one of his own as well, right? All they needed was the break of the hill for a couple of seconds, and they got exactly that. What a play by GAIJIN, and what a takedown of one of the most supreme brands in Call of Duty Mobile. Triple V, they hurt, but will they stay down? 150 to 147. That's just salt in the wounds, bro.
Yeah, solid in the woods indeed. 3 points, very, very unfortunate. But look at the side of GAIJIN. 28 for Mythil, 27 for Flash, 28 for Riz, 19 for Kaso, 16 for Cisco. Still not yet there, AJ, but he is on par with his teammates. Just doing a lot. For the side of VVV, no one really dropped a lot of those kills. Probably Kenshi with 18. Another 3 players got 17. H with 11 as well. You don't want to see that from him. They need to step it up, but I feel like in S&D, this is where VVV might just have that advantage, especially with Kenshi and HXS, that sniper duo.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And when we drop into this S&D, GAIJIN just needs to find their momentum, and I believe they might be able to get it through the deliveries of Cisco. Kaso, I expect him to be able to step up for the squad as well. They might be bottom fraggers this time round in this game, but as they do get this wake-up call at firing range, I think Triple V, as they are on full alert, they might just take this down to round number 11. I will not be surprised at all if that happens, Jericho.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if it does go to that distance, AJ. But 150, 147, it's still a great game. There was a funny thing in the end, AJ, with the Goliath versus Goliath. It was just pretty cool. I mean, but that's where those operator skills come in. If that was a purifier, I feel like anyone could have won that one. But the Annihilator there, that's pure skill there. Pretty much hitting those shots when you need. Yeah, it's at the moment you need them. That is just pure skill by the side of GAIJIN. But now, can they keep it up? Can they win the S&D? Because Cisco, he has a lot in his hands here. Him and Kaso is going up against HXS and Kenshi with a sniper battle. So It's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it's just a little unfortunate because obviously it was the right decision for Triple V to bring out the XS1 Glide in the third hard point. But, you know, for all they knew, I mean, they did not know the fact that they would be responded by a good XS1 on the side of Caso as well, right? If at all that was not the case, I believe Triple V Esports would be up by one matchup. Now, Flash would take down onto HXS, very aggressive on the defense from the get-go.
Yeah, it's that very, very aggressive defense there for the side of GAIJIN and VVV. Stuck in the 2 versus 3. Mythil takes down Kenshi. It's all up to Captain Gion, trying to make the play here. He does have that CBR, that Type 25. Very, very winnable here. Look at the place of GAIJIN. They're all spread it out. So if Gion just gets one of this pick, or gets 2 picks as, with the sniper, this could be very, very winnable.
Let's see what's his idea here. 1 minute plus to go, so that's a lot of time. No wall bangs coming through as well. John just maintaining trigger discipline, not revealing his position just yet. And now, down at the shooting range, he will be able to find the one and only Caso. That pre-fire warns Caso. Caso doubles back, finds the defense inside of the white warehouse. One mistake made by Gion. Man, Caso, what a slide challenge on that snipe.
Yeah, slide challenge indeed. Beautiful shot by Caso, but that's going to be the first round for the side of GAIJIN. I was about to say GAIJIN Rogue, but only GAIJIN now. And now, let's see what adjustments will VVV do here, but I like it. Very, very aggressive, and Caso trying to hit those wall bangs, but nothing. But look at here again, same strategy, but this time Flash takes down Flex, he takes down HXS as well. Kenshi takes down Cisco. Flash gets 3 in a row. Huge kills by Flash. Spots another one. Can he make that 4? Yes, he can. But Mac gets that tray with a Holger. But 1 versus 3 damage has been done. AJ Caso cleans him up. 2-0 for GAIJIN.
My, oh my. What a aggressive push coming out of the side of GAIJIN, and Mythil really, Flash really taking the cake here, man. Just so much of aggression up forth as he goes in there for those push round after round. But, you know, he shouldn't be pulling it off on the 3rd round in a row, right? He should be back in a way, and it looks like he does exactly. No, he does not. He's still as aggressive as ever, and that might just find the demise of the side of GAIJIN. He just needs to be careful as he repeats that one trick again and again.
Yeah, the same trick over and over again. But this time, look at VVV. They decided to really pull it back really far now. Now Flash, does he still want to do it? Does he want to go in there and make an impact there? But so far, Kenshi trying to find a pick here in order for them to make the play. Nothing is happening yet. He spots up. Ooh, that's so unfortunate. The moment he scoped out and jumped, that's going to be happening. Now, a minute left, and VVV, they are just waiting for something to happen now.
This is unfortunate. Flash again. HXS taken out. That aggressive hole. I mean, it's about time they spot out the position that he holds on to, who gets baited out, but no bait and switch. Another player steps on in front, and Flash still is able to pressure them, or focuses on the trophy system, and that gives Flex the opening to shut him down. And now it's a 4v4, guys, and back on the chopping block here. If they do not manage to find a good rotation to cut off the axis of Triple V Esports, and that is going to be pulled off by Riz, brings the CBR straight to Barracks Hut, but will get traded out by Gion, and Triple V Esports now 3v3. They still have not found an opening to that bomb site.
Yeah, they haven't found anything. 3 versus 3 now, but here comes Flex. That's an opening they need. Beautiful shots by him. That's gonna be 3 versus 2. Middle will be open though, but there's gonna be a player that's gonna be Cisco with that sniper. Can he find the pick here? But Gion watching over Flex, and Cisco, he spots one. The pre-fire comes through, but he's gonna need help. He's gonna almost takes him out. Flex takes him out. Last player alive is gonna be Caso. He takes down Gion. Caso with that sniper, very winnable if you are Caso here. If he manages to get this quick scope on Flex, I think he knows where Kenshi is. He's gonna get spotted. Brings out that J358. Very, very winnable here, AJ. Can he make the quick scope? The 18 seconds left. He spots one, but there you go. Beautiful connection by the cousins. Yeah. Flex and Kenshi. Crossfire. Finally, first round for VVV.
Yeah, perfect in terms of the setup. They had each other's backs, and as a matter of fact, as they had each other's backs, they didn't need to, because the opponent jumps right in front of the both of them. That's a GG right there. But GAIJIN still in front with the numbers, man.
Yeah, I mean, GAIJIN just doing a lot of great things here, but finally VVV, they've managed to make a little bit of some adjustments here. I feel like they should just let Kenshi run a different gun. I feel like the sniper isn't the way right now. You know, that B rush has really worked the last time, AJ. You gotta play trades here, you know. Someone really has to die at the start here in order for them to make the push to B.
Let's see if or not they can get a better hold of this SND, because at the moment it's just surprising to see Triple V second guess their approach towards that bomb site, and that's all because of the one and only flash. And that MX9 just gives him, it just keeps him light on his feet. He's just able to cut down the distance, and once again now aggressive flash gets a double. What in the world did this guy eat for dinner?
I have no idea, but so far GAIJIN just taking it to VVV. 8 Mac, last player alive, 1 versus 3 is winnable. Misses that shot. Flash takes him out. Flash, 10 kills already. 10 kills.
I don't know, but Flash is on fire.
He is on fire right now. But can he keep it up? And for VVV, no adjustment whatsoever happening right now. I really want to see a rush. You know, I feel like Kenshi just dropped the sniper for me, and this is it. This is the rush. The rush is gonna happen, but Flash, he finally gets taken up by HXS, but there's gonna be a player right below him. Kenshi, he does hear him. Can he take him out? He spots him, gets a hit marker, unfortunately, but that's gonna be information for them. That's gonna be a clear sight for them. Kenshi stuck in the middle. He's gonna be taken out, but he will take out one player before he goes down. This is gonna be very huge if he tries to get one. Mythal nading trailer as well. Mac takes down Riz. The nade gets a hit marker. H takes out Kaso, and now it's gonna be a 5 versus 2.
This is a good play this time by Triple V. Jean will be able to punish Mythal, and the final play in the name of Cisco. Guy's been struggling, but can he clutch this out? No, Cisco, don't die like that. Yes, that's a good response. Pulls out the CBR, and he gets the spray, but unfortunately, Flex will be able to play that information against him. And as we switch sides, GAIJIN in front.
Yeah, GAIJIN in front, 3-2 in this half, but you know, good 2 rounds for the side of VVV. Let's see if they can keep it up on the defensive side. Probably they really wanted this defense, but let's see what happens here. So far, just same play here, but look at this trailer push. Flex trying to make some plays here, but Cisco takes him out. Gion takes out Riz as well. 4-4, but Flash managed to get on top of the tower, but at MX9, you know, you gotta switch it. If you use a CBR, probably gotten that kill.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And now it's a 4v4. Flash sitting down inside of the scout tower, trying to scout out, finds information, does not get the kill, but Kenshi from the back shuts down Cisco. Cisco still struggles in the competition as he tries to find some of the momentum for himself. Kenshi inside of auto repair. Is he gonna take Flash out with this good grenade? Good toss. Flash, hit marker, and you know Kenshi has got that information. Wallbang's not gonna give him anything just yet, but now Flash knows exactly what sort of position to play and immediately bags Kenshi out of the equation. HXS will be able to find Mythal at the end of his scope. Kaso, can he hit this, and can he hit it hard? GAIJIN, bomb on the ground. It's a 2v2 now as Kaso finds HXS. Let's see if Jean and Mac can hold the ground down on this defense.
Let's see, they're both far away from each other, AJ, so no trades. Definitely going to be a 1v1 for both teams, but Kaso in a very, very precarious spot here. If he gets taken out, this is a round win for VVV, because remember, he has that bomb, but Flash, he's going to be lurking all the way in the middle. He's going to get caught. You're going to be running for nothing there. Now it's all up to Kaso in a 1 versus 2. Very winnable. We know this player is capable of it, but Gion and Mac, that duo on VVV. See what they can do here. Kaso, he spots one. Mac trying to go for it, but the timing is unfortunate here, but he doesn't even put him on down. There's gonna be 2 players there. He takes one down. He doesn't know it's the fuse is there, and bros never fake. Gion, they got it. The smoke screen by Mac, it worked. And just like that, we are up 3-3.
Yeah, that's a perfect round coming through from the deadly combo. And Gion managing to get that clutch. What a play by Triple V Esports to equalize. But they just need to find that solution for Flash. And as long as Flash is out of the equation, GAIJIN immediately seems off because the other players are not delivering as strong.
Yeah, it's not really delivering now. But now we do see GAIJIN, you know, they have some cracks here. They have some cracks on this offensive side. They're gonna have the bomb down though. They have trailer control as well. 5v5 retake. Kenshi takes one down. H takes another one down. He's gonna try to take out the second player. Yes, he does. That's gonna be 2 down. Make it 4 down. HXS triple quick scope. And this is the round for VVV Esports.
Yeah, what a play, what a win. Cisco barely could throw in anything into that round as Triple V Esports grabbed this win. GAIJIN, they are now on the back foot. Cisco still struggling, but he is thankful as Riz and Mythil join him on that streak of 2 kills. See, Triple V Esports will be able to take advantage of that as they set up a 3-2 on the defense. Attacking side of GAIJIN, like you said, showing signs of weakness. 2 players with the bomb on the approach for the B side. Kenshi not able to punish just yet. No hit markers out of that shot. But Riz trying to go in there for the direct challenge. They need to find 1 kill. And let's try to open up one of these sites just first before going in there for the rush. Once again, they cannot depend on Flash this time round.
Yeah, I feel like Flash, he's been shut down. He can't rush anymore on his own because every time he lurks, it's a 50-50. You know, if you get a kill, that's huge. If you get 2, that's better. But if you get taken out immediately, it's just pretty much unfortunate. Just like that, Riz, too aggressive for my liking there. No information whatsoever. You go in there, you get taken out. You pretty much just give your teammates the L here for this round. And now they have to depend on someone else to make the play. Caso with that sniper trying to do that will take out that trophy system. But here comes the triple VVV push. Here comes the nade, the stun. I love this from them, just aggressive pushing. And that forces the side of GAIJIN back. And this is what they were doing. You know, this is what GAIJIN was doing on their defensive round. They kept on pushing over and over again. And VVV, they did it now. And now GAIJIN, they have no answer.
On match point now, Triple V Esports, can they pull it off for one final time? If they can, it's a GGWP for the side of GAIJIN, as a very strong carry by Flash was just not enough. Good backup from Caso as well, but they need a full teamwork in terms of gameplay out there, just like what Triple V is showing us.
Yeah, Triple V right now. Kenshi gets 2 in a row. 2 beautiful sides. Mac takes down Mythil. There's going to be 2 more blades. Cisco takes 1 down, but there's going to be more blades of VVV. Gion gets that one. Last player alive. It's going to be Flash. What can he do? He's going to flash out to the next map. VVV take it 6-3.
What a play. What a comeback. Very, very reachy. Just showing their quality in this SND. What a stellar momentum they pick up for themselves and run away with. It's a good response after that Hardpoint disappointment, Jericho.
Yeah, it was such a great comeback from them. I mean, they could have won that hard. They could have been 2-0, but you know, just those micro management, just winning those gunfights in the end, that's really what it mattered the most. But now managed to get that second game, so that's gonna be 1-1 for them. But let's see if they can keep it up. You know, that third game domination and standoff, they're pretty familiar with that map. They know what to do there. But GAIJIN, they picked that map. Remember, if it was Crossfire, I would have given the edge over to VVV. But since it's going to be standoff, a little bit 50-50.
Yeah, the struggle continues for our guy Cisco, as he does not... I don't know what's up with the player, right? Because he is a very capable player out there. You know, and his individual style most definitely is able to hit the mark. But in a squad, it just doesn't seem to be gelling well with the rest of the GAIJIN players. These could just be budding problems, you know, as he's just tries to get on in there to mingle with the crowd, just see if or not they can synchronize on all of their strategies. But, you know, it's just in terms of some of their approaches in the matchup so far. But Triple V, their adjustment, as soon as they managed to get into that defensive position, that's all that it took, right? And I believe, who was it on the side of Triple V? Flex it was. Flex took the position of Flash, and he brought out the MX-9 of his own, and he played the exact same strat. You want to rush? I can rush as well, and he takes the cake for that.
Yeah, like a taste of your own medicine, because Flash, he was having his way for 3 straight rounds.
Yeah.
Once they switched sides, Flex was like, all right, you know what? I'll teach you how to do it. And that's what they did. So, I mean, it's very, very nice what they did. A little bit of adjustment, but their offense needs some polishing, though, AJ. They were really struggling that way. They couldn't do anything. the sniper shots weren't hitting on offense. Thankfully, you know, the rush, if they would rush, I feel like that's better for them. But against top teams like the Omegas and the Blacklist International, they need to hit those shots.
Yeah, and if you're on the defense, you are on the stronger side when it comes to S&D. So it's understandable as to how did the side of GAIJIN manage to kind of manipulate that to their advantage and really run away with those first 3 rounds. But they were really banging big on the abilities of Flash to get those initial kills. And if Flash wasn't able to deliver those back-to-back victorious shutdowns, I don't think it would have been possible. And when we did see Flex running the exact same strategy, how was Triple V able to run away with it? Is he had that solid backup, man. The rest of his team members were roaming around. They were getting their positions locked down as well. When it came to GAIJIN, it was just Flash. You know, and it just, there was just no follow-up. You just depended on Flash once again to step on out and get more kills. Flash goes down, round is over. And you cannot have that if you are GAIJIN. And when we move on into standoff, hopefully that momentum that GAIJIN was able to bring into takeoff can be shown at standoff as well.
Yeah, I mean, standoff, indeed, this is like the pivotal game number 3, because this could swing that momentum. If you win game 3, you could win game number 4. But so it's going to be very, very important. But it's a new map for GAIJIN. We haven't seen them play domination standoff. We always see them play on Crossfire as well as takeoff. Those maps that are very, it's just I mean, I don't know why they keep on going for it. You know, if I was their coach, ban that map now.
Well, let's see if or not they will be able to show us their strong side. Standoff to domination. Triple V ESPORTS, they don't make a beeline for that B flag just yet. They send their players into Bakery, and they want to take that shutdown. Oh, at private backyard. But it is GAIJIN, Caso, together with that backup as well, in the name of Rez, who wins the double gunfight. Tamayo bagged out by the Thumper as well. And GAIJIN, they have that initial advantage of the pressure played for that B flag.
Yeah, for that B flag indeed. But so far, early kills coming through from the side of GAIJIN. VVV now pushing through. They're just getting some kills here. But so far, at the moment, no one's really having that pressure on that B. Everyone wants to go for that distraction gameplay. They want to get through that home flag. And so far, everything is working out for the side of VVV. And for GAIJIN as well. No one's really having an advantage here.
Let's see if we can turn things around, because both teams have the same idea, right? Protect private backyard, and that's going to be the cover, because if you do have your players there, the prevention for the takeover of that B flag is going to be easy, and to jump onto that objective to be able to cap it is going to be convenient as well. But you see the adjustments coming in from GAIJIN. They no longer want to play the backyard. They drop into hotel yard instead. So those are the kind of micro adjustments that you expect to see out of a squad, and GAIJIN's actually playing it slightly better than Triple V at this very moment. The markers already on that B flag by the side of Triple V, which needs to be cleared out, and it is being worked out by Mitchell here, almost taken down. Hit marks on him, he backs away, needs that backup inside of Bakery. Nobody's on that second floor. This is the opportunity for GAIJIN now.
The opportunity for them indeed. Let's see what they can do here at the moment. But so far, what we could do is we could just wait and see here, because so far no one's really captured B. It's just been a back and forth gunfight. 3 minutes already into the match, 2 minutes into the match already. I mean, no one's captured B. It's always been just, you know, getting the kills first, and that's what you need to do in domination. You got to get those 4 downs, 5 downs before you can start capturing it. And everyone, it's just been an overextended battle. It's like domination TDM right now, because everyone is just holding down their home flags.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. 33 to 30 now, almost a triple cap. The B flag just needs to be grabbed by the side of Triple V. Flex making a solo push on his own, and he will be able to secure that, given a final second. But unfortunately, Mitchell is there for the prevention. Clears off the marker as well. Will find a couple of bullets in his back by courtesy of the Mayo on that power position at Bakery, who tries to make that play for himself, but gets shut down. That B flag still remains a virgin here, Jericho.
Yeah, still allowed, but finally, VVV, they managed to capture it 48 to 33. And AJ, things are looking good for them, and this is where GAIJIN, this is their weak spot on domination. They can't seem to get that slaying department. We talked about that a lot of times, AJ. Their slaying power is just not up to par with these top teams, and so far, VVV, with their momentum riding on it, they are riding away with this game right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Let's see if or not the comeback will be possible from the side of GAIJIN as they try to make a strong push for the B flag. Spawning out of gas stations as well is gonna be that blessing from the gods of RNG to play distraction, but they lose gunfights back to back to back, and that's just gonna be preventing them from making a stellar play. And VVV ESPORTS will be able to continue threading on to that 75-point mark halfway through, trading out flags as well as the players of GAIJIN go in to grab that C flag, and it is possible a flag will be lost to the side of VVV ESPORTS. Available now on for the activation. Flex brings in the Pred missile, but keeps it safe for the second half.
Yeah, keeps it safe indeed, and I think that's going to be it, 75-48. Let's see what happens in this second half. But, ladies and gentlemen, I do have to leave now because I need to pick up my mother. I'm sorry, this has to come to this one. But guys, don't forget, AJ will be here. He's going to be the one saving the day for me. We'll catch you guys.
Drive safe, Jericho. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, y'all gotta stick with me all the way down to the end of the show. Pred missile is brought out by VVV finally, and that's not gonna be bagging a lot, but a double Pred most definitely secures a good strike for them to go in for the play on the B flag, but no capitalization coming through whatsoever. They use 2 of those score streaks merely to get kills, and that's gonna be one of the biggest ways on the side of VVV ESPORTS. And now that B flag still wide open in the second half, 82-55. VVV ESPORTS still in with the advantage, finally making a play for the B flag. They have got a little bit of a touch on it, but not able to close it off just yet. HXS with the hunt will be able to find one, but immediately traded out by Riz, as now the players of GAIJIN, they tease that B flag. Are they going to be able to secure this? They win the gunfight down mid as well. Cisco with the backup. SVD, can he get the strike? But he backs away at that bakery. He needs to play the thumper smart. He does not, but brings in the Annihilator instead, and that will allow him to play that prevention for just a couple of seconds. Now smoke brought out by the side of VVV, and GAIJIN makes a play for that B flag, but that prevention comes through from both sides. Absolutely perfect. 66-93. And neither side once again in this kind of fighting back and forth for that flag, but finally with a double man push on the side of VVV, they will be able to secure a good one for them. Flash now, MX9 in hand. They have a double challenge coming through at the same time. Overextension by Mythil buys them the time to be able to grab the B flag, and this is a good response. Triple cap attempt coming through from the side of GAIJIN. This is one that you most definitely do not see coming at all. GAIJIN, are they going to be able to pull this off? Mythil solo on the play, gets the kill, and he needs to play survival, but he's bought so much of time for the rest of his team members. 105-81 now. 83 on the side of GAIJIN. A comeback most definitely possible. In that respawn earlier on as well, we did see them make that comeback, and it was just way too close for comfort. And VVV ESPORTS, they got triggered because of exactly what happened in there for a good comeback at the search and destroy. And let's see if or not a similar situation will be pushing them beyond the brink. 93-111 now. GAIJIN most definitely on the road to come back, and a prevention coming through from Mythil as well. Comfort does not bag the kill, and Flash will be there for that backup, and Mythil repositions himself on top of the roof of Granny's, and he will be able to bring on the pressure and play that A flag on distraction. Flash shuts down Flex. 103-116. VVV ESPORTS now. Palms a little sweaty. Perhaps the fingers are slipping off the screen a little too much as the pressure comes through from the side of GAIJIN, teasing that A flag. B flag not captured. 111-119. 111 in the faces of VVV, and this looks like it is a game for GAIJIN, but it's not too late just yet. VVV, they need to make a comeback. The Mayo holding on to Hotelyard. Solo on the play. Steps on a little bit too early. No backup there to make sure he can play sustainability. No smoke to play for cover as well. And Castle holding on to private backyard was able to play that prevention. 2-man push, but power position held on by Cisco, and this time Cisco makes that SVD work. Cisco makes those kills, pull the advantage to the side of GAIJIN, and at the very moment GAIJIN equalizes 129-129, VVV, they secure that B flag, and now in the exact same fashion that GAIJIN pulled that final second victory, Is this gonna be the side of VVV Vici setting themselves up for the W as well? Overextension from the side of GAIJIN. They want to be able to pull off that A flag and they win their fights over at Granny's. And yes, Granny serving up that cookie, giving them the extra bit of energy all through that sugar. Hunter killer drone for that visit and they will be bagged out. Flex manages to bring that to the use and VVV Vici. What a comeback. What a shutdown. 150 to 140. They bag this victory to stay in front. There's a good push all the way through, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But, you know, the one thing that the team of GAIJIN could have done better was absolutely nothing, because that was a game so well played by both sides. It was a stellar performance. Kaso continuously dropping in towards that A bomb site, holding down the fort for the rest of his team members, but it was just a matter of time before VVV ESPORTS kind of found their way right back through. And it was a really good Predator missile kill. Sorry, not Pred. It was a really good Hunter killer drone slay that they got for themselves in those final moments as well, for the prevention of the pickup on that A flag, which still put the momentum on their side. GAIJIN were close to securing this for themselves. And I mean, if you look at the kills here, if you look at the number of slays, it's pretty much equal on both sides, spread out all throughout the setup in here. But GAIJIN just could not find those finishing moments of playing that objective well enough. Cisco getting those 20 kills. This time, the guy does so much more for the team. And it's just a matter of time before he becomes one of the top fraggers yet again, with all of the quality that he brings into the squad with that promise. But VVV Vici, as usual, showing quality and showing the capabilities of that clutch towards the very end. It's just a little thankful if you are a VVV fan that the final second comeback was not made by GAIJIN, because if that had happened again, I feel like it would have been more than enough to push VVV beyond the brink. And now, for the time being, it is a 2-1 as VVV stays in front. The Mayo bagging the MVP, a well-deserved one, pulling a KD of 1 overall, which is slightly better in comparison to GAIJIN Flash, who would be around a 0.95 on the stats as far as the KD within this matchup is concerned. First game, we did see GAIJIN make that final second comeback. Third game, no way, Jose. We are going to shut you down. 150 to 140. VVV secures that game. Now, Summit Hardpoint, a one-sided map. The question here is who's going to be able to secure a stunning victory for themselves. Because if at all VVV Vici does manage to go in here and shut out the players of GAIJIN, obviously it's a good day for them. I hope it is a good fight back from GAIJIN as well, because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's face it, they most definitely deserve it after a strong showing at Hardpoint, and they've been able to prove that they can hang long enough with VVV Vici. And all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters feels like Ways of War again. The Mustachios rocking it in here, solo on the shoutcast. Let's see if we will be able to pop off. The one thing I know for sure, either side wins. My throat is a goner by the end of this day. Riz, CBR on for the play middle. It's GAIJIN that wins the initial gunfights down here at the first hard point. And you know how Summit works. Even if you do manage to run away with the initial points, it means absolutely jack. When it comes to a game of Hardpoint, one good hill can put you right back in, and the number of money hills in this map, 2 mainly cable car platform, the 3rd and the 4th Hardpoint and Blue Radar Station. That's exactly where you want to be focusing for. Control room number 2 and its platform, you can expect it to swing back and forth. And with the way the points are swinging back and forth now, GAIJIN still remaining in front, but for how long will they be able to hold on to this? VVV spawning out of Green Radar Station. That's a good spawn if you are holding on to that second hard point. But for the first hard point, you want to focus on getting the approach from the red garage, and that's exactly what they are able to do. The spawns now belonging to VVV, playing the map right, and the Pred missile on activation for Kaso might just be able to be the winning ticket over at the second hard point, not needing to waste it so early just yet. Kaso just needs to remember that Pred should not be be securing kills, but it should be securing this. And it's just an unfortunate waste of a Predator missile from the get-go, which I'm pretty sure he will be regretting later on as well. Very Vici, on the other hand, just focusing in on the capture of the edge platform, and now they've started in with the initial points, and you can see the overextension coming through from Xion. What does Xion want to do? Xion wants to be able to get this spawn out of Green Radar Station, but it's a little too early. They don't need to focus on it so early because you only want to be able to flip that spawn out, get Green Radar Station towards the final 20 seconds of this hard point. Now is the time, because that also sets you up for an opportunity for those early rotations that you will desperately need for the Money Hill cable car platform. But they don't need to work for it much as the players of GAIJIN double back down. They want to go in for the early setup. Caso shuts down HXS over at the water tower, and they are securing the spawns over for the Money Hill. But with them spreading out, with two players holding on to spawns instead of just one guy, the hard point is going to be very easy to break by VVV ESPORTS. And now VVV just needs to throw their bodies in there. But they don't seem to be winning their gunfights, unfortunately. Risk goes in there, bags one out with the CBR, brings out the thumper, gets the second grenade, not for the pop just yet. CBR will continue to slay on for the Annihilator on activation. Lucky he didn't pull that out as he drops finally. GAIJIN very conveniently takes that hard point right back, and Summit, although we talk about it being a one-sided map that VVV ESPORTS have most definitely shined on many a times before, GAIJIN showing that they can hang with the best. Hitting that 75-point mark. Halfway through, they are in the lead. The Singaporean smiling from year to year. VVV ESPORTS, on the other hand, forced to go in here for a very early rotation for their own Money Hill, the Blue Radar Station. Now, GAIJIN needs to break this hill. Then the first thing they need to do is to secure the spawn, not play the hard point directly. Flash goes in for the distraction. The Annihilator play gets shut down, but the backstab from Mithil, this is gonna be the playmaker. He gets the first annihilation, second annihilation, on for the securing of that spawn as well. But one final player to get taken down is gonna be Mac. Mac plays that perfect shot on that gravity vortex, gets a double for himself, secures the hard point, but the spawn broken by the players of GAIJIN finally, and now they should be able to make a play. Sentry on the setup, they take the hill, and that's the way you play Summit on hard point number 4. GAIJIN really taking the fight over to VVV ESPORTS, and the challenge coming through as well, but it really doesn't matter for the side of GAIJIN. As they hold on to the spawn, they will be able to have the numbers game, the numbers pressure, and yes, the challenges do come through. They trickle in one after the other, but GAIJIN, 10 more seconds through, they will be able to pick up each and every single one of those scrap points from this 4th hardpoint. On for the setup for the reset. Control room number 2. As you can see, no sentries through from the side of VVV ESPORTS just yet. Even that one threat that they had, it got wasted. The usage of these score streaks must be well played, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You cannot be wasting such heavy artillery in this game here. Caso, Annihilator on activation, just waiting for the best timing. 129 to 59. VVV ESPORTS really making the mustachio grind here. If they get the win, I can stop screaming because they'll bag this 3-0. But GAIJIN, it looks like they want this voice a little bit longer. 133 to 60, and it looks like it can all end at the next hard point. Not possible at this, as VVV ESPORTS finally manages to find that break. Caso brings in the threat, finds Kenshi. I feel like that could have been played slightly better at that second hard point when you find all of those players kind of just trickling in one after the other, especially when it comes to securing the spawn out of Green Radar Station so that you can go in for the early rotation once again towards cable car platform. But you know, whatever rocks your boat. 133 to 76. VVV ESPORTS now picking up the scraps as well from this first hard point on reset. The overextension coming through from HXS, but he gets taken out of the equation. Flash opening up the hard point, but it's not activated just yet. By the time he hops onto it, the challenge comes through, and he will be able to find a few of those players. Sentry right in front. The guy can't go in for the challenge. Held on by VVV Triple V Esports nonetheless at the back. And Flex really knowing how to play his angles, but Caso's sentry does manage to get a play as he steps out of his defenses. And from the back now, Gravity Vortex sent in to take out the sentry, but a sentry setup nonetheless once again for the side of GAIJIN, just to make sure they run away with this matchup. 147 to 90. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, game over for VVV as GAIJIN senses to game number 5. Stellar plays out of all of these guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as expected. We wanted to see match number 5, and it is GAIJIN and Triple V that deliver on that request. And it's not going to be the final one of the day, because you know Sem9 as well as M420 LOWKINGS will be expecting to step it up as well. What is going to be the play for the rest of the day as we move on into S&D? Will it be a slow-paced matchup all the way from start to end? Or will we see GAIJIN, especially in the form of Flash, flashing through the battlefield and shutting down the plays of Triple V one after the other? Because this was one of the poorest showing on Summit Hardpoint that we have seen out of the Triple V brand, which is quite shocking. And as a matter of fact, this was their map pick. So I'm just mind blown with how GAIJIN was able to take this challenge, turn it around, and shove it right back in the faces of Triple V. 25, 25, 25 kills. Mythil, Flash, as well as Caso, all maintaining their performance. Cisco stepping it up as well. The guy is finally finding some momentum in these games, and Riz not too shabby at all with the performance. But when you look at the VVV side, with HSX just hitting that 1122, you know that's going to be trouble being spelled out with capital TROUBLE. And none of the other players were able to kind of, break away from their team members' performances in here, truly be able to shine on their own out there. It's just pretty much an average performance from each and every single one of the Triple V squad, which is a shocker, which is most definitely a stellar shocker when you look at Summit. And teams might be pegging this as one of Triple V's weaker maps, which I will not be blaming them for. I've just got a question on whether or not this was a fluke and they purposely dropped this to show that it is not one of their best maps. It's not the best strategy, though, because you give GAIJIN an inch, they'll most definitely take a mile. 150 to 147. That was a good takeover by GAIJIN at the very final second. Triple V did manage to make a comeback, 6-3 at firing range standoff, 150 to 140, an uncomfortable win because of how close it was. But at Summit, there was only one winner from the get-go. And the usage of the Dread Missile from the side of Triple V, from the initial points, super questionable, man. I mean, I just do not understand the approach that Triple V took within that matchup itself, but it is what it is as they set themselves up now for a blockbuster of an SND to play. And it really can go either way, right? 50-50. Technically, when we look at firing range on the approach earlier on, it was a very strong start from GAIJIN because of Flash and all of his rushes. This time at Raid, yeah, you can go in there for the rush, but you're not going to be able to play it as safely, right? Because the cover is not going to be as solid as what you find out there on firing range. Just one angle to keep an eye out for. But at Raid, once you go in there for the rush, many of these angles where you can get cut off, and many look at them, such an aggressive hold on the defense, sending two players straight towards passageway. It will be taking that aggressive approach towards this game, just like what GAIJIN started off with on the defense earlier on. And now left with a 5v2. GAIJIN needs to depend on Mythil and Cisco. Cisco, can he deliver? Brings in the CBR for the plays this time. Can she on that second floor at time? Not going to be able to bag one just yet, but Flex drops Mythil, leaving Cisco all alone. Lonely. He is so lonely. Will he be able to get this clutch? Cisco sprayed out. And what a perfect round for VVV. GAIJIN struggled, but it was expected because of what they have been putting Triple V through so far. In the previous search and destroy, it was a very aggressive approach when it came to the defense by the side of GAIJIN, and they inspired Triple V to do the exact same thing once they went into the defensive position, and they bring that exact same momentum in here as well. Kaso shuts down HXS from afar. Kaso could have gotten that wall bang, but just unfortunate with that angle there. Riz CBR is going to be able to bag one. Yes, he does. Flex taken out a little bit too easily with the CBR, and you know he's been grinding this up by the skin alone. Kaso and Flash back to back. Triple V this time left on a one-man potential clutch here. Mac. Oh, KRM, what a slide! Does not get the second. And GAIJIN, they hold hands and they run straight towards the attacker. Kaso. This guy smiling year to year. Yep, he sees Vinny Vici bringing the fight. He's excited, bro. Let's see exactly how the fight will be on the setup this time round. GAIJIN on for the initial spot from bedroom. Kaso's not going to find anything just yet. They do have Mac on the defense at basketball court. Overextension coming through as usual from Triple V. Flex wide open just at gallery. Was the rest of the players from the side of GAIJIN already on the approach towards basketball court. Triple V playing retain. GAIJIN on the other hand, playing it slow. They know they're down by one man. A hit mark on the side of Gion as well. Flesh a little bit struggle. HXS with the shot and then repositions. But Flash and Mythil will be able to bag Gion and HXS out of this area. Flash will be able to get a double. 4v2, just like that. GAIJIN, they turn things around, leaving just one final player. Kenshi, can he get the clutch? Yes, he gets the first snipe. But as the play on the snipes, is Kenshi going to be able to turn things around on the defense on top of everything else? Pressure from GAIJIN can be played. Benny Vici on the other hand, it's all left in the hands of Kenshi. He needs to be able to pick up another gun. Apart from the DLQ, perhaps an MX-9 strain on the floor. Information from the rest of timing. It's just not on his side. Can he hold it? Yes, he does, but scopes out at the worst timing of all. But he does have the information. Grenade in hand. 22 seconds now. Time is just not on the side of Kenshi as he approaches the bomb site. 3 players to take down. 15 seconds. Time running out. Kenshi! A strike onto Mythil. The other 2 players from the side of GAIJIN backing away. Timing now. Timing. Cisco, can he get there? Kaso bags it. 1 more second. And Kenshi could have gotten the clutch. What a play by Kaso. And that's exactly why you saw the smiles earlier on. GAIJIN is no small team to be taken on. They most definitely bring in the quality. And this is something that I want to see out of Rampage as well, right? GAIJIN, Rampage, I mean, these players, the synergy between the players, they've been able to build it for such a long time now. But the biggest difference here, you guys, as you can see, Rampage has not really been able to kind of move away from that one point. I think they just maxed out their full capabilities. But GAIJIN, on the other hand, have never stopped growing from the time they stepped on into the competitive scene, right? And to be able to take a fight up against Triple V in such a convincing manner, it just shows exactly how much of effort they've been putting into their competitions and into their pro plays. Cisco, once again, the final man. CBR in hand. Should be able to check. Oh, information given away. Mac goes in for the hunt. Cisco, that's the way now. Double challenge will come through. Mac doesn't even wait with the KRM. 1 shot. 1 kill. GAIJIN, they now find themselves in a equal position, 2-2. And Benny Vici, they are trying to secure this victory, but GAIJIN is just doing their best to hold them back. Is this going to be a fight that they can come out of victorious? This is not going to be an easy match at all. I came, I saw, I conquer. Can I conquer the monsters? GAIJIN themselves. Kaso repositions himself, not wanting to take an aggressive approach towards the bomb site. Central Garden, Mythil. This is a very dangerous play, but they are not punished with this approach. Here's 1 player down on the side of Triple V already as GAIJIN tries to close this angle. Not for the pop just yet. Mac, what a thumper! Takes Riz out of the equation, but traded out by Flash. Gion takes out Flash. This is a back-to-back. They're 3v3 now. GAIJIN Triple V. The bomb already is set their eyes on that A side. Basketball court is open with just one player on for the takedown. HXS, but Gion, what a trade out onto Cisco, and the numbers advantage on for the defenders. VVV Vici. They hold their angles. They're not over-aggressing. They send out the Hunter Kenshi. Kenshi needs to play that sustainability out there on the battlefield. Kaso versus Kenshi. Kaso with the J358. Secondary on standby. Kill timing. Kenshi does not see that. Kaso walks around him. Dead silence, my friend. Spots out another. Gion punishes. Mythil trades him out. It's a 1v1. Mythil, HXS. What's this play gonna be? Good thumper out. Does not find him. But it's a DLQ. Going up against a smoke. A good use of the utility to get this plant pulled off first. What's the attacking side gonna do, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Right after this plant, he backs away towards pillars. Oh, timing, bro! Bye-bye, good night, HXS shuts him down. Mythil, unfortunately, was not keeping an eye towards kitchen, and this is VVV Vici getting up to that third point as we switch sides. GAIJIN still can make a strong comeback in here as long as they set their minds to it. But it's not going to be easy at all. As VVV Vici, they're super focused, hyper focused on getting this clutch, getting this victory. They have been pressured by GAIJIN enough. They want to run away now. Bomb in hand. They don't want to push into swimming pools just yet. Throwing all their players into bedroom. Allowing the snipe. But what is this play? Flex, Bomber, solo, towards Tiki. Does Flex know that he has the bomb? Because if he drops it right now, that's a GG. Flash holding on to a very acute angle. Pumps out the thumper from the side of Gion. Flash won't be able to find him because of all of that noise being made. And that's the first preemptive strike that GAIJIN brings out. Flash, on the other hand, will he be able to bag another one out? Mac on the left-hand side. But from the last calculation, Mac brings in the KRM. And there's not going to be an equal fight because Mac will be able to get one shot, one kill. Riz gets the second one. VVV Vici, they struggle. HXS. The bomb now on the ground. Attacking side of VVV Vici. Very weak on the approach this time around. And they are punished by GAIJIN. Is this going to be a perfect round? No, Mac makes sure it's not perfect. A little bit of the semblance of a comeback here. But unfortunately, Mac CBR does not bag out the MX9 supremacy. And GAIJIN equalizes everything. 3-3 now. 6 kills. Flex. Bomb in hand. Once again, onto the approach. Very risky plays out of VVV Vici. Trusting Flex with the bomb is not an issue, but allowing him to travel through alone towards the basketball court. In for the early approach. Mythil bags a double, make it a triple. And that's about it. GGWP Triple V in this round. They need to be able to pull something back. Gion and Kenshi do exactly that. Trying to thin the numbers, but the advantage still on the side of GAIJIN. Gion, Kenshi, what can they get done? Gion with the CBR. Long short rotation in towards money. Double back into kitchen. Mythil right in front of him. But it's a double challenge. And Kaso finds Gion. This is the final player. Kenshi brings in the Type 25 this time. Earlier, our man Jericho was begging this guy to bring in a assault rifle instead of the sniper. Kenshi finally, when he does decide to, might just be a little too late. 3-3 so far. Gets spotted out, information sent through. Kenshi smart to not go in for the challenge on the other side of Garden, but the pressure will come through now. Mythil looking for the kill. Oh, what a play, man. Mythil backing away, understanding that the advantage is on their side. They've got the bomb. There's no need for GAIJIN to rush. There's no need for GAIJIN to challenge. And Cisco bags out Kenshi for GAIJIN to put themselves in front. 4-3 so far. And VVV Vici, they're not conquering the monsters just yet. The monsters, on the other hand, showing that you can step in. You can come. You can see. Conquering shall be done by us. At least so far in this SND, that's what they proved. Kaso, the snipe's not able to bag anyone, but Flash will deliver with the MX9. Kenshi with the back. Ah, thumper by Mac. Good shot onto the one and only Flash. They've taken out the stellar player from the side of GAIJIN already. That kind of damage that Triple V needs early on. Gasso from the back, BLQ on for the aim. It's not going to find anyone to step. Timing, brother! And Gasso gets bagged out by Kenshi. And now the players of GAIJIN, 4v2. Numbers not on their side. Cisco and Mythil. Gion with the backup. CBR. He backs away in towards Art first. Not the timing is just unfortunate for him as Cisco backs away with his life, maintaining his distance, but HXS punishes Mythil. Solo player left on in here. He didn't take on 3 players at the same time. What can he pull off for the GAIJIN brand? Triple V will be able to equalize everything now, 4-4. And it's not going to be difficult as HXS takes a good snipe. And GAIJIN, they sweat. Even monsters sweat. Benny Vici. Fist bumps all around on the table as they very slowly, steadily make their way back into this game. Can they conquer the unconquerable giants so far within the series, which they have clearly struggled against? Very Vici. On for the approach. They've got the numbers inside of square center, but all smoked out. What a play! Mac gets the backstab, and it's 3 kills back to back. GAIJIN struggling, and now match point on the setup potentially as Riz takes Gion out. The numbers are not equalized just yet. GAIJIN, they go ahead to lose yet another. Cisco and Riz, they need to be able to get this flank and the clutch as well. Bomb planted already. And Triple V got the pressure stacked on. Cisco, if there's one time to shine, the time is now! As Riz manages to find a fight, but unfortunately bagged out. Cisco, good play on the Holger. But can he get the clutch with the Holger? That's the question. A little too slow on the ADS. Unless this guy brings in a monstrous setup from the gunsmith. Spots the player. No trigger discipline as HSX punishes him. Holger, clearly not the best weapon for a clutch. 5-4 now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And GAIJIN, they are nervous. The monsters thought they could stop the conquerors. But Veni Vici, staying true to their name. I came, I saw, I don't care if you're a monster. I conquer. Casso hits back. They want to push this into round number 11. Flash, and it's 9 in hand. Look at the reposition coming through from Triple V. Down in numbers. Oh, Flash! Big kill. Mac taken down. Gion strikes back. Kenshi gets Casso, but only one final player left in the mix now. Kenshi, can he get the clutch? What a slide! Flash with the MX-9 equalizes into round number 11 we go. Final round now. The winner takes all. Veni Vici taking the fight up against GAIJIN, the best series of day number 4 at the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters. Casso, grenade, not gonna find anyone just yet. Flash, MX-9, a little bit too far away if it comes into an engagement, if anyone peeks out of the basketball court. But he keeps the pre-aim there, waiting for an over-aggressive side of Veni Vici. GAIJIN this time, not taking the aggressive stance. That's fear right there. It's a 5v5, still on the setup. Mythil, bomb holder, not taking any chances whatsoever as well. Holding back as far as possible. They allow Gion to step on in front, together with the backup of Kenshi. But even though they do have that setup, look at the players of Triple V. Closing off Central Garden. Kenshi backing away in towards square center, making sure he locks down all of these positions. And GAIJIN, they cannot find an access in towards the bomb sites just yet. Engagement finally comes through. Riz, that's the opener. This is what GAIJIN needs. First frag, but played slow, played steady. You cannot rush the conquerors. You cannot rush ones who shut down the plays of others so easily. Gion spotting one out. Mythil! No trigger discipline will punish Gion. HXS will be able to take Flash out of the equation, but traded out by Riz. Riz gets shut down by Kenshi. It's a 3v2. Veni Vici, they struggle. Ah! Cisco! Big kill! 3v1. Kenshi, clutch! Or will you fall? I came, I saw, I got eaten by a monster. GAIJIN, Casso, Cisco, Mythil, 3v1. Bomb has been planted. Pressure now. Kenshi. And GAIJIN, they don't need to contest this at all. One guy steps out. Bad choice. Castle backed out. 2v1. 19 seconds. Myth. The quick scope does not hit. Second one as well. But the thumper does not get it as well. Reposition. Pillars needs to be checked. Kenshi gets Cisco out. And now 1v1. Timer not on his side. Goes in for the defusal. Mythil punishes him instead. And very VG fall. GAIJIN, the monsters, they reign victorious. And the Singaporeans will be able to stay alive in the competition as they take a step up, as they equalize with Triple V when it comes to the points on the overall leaderboards within their group. A stellar effort by very VG ESPORTS. Triple V, they did everything. But I tell you, man, it might have been the fried chicken in the hands of Cisco. It might have been the stellar snipes out of Caso, but it was most definitely a great showing by GAIJIN overall. The best victory of the day so far. It was well fought and truly deserved by GAIJIN. As, of course, we take a look at the breakdown of the scores. Mythil delivering flash as well. And you can count on them, man. But when you've also got, players like Caso stepping up with the snipes, Riz with that backup, I mean, we're not going to question Cisco's, struggle down there at the bottom, because towards that final round, it was a huge kill to throw the momentum back onto the side of GAIJIN, right? And very Vici on the other side, you did have Kenshi. He's almost always the final player left out there on the battlefield, and it's just not going to be possible for one sole sniper on a map like Raid to be able to get those clutches. Too many angles to spot out for. It's a little different when you compare that to firing range, where Kenshi most definitely can strike as the stellar player. Much fewer of those angles for that one lone sniper to go in there and cover. Xion, Flex, Mac, HXS, they most definitely did, their own parts in this game. But as you can see, the scoreline 5-6, it had to be pushed all the way into the final set, into the final match, to be able to pull away the victory. Once again, a well-fought and truly deserved victory for the side of GAIJIN. Very Vici, unfortunately, could not get it this time around. But I just wonder exactly how will the final standings look for Group B later on. These are the results, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. One of the few opportunities where we get to witness a best out of 5 being utilized all the way down to that final game. And it was a close match all the way through, 150 to 147. It does not get closer than that at takeoff. Hardpoint 6-3. It was a great approach by GAIJIN initially, especially when Flash was taking on all of those aggressive approaches. But Triple V, they hit back, and they hit back strong. They continued that momentum in towards that domination match as well. But it was GAIJIN that showed that they are able to hang with one of the best in the COD mobile industry. Flash, as usual, as you can see, some of these highlight reels, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when we started things off at takeoff, it was back and forth. It was so many of these initial approaches that Triple V kind of took towards these setups that was giving them those points. But the adjustments from GAIJIN a little bit later on, early rotations, shutting down the spawns, especially when it came to the setup of the second hard point on the reset. That's exactly where GAIJIN made the most for them. This is where they started off at that first hard point on reset. It wasn't enough just yet, right? Look at how far VVV pushed it, and we just totally skipped over where GAIJIN made the comeback. What's up, production? But it's okay, it doesn't matter. It was an end which was spectacular either way. 141 to 144. It was that tight all the way down to the very end, right? By firing range, it was the game of Flash. Yep. And just as his name, he was quick with the kills, quick on the approach, immediately rushing down all of his opponents, bagging those kills, manages to get a 3 feed, later on a quad kill feed for himself, but doesn't spot Mac out, who trades him out well. But that was all that Flash could do, because once they flipped sides and Triple V ESports were on the defending side, the game changed, the setup changed, and it was way too easy for them to run away with the matchup. This was literally a reverse sweep of S&D in itself. They took 6 back-to-back convincing rounds, and they didn't allow GAIJIN to make any of those plays anymore. And into the standoff domination match that we witnessed, it was once again a good side of Triple V. And GAIJIN, they struggled. Cisco, he delivered, but it was not as sweet as some of his shots could have been. Caso usually doing a lot of damage, and we have to give props where props is due, because initially it was GAIJIN that had, if you ask me, the better strategy, because they were blocking off a statue and tank. They were sitting down inside of the private backyard, playing on a lot of pressure, but they lost focus on the objectives. Triple V, on the other hand, although they did try to kind of cover the perimeters of these flags, they were continuously focusing on the objectives. They had the objectives on the play. They were trading out all of their opponents one after the other. And because that was only because they respected GAIJIN, and they knew that if they were not going to be making those kind of aggressive plays, it's not going to be possible for them to grab the win at all. And towards the very end, they made it work for them. And of course, it was at a point of 2-1, and we needed a comeback from GAIJIN, and a comeback we got. Summit was a one-sided map, and it belonged to one team, and the team's name was GAIJIN. And I tell you, the score streaks from the side of Triple V Esports in this map, this game was horrendous. Just decision-making was a little poor, and that shocked the life out of me, right? I did not expect to see such poor plays out of Triple V. You do not expect mistakes like that out of a pro team of the stature of Triple V. And then when we went into the S&D match, it was as close as the very first game was at takeoff. The points just were going back and forth, but they just left the one and only Kenshi all on his own one too many times, and this poor sniper could not get the clutch. It wasn't his fault, because every single time he was thrown into a clutch situation, the guy just had way too many of those numbers to come back against. And even as those numbers were, stacked up against him, look at him just making those plays for himself. Opportunity after opportunity Kenshi creates, but it was just stacked up too high. Mythil pulling in the Soldier of the Game title for himself. 16.6 on the average kills, 15.2 on the deaths, and overall KDA ratio of 1.09. It's not the most impressive, but you do not need impressive KD. You need victories. And when you secure victories, especially against big teams like Triple V, it gives you the adrenaline boost. And now GAIJIN needs to focus. They need to focus on beating Sem9. They need to focus on beating M420 LOWKINGS to make that strong comeback in the second part of the group stages as well. Do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is a double round robin setup for the group stages. The first time ever at a competition of this stage, and we are most definitely loving it. I'm going to take a quick short break. I think I've earned it, but when I come back, my throat is about to die once again. M420 LOWKINGS meets Sem9. That's most definitely gonna be a crazy battle. I'll catch you guys in 5 minutes.
Holy crap.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Simon Ghost Riley, looking fancy.
This looks like an ending, but it isn't. This is just the beginning.
One away from a cluster strike. Yes, he gets it. And look at this, just spamming it. And that's going to be a triple with the Pred. Takes him out.
Luffy just tries to outplay Cisco, and will be able to back Castle, but my lord, Luffy! Everything out here.
Yeah, the rest of this team members just doing a lot. If you have your teammates popping off and like just like that, if you're hitting those shots, nasty shot, make it 3 in a row.
Now being out shine. Yes, they did quite a good job getting up to that 100-point mark. But in the second half, it's just been one name being read out again and again and again, and that is Rampage. They are going to be able to equalize in a couple of... make a better comeback here, but they have to focus on breaking the spawn first.
Yeah, breaking that spawn first indeed now, but 7 here has that SKS. We do usually see an SVD here, but 5 kills for him. It's been working out. Make that 6. Can he make it 7? One away from a cluster strike. Yes, he gets it. And look at this just spamming it, and that's gonna be a triple with the Pred. Takes him out, and the Doctor, they are struggling. He wants to go for it. Annihilator still alive. 7 is just on a tear here.
But spawn trapping all of these players, and now finally making his way for that A flag, and he's just playing pure distraction all on him. My goodness me, Yato. Just use your score streaks already, boy. He doesn't even need to bring any of them out, because this is just such a dominating run. And Yato's just trying to get melee over all of these players. Won't be able to find yet another punch behind the back of the head. And at this hard point.
Yeah, a lot of momentum and Flash on a 4 kills spree. Make that 5 in a row, AJ. 5 kills for him. Make that 6.
Scopes in that way. It's going to be tough for Fury to make a comeback in here. My God, Captain! Won't be able to bag a double with all of that wall. Was it good or was it bad that Ranger left the squad? I think we've got our answer already. We have never seen Huntsman this sharp. We have never seen Huntsman this dangerous. Raven annihilates all of the players right before him. He plays the guy.
Now, they invested 3 here, so that's a lot of operator skills for the side of GAIJIN. But they needed all this time just to, keep the game close here. But can Riz try to make the play here? Just spraying it out with the death machine. No kills for him yet with that death machine, but so far he's getting a lot of information. Finally takes one down. One away from a Predator missile. Yes, he will get it, and he has to play for this cluster. Scopes out, unfortunately. Will spot 1, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Spots another one, takes him out. Last player alive, takes him. Nope, not yet. No.
Yeah, and the spawn just being held on by the players of 7-9, the one and only Zhengyu not letting go of the Kane area, and that is the kind of play that's just getting 7-9 a lot of his momentum at the hard point.
Yeah, a lot of momentum and Flash on a 4 kills spree. Make that 5 in a row, AJ. 5 kills for him. Make that 6. Can he make it 7? Working towards those streaks. One away from the Dragonfire.
Roger that. Enemy is near. Close in.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters, and we are down to the final series of the day. It is going to be 7-9 taking on M420 LOWKINGS, and it's not going to be an easy matchup for either side. M420 LOWKINGS, the ones who beat Veni, VG, and Sem9. I have to say, currently the best squad on the side of representation for the side of Malaysia. It's not going to be an easy fight between the two ladies, German boys and girls. But of course, let's take a quick look and see exactly how the day has been progressing in here so far. A quick recap of the schedule for the day. We started off with Smart Omega getting that perfect victory over AGUILA Esports, and then later Blacklist International Ultimate had the opportunity to extend their perfect run of serving out donuts, but unfortunately for them, C8 Legacy stole a solid matchup at standoff Hardpoint, but they were able to beat them 3-1 at the end of that series. GAIJIN, this is what you just witnessed, one of the best series so far, were able to take the fight to Veni VG Esports. Triple V went down, but it had to go all the way down to that final matchup. HUNTSMEN got the win over Team Fury, serving out that donut, and of course NERVO managing to grab that victory over the Doctors 3-1. M420 LOWKINGS, Bulalo, Kalo, Luffy, PJ, Raf, as well as Yopi on represent. If I say the prodigies in here is C8 Legacy, the unsuspecting supreme kings of the future might just be M420 LOWKINGS. So much of promise, so much of tenacity, so much of attitude from this squad, and I'm absolutely loving it, man. Let's take a quick look at the opponent, Sem9. They have got, of course, the stellar lineup of Bingo, Concept, Surti, Smokey, X3, Jasmine, as well as Zengyu. We've seen Surti on performance in the past, and when he brings out the KRM, that's a shutdown for sure. X3, Jasmine, will he be able to deliver on the snipes? For today, it does not seem like we've got Jasmine on cam, which potentially might mean the guy is going to be left out of the series. That will be hurting Sem9 just a little bit, but they do have quite a stellar backup from Surti. Although it's a KRM versus a DLQ, trust me when I say Surti will find a way to deliver. Jumping on into the head-to-heads, ladies, German boys and girls, between the players of each side that are usually, you know, the playmakers. Key soldiers of the side of Sem9 will be the one and only Surti, as highlighted. Low-K PJ on the side of the M420 LOWKINGS. And you can see 1.42 on equal KDs. How often is that? It's going to be an equal matchup, but when it comes to the kills, PJ slightly better. When it comes to the sustainability out there on the battlefield, Surti knows how to survive. And we have to give it to Surti. He does not find kills with the assault rifle most of the time. It is the shotgun. And in order to take a positive KD as a shotgun user, you need to have a lot of mechanical prowess out there on the battlefield. You guys know Crush, and I believe he is the shotgun god for a reason. And Surti kind of brings out those flares. PJ, on the other hand, I've not had the opportunity of really analyzing all of his plays in depth. So far, the only one we've been able to catch in terms of a series was when M420 took the fight up against GAIJIN, and we did see a very convincing victory. M420 getting the coin toss in here as well, and we expect Summit to be removed from the equation. That seems to be that one-sided map that they do not favor jumping on into at all. Sem9 usually on their prowl. In here, we have seen them comfortable on many maps, but in terms of taking off takeoff, might be the best decision from them. Let's take a look at their ban in here as well. Instead, it will be raid that they do not really want to mess with M420 LOWKINGS. M420 takeoff is then up for the taking. Hardpoint takeoff will be a good punisher, but instead of that, it brings it in towards Hackney Yard. In terms of the response from the side of Sem9, let's take a look. They bring on in here. Both of these pods, takeoff is the response from Sem. Now, this is just the absolute opposite. I would have sworn that I expected M420 to take it into takeoff and Hackney Yard to be selected by Sem9. But they want to help each other. I don't care. I just want to see a good game, and hopefully we get a match number 5 all the way through. My throat's gonna die, but it doesn't matter as long as we all have a lot of fun in here. But do me a favor, guys. Drop that like and hit that share. The viewership has kind of gone down, but trust me when I say everybody needs to watch this matchup. Standoff SND is the pick from Sem9. Response coming through by M420 LOWKINGS into map number 5. If we get there, will be... Drum roll, please. Let's see exactly what map number 5 is here. It's going to be Crossfire, which of course leaves us with the final map that is not picked by either side of firing range in for domination. Straightforward matches for the first 3, but Hardpoint at Hackney Yard most definitely going to be a tough one for either side. We have all seen exactly how tough it is to break that second hill, except for the exception of Almighty, which makes it seem so easy there, right? Purifier and Sparrow taken out. That's exactly what I expect from these top flight teams. Nobody wants to deal with the meta operators at the very moment. But this is the question. The question from me to you. Who do you think is going to be able to win this? Earlier on, Jericho made that bet. He thought M420 LOWKINGS was going to be able to pick it up. I have to bet on my boys Sem9 from the side of Malaysia because, you know, I think they need that little bit of extra boost of confidence on their side. And I also think after struggling in here so far, this is the moment where they want to be able to hit back. If they can get the win, they will be able to jump up or at the very least equalize with M420 LOWKINGS. If they go down, M420 LOWKINGS will be the supreme leaders of Group B by the end of today. What's gonna be the decision, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? We will find out. Pumpkin grenade in the hands of PJ. You know he's going to go in there for the quick toss the moment this opens up in towards that first hard point, and the players are in for the rush. It's a straightforward attempt by both, setting in 3 players from the get-go, but Sem9 holding the perimeter of this map just to make sure no circles, no flanks come in through from the side of M420. Yopi, Morningstar in hand, holding on to the hard point. No backup in here just yet. Jumps off of the objective just so that he can bait in the rest of the players. Smokey making a double kill play for himself. Needs to get the triple, but pulls out the sentry the wrong moment. Smokey gets smoked. Certi gets shut down. And M420 right back in the lead. Right back on the objective, running away with the points. Rap brings out the thumper, finds a hit mark, does not find a kill. Gets bagged out by the one and only Bingo PJ for the backup. The KRM to the chest, but Zheng Yu responds with a very good SVD on that shutdown. M420 with a very aggressive approach in for the first hard point, and one early rotation from Yopi into the second hard point as well. Get out of here, M420. You are punishing Sem9, and quite honestly, if Yopi pulls this off, I've got a lot of questions for Sem9, man. Yopi gets killed at the very final second, and Bingo gets the clutch for the side of Sem9, keeping the Malaysian side alive. And Bingo, he does clear out house downstairs at the car park as well. Are we going to be able to see him continue his streak up? 4 kills back to back, sends the thumper right in. Will not be able to find Yopi just yet. Yopi goes in for the shutdown, but gets taken out instead. Zheng Yu with a double, Sem9 with a stellar comeback, and this is going to be their money hill. Hardpoint number 2 is very hard to break when it comes to the side of Hackney Yard, and that's why I was so impressed to see Yopi with a very early rotation, very confident solo rotation, but unfortunately for him, Bingo was just a little too much to handle. Raf now with the backstab and gets the Type 25 on the kill. Sem9 still sitting down inside of that hardpoint. Nobody wants to jump on out. Zheng Yu holding on to the car right behind at the forklift. Abandoned building. That's going to be the play for the Malaysian side. They equalize. 9 more seconds. Yopi! What a break for the final few seconds, and that is the perfect way to take over the stats towards the very end of that hard point. And now, open hardpoint. Hardpoint number 3, one of the most difficult to capture, one of the most difficult to also go in for the hole because it is open. The best case scenario in here right now is bring out your utilities, bring out your smokes, and you can see that's exactly what Sem9 was doing moments ago. But Yopi breaks the hole with a smart play of that Annihilator. Concept jumps on in. Oh, panic, bro! Bulalo bags him out. Probably had Bulalo just before starting off the day. Bingo brings out the Annihilator. Luffy bags Zengyu with the thumper. Yopi holding on to the second floor, to the rooftop of office, my apologies, and he is able to play this power position for the third hard point. And M420, 20 seconds to go now. They do lose their objective player, but that's exactly what's going to happen in such an open area. 68 to 60. They have not run away with this just yet, but they are in front for the time being. Raf will be able to take out the objective player. 5 more seconds on for the play. Nobody bothers, and an early office setup coming through from the Filipinos. M420 LOWKINGS now 68 to 62. They are in the office. No sentry for the setup. Nobody was able to streak themselves out just yet at that point. But Vortex, Gravity Vortex on for the play now. It should be Bulalo with a final shot. Nobody back just yet, but it buys them a lot of time. Look at Bulalo playing that to his advantage. Oh, Yopi, what a strike with the thumper. Bulalo gets that kill. 1 in terms of his streak so far. He needs to continue that up if he wants to be able to activate that cluster. So far, Bulalo is struggling in order to maintain his conviction in this game. 95 to 62. The rest of his team members doing a lot. 30 shut down Bulalo. Oh, what a flick, bro. Gets the third kill. Hunter killer drone on activation. Is he going to be sending it out just yet? The answer is no. Back and forth. He takes care of both the doors. He is the hardest worker in the office today. PJ on the activation for the Annihilator. Unfortunately gets taken out by Smokey. 115 to 62. Sem9 goes in for that super early rotation in towards that 5th hardpoint Dockhouse. And Dockhouse is going to be the place where it's not super easy to defend. It has got 3 of these entry points, but 2 main accesses into the station. And you can see Sem9 holding on to such a great defense, putting their players out onto a very aggressive stand to make sure those 2 initial paths that you can jump on into the 5th hardpoint is cut off. But they lose their gunfights. And here's the approach from M420. Yopi once again with the break, baby. And he will go on in. Bingo shuts him down. Bulalo gets Bulaloed out by Zengyu. And it'll be M420 still at the hill because of the one and only PJ. Plays the hit glitch, gets the first kill, goes in for the slide, but gets bagged out. Bulalo still manages to get that double kill though, and he won't be challenged by Zengyu. Here comes the Annihilator. Yopi not going in with the strike just yet. He doesn't need to play the objective. All of these other team members are there. 139, 140 now. Sem9. All these boys, they are cracking, they are breaking, and yes, the bread comes through, but bingo, that's not gonna be enough. Final 3 seconds, they pick up scraps. But M420 LOWKINGS, they just need to go in here for the final rotation into warehouse. And this is do or die time. Sem9 needs to win each and every single gunfight with their lives on the line. Bingo gets a double with his Annihilator. Luffy stepping out to the M13 as well. You do not see a lot of the MX9s in here. The M13 needs to have that range on with the gunfights. Bingo, Annihilator in for the step up once again. But M420 breaks it. 148, and they get taken off of the objective. Sem9 now. This just needs to be an all-out battle. They cannot lose this point anymore. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The game will be made on that final break. M420 LOWKINGS, they strike, and they strike hard. And when the Cobras do strike, brother, you better run to the hospital or you will fall. M420 LOWKINGS. What a solid, stellar performance. But we accidentally saw something that we were not supposed to see. So that's a GG. So it's okay. Sometimes Butterfingers is the problem. PJ now with a flex. He sees a little bit of inspiration from the pros out there, and they just want to thank them. They want to give them that respect. They want to give them that little bit of credit for some of the things that they are achieving out here on the battlefield. Once again, man, when I say C8 Legacy, they are the prodigy. They might just see a very, very big rival in this up-and-coming M420 LOWKINGS as well. Yopi picking up the MVP for himself, and Yopi is my personal highlight player. If Yopi did not go in there for the attempted early takeover for that hard point on that rotation, it would have been way too easy for Sem9. Yopi still managed to break the hill for those final few seconds, got all of those crab points, and that just put so much of pressure onto the players of Sem9. And what I love to see out of this as well was the ideation coming out from M420 as to how they manage such a tough tough map of Hackney Yard when it comes to Hardpoint. There was that money hill, and the moment Sem9 jumped onto that money hill, controlling it, what was the decision from the side of M420? They rotate. They move on to the third hardpoint. Third hardpoint, one of the craziest to control, and therefore they don't control the hardpoint. They back away. They control the perimeters of that hardpoint and shut down any one of the Sem9 objective players. From the get-go, it was just a solid performance in terms of decision-making, rotation, as well as gunfights. Yopi, the MVP on the battlefield, and in my heart as well after the performance at Hackney Yard. Can they deliver on standoff as well? It's 12:01 a.m., ladies, German boys and girls, and the fight does not seem to be getting any slower. In fact, it just seems like it's been sending the adrenaline pumping for all of these teams. Purifier and Sparrow not allowed in for the mix, and we have seen how weak the Annihilator is in some of these close range combat. But when you bring it into Hackney Yard, you've got such a long distance between you and your potential opponents, and it's one of the best operators to bring into this map, especially when it came to guarding of the third hardpoint. You did see exactly how all of those players, they were sitting down inside of the second floor of the warehouse. We did see a player up on the rooftop as well, and all they did was bring out the Annihilator for the shutdown. One shot kill. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Sem9, you have to try on the next map. Standoff, is this gonna be the victory for the Malaysian side, or will M420 just run away with this one as well? It's a search and destroy, so the pace gets dropped a little bit. And as you can see, the defensive side of M420 LOWKINGS pulling in the Granny's Cookie strategy, inviting the players of Sem9 in towards that A bomb site, whilst the rest of the players hold on to Granny's house. They dip that cookie into the milk. You know, not too long. You don't want that cookie to crumble. Jasmine. Oh, good to see the guy playing, bro. Brings out the snipe. Very important for Jasmine to be able to hit those initial ones. Finally. None of those players are able to go in there for the approach just yet. Surti, KRM, straight into private backyard is what I would expect Surti to do. And he does have the mechanical capability to pull off those, to string through a couple of kills together. But it's a very slow and sure push into the bomb site. As for the rest of the players from M420, let's see what can they pull off in here. It's the Granny's house retake. You know how the cookie crumbles. Rough. Bros one apart first. Galo takes concept out of the equation. Numbers advantage on the side of M420. This break has not come through just yet. The approach is very slow. Finally, three players rushing all to the hard point. Sorry, to the bomb site at the same time. Yopi bags out Smokey, leaving one player. X3 Jasmine. Oh, on the pro. Gets the hit mark. Yopi will be able to put a few shots on him, and Wrath bags him out. What a play, what a setup. And it looks like the invitation of Grannies is the perfect strategy for M420 to execute. Will they pull off the exact same trick again? Sem9 are not ones to get caught by a one-trick pony, but at the same time, that strategy M420 has proven time and time again to be super effective for themselves. Yes, it is the Granny's invitation once again. Some cookies and milk for you, my little son. That's exactly what they're saying. Please come into the A bomb site. And X3 Jasmine, he will take that invitation, man. Steps on straight on in. Luffy. DLQ, what an angle for the guy to hold. Jumps out of the back door. Granny's house. Now, the backstab might just be possible for Luffy. Bomb already on the plant, but Luffy holds on to a very, very tight angle here. Super risky. Gets the hit mark. No takedown just yet. Jasmine strikes back. And yes, a grenade comes out for the pop as well. But a 5v5. Look at the storm. Look at the rush coming through for that bomb site. And yes, Yopi gets Surti. Surti managed to bag 2 kills first. Through the smoke he goes now. Yopi manages to get the spray. But final player left on in here. Yopi, can he get the clutch? Bingo. Finds the thump on him instead. And Sem9 pulls themselves right back into the matchup. And it looks like the LOWKINGS just had one too many cookies. I think they need to tell Grandma to shut up and play a little bit more of an aggressive matchup. And there you go. They bring that aggression out. They send themselves straight in towards that A bomb side on a double setup now from the one and only PJ and Yopi. They're going to be able to spray down the players of Sem9. Luffy does find that information of the player inside of the second floors of hotel. Oh, who repositions downstairs. Luffy a little too slow with the flick. He does not get the kill, but he does have that information. The rest of the players, PJ, he plays the little snake down on his tummy. Jasmine shuts down Raph. Is it going to be a GG if M420 does not trade one out? And Yopi does exactly that. Surti went in for the approach with a KRM, but he gets taken out with a thumper. Yopi with a lot of pressure, and it forces the bomber away from that site. But the B bomb site is wide open. Information from X3 Jasmine should be relayed over. How will Smokey travel from statues to Hotel Yard? He does have the opportunity, but you have to see that Luffy is holding onto that angle with the sniper as well. It's a very risky move, but he will push on in. Smokey, what a punish onto PJ. Anticipates the player in that corner. Sprays him out. Bingo gets Yopi. Two more players. It's a 2v3. Bingo, is he going to be able to catch Luffy? The answer is no. 2v2 now. A good trade coming out from Luffy. Slowly on the strafe. Jasmine finds him. And now, final player. It's the one and only K-Lo. Can he go down low and snuff out the players of Sem9? He needs to find everything in his hand. Good slide challenge. Oh, Thumper will not be able to find Jasmine just yet. Good snipe. K-Lo makes it a 1v1. Sniper on sniper. K-Lo picks up the Type 25. Oh, does not know exactly where the player is. Thumper gets the hit mark. Unfortunate for the side of Jasmine. K-Lo! What a clutch! And he puts his team in front. And M420 LOWKINGS, as dangerous as ever, as Sem9 struggles to keep up with their strategy. But the game is not out of their hands just yet. M420 LOWKINGS have not run away with the search and destroy just yet. What will the strategy be? Granny's invitation is not the setup this time around. They do have two players. One went super aggressive. Will be paid for that sticky right to his face. Surti, oh come on bro, that's not the kind of range the KRM should be hitting. The KRM just struck them. It's just really hard at that point. In the hands of Surti, once again, ladies, German boys and girls, it's a GG if you meet him out there on the battlefield. M420 LOWKINGS now down by 2 men. They need to equalize the numbers, and Luffy's looking exactly for that. He has got the right angles, but just not enough luck on his side. X3 Jasmine finds a player. PJ punishes with a KRM, and that's a good start. But unfortunately, Bingo trades him out. 2 more players. Raph will be able to find one, but not quick enough as he second guesses. Goes in there for the pre-aim as well, whilst his opponent uses that timing to run away from that situation, and he does not catch the most important player. If Raph had gotten that kill, it's a GG, my friend, because Smokey was holding onto the bomb, and now the bomb is all the way at private backyard for the plant. Luffy gets a kill onto Bingo, tries to thin the numbers down, but still a 2v3. Advantage onto the side of Sem9. Luffy. A quick scope is much needed. But unfortunately, Concept bags him out. One final player, Raph. He started things off. He wasn't as lucky. Smokey with the angle. What a prone, and he bags it out. And that is the supremacy of Sem9 to make their way back into the matchup. And M420 LOWKINGS, they understand one thing, that they need to depend on Granny one more time. Drop back to the Granny's invitation, and I think they might be able to find a setup in here, but instead, they do not want Granny's invitation. They want to take that aggressive setup. They send in 3 players into private backyard. This might pan out well for them. 2 players now. PJ as well as Yopi. PJ with the spray, and he doesn't find one. Smokey from the other side. Luffy. PJ backs away with the boxing gloves in hand. Surti with the early access. KRM's not going to find anyone just yet. That corner, Smokey makes it and plays it to his advantage. Grenade from the side of Surti as well. It's going to be a good one. And bye-bye, my friend. Yopi backs away in the nick of time. Surti taking that aggressive push up. And Type 25 is not going to be able to bag him as it tries to get the wall bang instead. Surti would shut down on Yopi. Will he punish once again? PJ in front. Surti behind the barrel. Oh, timing. PJ backs away. Surti gets the information. Does not take that shot. But he does not need to over-aggress as Sem9 now has got the plan. PJ shut down by Smokey. The numbers do not look good on the side of M420 LOWKINGS. Luffy sitting down on top of the roof of Granny's. K-Lo finds the backstab onto Jasmine. And Concept gets the hit mark. Does not bag him out. Thumper Cover will not be enough to finish it off, but turns around, backs Luffy instead. What a play by Concept. Gets Kalo. My lord, that has to be on the highlight reel. 7-9. Back in front. And 420 LOWKINGS behind as we switch sides. Another bomb in the hands of the M420 LOWKINGS. What will be the approach as the bomb hangs back? 7-9 going in for a 3-2 split. Aggressive approach by Concept. He does have the M13 Morningstar. Does have the range. Does have the one extra attachment. A lot of people look at the mythic M13 on my stream and always ask me, Mustachio, why do you use the red dot on the M13? It's just the gun skin. It's just an OP gun to have. Sati! Oh my lord, what a great concussion! With flashing the guy out, stunning him in that process, and that is just a GG of an approach. An M420. They take over the situation. And that is a GGWP for sure. Clutch is not going to be possible as a perfect round is wrapped up as the M420 LOWKINGS strike, and they strike hard. The venom running through the veins of 7-9 now, taking its effect. Let's see if the Malaysians can make a comeback as they go in for yet another approach towards that A-bomb site. Bomb hanging back at Bakery. Jasmine with the initial shots. Raf will be able to find the player. The one and only Surti has been taken out of the equation already. The most dangerous player up close and personal. Not going to be a problem at all for M420 to deal with. Jasmine takes out Yopi. PJ smokes out Smokey. And the numbers advantage still on the side of M420. Jasmine, can he get another shot? Spots out the player. What a quick scope. And Bingo finds Luffy as well. The numbers this time on the side of 7-9. And that's exactly how the Malaysians turn things around. Can they get this round for themselves as well? The bomb on the ground, and all that Bingo needs to do is to lock down these positions, all those angles covered. And M420, they need to be on the approach slowly. Raf might be able to punish Concept as he tries to reposition himself. Grenade in his hand. Jasmine, the timing is just terrible for Raf. Thumper in hand, he might have been able to bag Jasmine if he had peeked inside the house first. It doesn't matter, as all the players of 7-9 now, they back away. 3v1. Raf all alone in this round. Is he going to be able to get this clutch? I think I can answer that question. It's probably going to be a no. But he does have the sniper in hand. It's a no from me because of the position that's being held on by 7-9. They have a lot of cover and they are way too spread out. So the possibility of killing all three players and then going in for the plant is just asking for a little too much. Raf! GG on the response as Concept bags him, and it will be the Morningstar on activation as well. This is one of the highlights of the mythic gun. Once you hit that 6 skill, just glows up a little bit, makes a little bit of a fancy sound. Just a little exciting whenever you play on the M13 Morningstar, ladies and gentlemen, boys. Because if you didn't get it the last time it came out, I highly recommend you to pick it up. One of the best mythic guns in the game for me, for sure. At least until they nerf Luffy. From afar, Bingo finds the OP. Oh, Bingo finds a double, unfortunately. And M420 now on the back foot. And now Surti, PJ shut down. Surti down on the ground will be the bomb. They do not need to aggress on fourth. And Luffy, the final player in here. The clutch, once again, looks like it's going to be impossible for the side of M420. Luffy needs to find a miracle play. Picks up the DLQ for himself, Holidays. And this, on the other hand, is one of the best legendary guns that I most definitely am sure a lot of people will agree. Luffy finds Smokey with 3 more players on for the count. 1 minute is a lot of time for him to actually work with. And I believe he might be able to get this done. I mean, no disrespect, ref, because you were in a 3v1 situation earlier on as well. But I think Luffy is a little bit sharper when it comes to those snipes. He puts himself in a great position. He knows the bomb is on the ground. And he sends out so much of information and now repositions himself. And I think this is going to be the clutch play. But I think the players from the side of 7-9 detected it, spotted him, and they repositioned themselves to manage the expectations of the M420 side. Look at this. M420, Luffy, he tricks them out. He makes them think that he's going in for the long flank, but he straight away steps on into the bomb side. Thumper's not going to find anyone. Hopefully there's trigger discipline on his side. Picks up the bomb. Down here for the plant now. He shouldn't get over-aggressive, and Serti finds him with a Holger. And that is quite the rare spot, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And now Sem9 on to match point to pull one game back. He expected this to be a 5-match clutch, and it seems like it is going to probably be pushed all the way down in there. And 420 LOWKINGS once again. Opportunity to make a comeback. Halo, what a nade. Smoke taken out of the concept, and Bingo will be able to find one. Luffy snuffs out Bingo with a good trade. Raph now needs to spot this angle a little bit more on the push, but unfortunately he backs away, and that only means that's a solid position for the Sem9 player to be holding on to. Now, backstab, look at concept, he finds Raph, and that M13 is just going to be blowing apart his opponents little by little, and he does have a challenge in the one and only Kalo. It's a 3v3 now. SM9 looks for the final round to bag. Very steady on the approach, taking each and every single precaution before they step on in for the challenge. Luffy, it's a solid position to hold on to, and Smokey gets taken out of the equation because of Luffy's positioning. And now, with a strong push up by the one and only Yopi, it's a 3v2. Jasmine, initial strike's not going to be bringing them anything just yet. One jump. Oh, positioning, timing is all part of this, and he will be able to find Luffy. Needs to spot his right-hand side as well. Yopi with the pressure. Type 25 has been switched out by Jasmine, and Jasmine, what a quick slide challenge. Concept bags it, and Sem9 with a very, very convincing victory at the search and destroy. And M420 LOWKINGS got outplayed. They should have depended a little bit more on the Granny's invitation. When they were on the defense, it just looked like it was the most solid play from them. And Granny's invitation is a good strategy to pull off because, you know, a lot of those players just back away into Granny's house, and then when they try to rotate out of it after the plant, they have got the numbers advantage. The one weakness is, you know, you already will have the players of Sem9 on lockdown, but this is where the utilities are to be used, and they did pull that off very, very well. But I think they respected Sem9 too much, and they tried to switch up their plays. If it's not broken, don't change it. If it's not broken, don't try to fix it. Unfortunately, fixing one of their best approaches to this matchup just gave them the L, and Sem9 picked up a very convincing victory. 7 kills by Jasmine, but look at concept, man, bagging 9 overall. That M13 most definitely struck and struck hard all throughout this matchup, and we are one apiece, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, which means by the time we end this broadcast, it's going to be beyond 1 a.m. Make sure you drop that like if you're enjoying this so far, if you haven't just yet, and share this stream out so that we can have a few more of your friends, a part of the COD community, to join us to witness either the rise or the fall of M420 LOWKINGS. At the moment, they are already holding on to that #1 spot within Group B as a whole. Luffy doing a lot, Yopi as well, but it just was not enough to take down Sem9 in this S&D, especially after they were annoyed about losing the Hackney Yard hardpoint. Domination is our third game. And of course, the question is, who is going to be able to find the better side? Who's going to be able to find the better spawns as they step on into this matchup? Let's take a quick look at the overall score of the series so far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Because when we started off, it was on the side of M420 LOWKINGS as they hit 150 to 98 at Hackney Yard. Hardpoint standoff, like what you just witnessed on the side of Sem9, 6 to 3. And when we move into domination firing range, it's a standard map. Everybody knows it. Everybody loves it. But it is the hold of the power positions that's going to be able to give these players a lot of the momentum. And mainly the momentum will be coming through from the Special Forces base, because grabbing onto the C flag is going to be convenient. Jumping into auto repair should be the second position that they kind of overtake immediately, and not rush for that B flag, but buy enough time to make sure that mid segment of the map is controlled so that the rest of their players can drop on into the power position, which is the third hard point behind White Warehouse, because when you're in the third hard point, you're able to have a clear line of sight towards that B flag, and only then should Sem9 jump on for the hill. Let's see if that is the strategy and play. It looks like it is exactly that. Auto repair sees two players. White Warehouse sees two players. They're playing this patiently. They're playing this slowly. They want to secure those kills before they jump onto the flag, and that's the way you jump in for domination at firing range. Smokey and Concept, they bag the skills for the 3 so far, and 420 LOWKINGS were a little quicker in terms of bagging their flag, but it makes no difference as point means absolutely nothing. Bingo, now bagged out, and with all of those kills that they have gotten, making the players of M420 LOWKINGS spawn out from the back, it plays to their disadvantage because they did not anticipate the attack to come out through the backyard. But what do you expect with the overextension of a player out of the side of Sem9? They sent Concept in towards Showerfront, and when you are standing on the spawn of your opponents are not going to be spawning right on your head. But Concept, he uses that to his advantage. He's continuously bagging it, and now he wants to force the players of M420 LOWKINGS to spawn out of backyard intentionally. And this is the kind of gameplay, this is the kind of game sense and map mastery you want to be seeing out of these pro teams. And Sem9 is playing firing range, managing the spawns of M420 so well at the moment, and with that they're able to play the B flag. Prevention's not going to be possible. The kills do come in from Kalo and Raf, but it's just a little bit too late, and Sem9 just needs to focus on bringing in the exact same place. They don't need to over-aggress, they don't need to over-push, they just need to make sure this is done. They later on need to make sure they flip the spawns and continue running away with the matchup in the exact same manner. But M420 LOWKINGS pulling off the execution of this strategy to perfection as they try to find a backstab, but Concept being as annoying as ever on 10 kills at the moment, but no streaks just yet. Score streaks are a must for the capture as well as domination of, well, domination. 40-30 now. Sem9 really running away with this matchup as they control the map through and through. M420 LOWKINGS, yes, they did manage to pull the backstab, but the distraction was not played to perfection. Nobody made their way onto the B flag. Smokey, as you can see, the players on the side of M420 LOWKINGS really trying to play the power position of Barracks Hut, but Smokey making it look way too easy. Now overextending, trying to get a triple cap for themselves, almost managing to bag it, but will be shut down at the very final moment. Oh, what a big win, and A flag, it still is not captured, and with that overextension, Sem9 will go ahead to lose clearing area. C flag taken out, and I feel like that is the start to the demise of Sem9 if they go ahead to pull that overextension once again, because the last thing that they need in here is a triple cap. 66-44 now. Sem9 holding on to this for their dear life, and all they can do right now is make sure they do not overextend. Every single time they try to go in there for the triple cap, you see them being put in a position where they are losing the opportunity for the hole. But Smokey preventing the takeover of Barracks Hut solo. 75-48. Sem9 still in front. M420 LOWKINGS, they can make a comeback in here. Not too far behind, but they have to play the strategy that Sem9 executed to perfection. Takeover, auto repair. Nah, boys. M420 LOWKINGS going in for a straightforward push straight onto the flag. They want to get this done quick, but power position play is important. And they will learn from Sem9 why you need to take auto repair and White Warehouse first when you start off at the Special Forces base. Not able to capture the B flag, giving those kills over to Sem9 players, potentially helping them streak up. Surti bringing in the Annihilator, Smokey in with it as well. Yopi punishing them, but that is not enough just yet. B flag on for the approach. Concept trying to go in there for the prevention, and what a great use of the utility. The spot smoked up. M420 LOWKINGS were able to grab the flag, and now they just need to keep this hold on. Go in for the aggressive approach. So what Sem9 needs to do from here on end is very easy to make their way back into the game. Get together as one team, move in for the Special Forces base, flip the spawns, get clearing area, get the C flag, and then rinse and repeat what strategy they pulled off at the first half. And that's going to be more than enough. They do have a little bit more time here. Raf now holding on to auto repair. Finally, the players of M420 LOWKINGS playing those power positions, but getting over aggressive, jumping off of their points as well, trying to take the fight up against the players of SEM9, which might just play to their disadvantage. Surti with a good slight challenge, but he will get taken out by PJ. PJ gets a double, 81 to 94. SEM9 now slowly fighting the M420 Kings, LOWKINGS, those Cobras slithering, sneaking up towards their heels. The question is, when will that bite happen? When will the venomous fangs be sunk into the ankles of the players of SEM9? B flag almost on the cap. Surti now on the approach. Good takedown with the CBR. Needs to go on to the prone. Solo man in here. And Luffy. What a bag. What a prevention. And he keeps M420 alive, who are now on the triple cap. M420 overextension. Yes, they do have. They hold on to the C flag as well as the A. And now going in for the triple once again. Surti up in the air. And yes, the drone does absolutely nothing. 104 to 103. M420 LOWKINGS. Here's that comeback. Here's that stellar play in that second half. It's all in the hands of the Filipino. Surti back up now. He should have just brought in the KRM. He brings in the CBR instead, and they struggle. 114 to 104 now. SEM9. They have to deal with a cluster strike on top of everything else. Cannot bag that B flag just yet. Overextension over to Barracks Hut is going to be quite tough. And so they just have to wait this out. Luffy, you can see the activation of that sentry gun. And that's just going to be meaning a double backup on the B flag in a couple of seconds. Bingo with a big fight. B flag pulled up by SEM9. But is it enough? 25 more seconds to go. I believe it should be enough if they can hold this all the way to the end. SEM9 now, it's all about a game of balancing the numbers. They need to win each and every single gunfight, tooth and nail, to be able to make sure that the B flag does not get taken up. And Surti with a good hold on to the Barracks Hut, and they spread all out. But clearing area being lost. They have to prevent this. PJ, he just won the game for M420 LOWKINGS. There is no comeback for SEM9 from this position at all, unless they can find a triple cap. PJ makes the win. PJ gets the kill. Pred missile for the hello as well. Hello, my little friend. Bye-bye. Go back up to your starting point. 1420, 140 to 129. M420 LOWKINGS. They've gotten this secured. Triple cap once again for the little cherry on the icing. And it looks like SEM9 will have to fight this back on that hard point when we go back in there for the activation. 150 to 132, M420 LOWKINGS. Methodical approach in that second half after a terrible showing when we opened up the game. Making those initial mistakes. Making terrible mistakes on the approach. But on the stronger side, they played it to perfection. On the stronger side, they overextended and they showed SEM9 how a triple cap should be made. SEM9 tried for the exact same thing, but could not execute it to perfection. M420 LOWKINGS, on the other hand, what a play. What a performance. Overall MVP. I mean, look at the kills coming through from all of these players, man. SEM9, they were killing. I mean, they were slaying out there on the battlefield. That was very clear. And the only player from the side of M420 LOWKINGS that actually even managed to near them in terms of performance of kills was actually PJ. And yes, of course, we do see K-Lo stepping up with the 21 kills, but that seems nothing on the side of SEM9, right? But M420 LOWKINGS are the perfect example of what you have to do in a match like domination or hardpoint. As a matter of fact, you have to play the objective. Kills in a match like this means absolutely nothing. Your opponent's just going to respawn. You might not know where they get out from. You might not know where they're going to respawn from. And that might be a GG situation. Let me put that into an example for you guys. Earlier on, we did see SEM9 go in there and get such a stronghold onto the BNC flag. Where did they start to falter? Where did they start to die? Was when they overextended and they accidentally killed those players off of the guerrilla base and force the players of M420 LOWKINGS to spawn out of the warehouse number 4, which is your B bomb site. And that was purely by accident because Concept overextended. If Concept did not overextend, they should have still been able to play their power positions and lock down the approach by M420 all the way through. And, that mistake made at the first half was, something that I didn't see enough to play to their disadvantage. But it was how M420 LOWKINGS stepped it up in that second half. And firing range, most definitely on the side of the Green Cobras. What a play so far. 150 to 98, 150 to 132. The response most definitely strong on the side of M420 LOWKINGS. Sem9 needs to do everything in their power to grab a hard point back. But if respawns are the game mode of the side of M420 LOWKINGS, this series is already a done deal. This series is already in the bag for the Filipinos. What is to happen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? I am curious. I want to know. Let's find out over at this match. But let me know in the comment section as well as to who do you think is going to be able to grab the win. Do you think the Singaporean side of Sem9 can make, the Malaysian side of Sem9 can make a strong comeback in here? Or will the Filipinos, as usual, prove to be a pain to deal with in Call of Duty Mobile? Takeoff, Hardpoint. You know what it is. Smokey with the opener. Serti finds Rap as well. Ulalo down on the ground. Bingo with the strike, but it means absolutely nothing in a respawn matchup. 3 points means nothing in a Hardpoint game. 60 points lead means nothing in a Hardpoint game, as long as you've got the strategies to make your comeback. And it's, of course, swinging back and forth at this first hardpoint. BJ with a strike. He holds on to scaffolding. The players of M420 LOWKINGS playing the power position, trying to spawn trap the players of Sem9 as well. Calm down, M420. What a play. What a distraction. And now they're able to run away with the initial points, but finally being taken out. Threat missile comes in to say hello. PJ bags a double, almost getting a triple. But smart plays from Serti to quickly run into Visitor Center to find a little bit of cover for himself. But look at Luffy. Look at where is Luffy standing. Luffy, player number 5. If he manages to sustain, which he doesn't, Serti bags him out, he will be able to get that solid spawn for the second hard point. But it is a good call from Zhengyu. It is a good call from the one and only Serti to make sure that play is not possible. And Sem9, now they hold on to the power position of hard point number 2. And as long as you can make sure each and every single one of those players who are on the approach for the break of this hill is cut off from the hands of Zhengyu, then you know Sem9 is going to be running away with this hardpoint matchup, at the very least for the second objective in here. Luffy with the approach. Holger 26 on the strike as well. They need to be able to play this. Serti says hello to him and sprays him out. CBR still for the strike, and nobody's going to be able to touch him just yet. He needs to streak himself out, not using the Dragonfire, not using the Predator just yet, waiting for the opportune moment later on. And this is what Jericho mentioned earlier on within the day. The score streaks are not meant for kills. The score streaks are meant to help you secure your objectives, and that is what we see, the discipline of holding on to that score streak to be used at a better time later on. 67 to 15, but remember also I mentioned 60-point lead means absolutely jack in hardpoint, as M420 LOWKINGS now try to make a good comeback at this third hardpoint. Aurora launch held on by the Filipinos, and the generators, which is the good spawn for this hardpoint, taken over by Sem9. That can only mean Sem9. It's only a matter of time before they jump on into this hard point. But look at all of those gunfights won back to back. Bingo brings out the Annihilator, gets one kill, tries to get another. Oh, what a slide. Sustains himself out there on the battlefield. What an Annihilator. Close quarters combat, still managing to get the win. And just because he clears out the fight outside, he's able to step into this hard point unchallenged. Finally goes down, but enough damage has been done by the one and only Bingo. 73 to 40 now. Sem9 in front, but it's not enough. The challenge still coming through. They hold on to the spawns, and they are able to put up a good fight in this third hard point. On for the fourth one. They should be able to play this strong as they hold on to the better spawn, as they hold on to the better side. Serti with the final combat, but Serti was just helped as he got killed. He will spawn out closer towards the control room, closer towards the fourth hard point, and M420 LOWKINGS, they should have just gone in for the early rotation. Takeoff so far is just better managed by the Malaysian side of Sem9 so far, and if you have got the map mastery, you know you're going to be able to bag the victory. Dragonfire in for the play as the Predator missile got brought out earlier on. Sem9 was able to just thin the herd down a little bit more, keep the hold on, do this hard point, and now pressure the better spawns out of cranes being held, the weaker spawns out of cranes being held on. But when you look at the fourth hard point, it really doesn't matter which side of the spawn you actually get. But if you are able to get the spawn out of generators as well as cranes, it's a GGWP. You thin yourselves down in the numbers, but you will be able to force your opponents to spawn very, very far away from this hard point. Easier said than done, as M420 LOWKINGS try to achieve that. They get bagged out. The challenge for the hard point is still on. 105 to 62. Sem9 not letting this go just yet. Smokey, as he tries to go in there, manages to win his gunfight, waits for 30, who nails it as well. On for the reset of the hard point. Concepts already on spot, but PJ takes him out of the equation with the Annihilator. PJ still staying alive with the Operator. Will be able to find one on scaffolding. Ooh, what a play by Bingo. Avoids him, finally shut down, but he's dragged PJ too far out of his defense, and that was a bad play by PJ. You've got such a good weapon on your hands. The best thing you want to do for yourself is sit on scaffolding, get those long range kills. He went hunting and he got punished. 108 to 74. Zheng Yu, on the other hand, making a similar mistake, but he will have to do it because there's no other choice for the side of Sem9. They have got one final player, Break, on the defense, and M420 picks up that hard point. Scaffolding hole by the one and only Smokey, but he gets smoked out. Bingo for that backup, but M420 on that comeback. 81 to 115. Sem9 now. Can they finish this off at the next hard point? They will have to fight tooth and nail. 30 seconds required at the hard point. M420 can have this. Early rotation by Zheng Yu again. Look at this. SVD as he holds on to cranes. Someone needs to break the hold of Zheng Yu, and that happens. A double challenge. Double challenge comes true, and the spawn of Sem9 has been taken away. But immediately, Surti trying to make a play, goes in for the backstab, wins his fight as well. The CBR still as annoying as ever. Yopi with the CBR holding on to the hard point. The objective being played by M420 to make this comeback. But because the spawns are held on by Sem9, who play the map's advantage, who plays the map's important elements, they will be able to find their way back in here. 125 to 100 now. They need to hold on to every single thing, but Raph drops in with the Type 25, shuts him down. Yopi bags 30 with the thumper, and 129 to 100. M420, they don't want to go down. They don't want to make this easy. Yopi still holding on. Bulalo takes himself out, helping out Sem9. 133 to 103, still with a 30-point lead, and they want to continue extending it. One final hill rotation, expectations out of M420. If they can make sure Aurora launch is not touched, they win the game. Sem9, if they make one break, GGWP M420, they will say. Sem9 now for the attempt, but they need to wait for the backup from the rest of their players. Look at that Dragonfire going out there for that information on search as well. Smokey drops in the Annihilator for the search, will be able to bag one, but Yopi will be able to shut him back down in terms of a response. 6 seconds is all Sem9 needs. M420 not giving them a single one. Bulalo backed out. Finally, the break on the hill. 145 to 119. Sem9 still strong. Rah! With a strong play. But I'm sorry, my sir. M420, they will go down in 2 more seconds as Sem9 senses into game number 5. What a play. What a comeback. And that is exactly why you need to learn your rotations. You need to learn your power positions. And that is exactly why you need to have 1 point man to secure spawns when it comes to a respawn match. Because one of the important elements of a respawn match is, where do you literally spawn out of when you die? The closer you are to the objective, the better your chances of making a fight. The closer your spawn is to the objective, the better your chances are, because you get to throw the numbers into the equation. Surti, we talked about him being able to step up. The guy bags an MVP, 33 kills overall. But my MVP is Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu has 15 kills, but through those 15 kills that he picked up for himself, those were very, very big ones. But every single time Zheng Yu fell, there was an immediate response from the rest of the Sem9 squad. They backed him up because they knew the importance of holding on to those spawns. They knew the importance of playing those positions if they want to be able to take the win. And if they did not focus on the importance, they wouldn't have been able to reach to this point. And the weakness of M420 LOWKINGS here is they played it like how they would play Summit Hardpoint. They threw their bodies in towards that objective and they expected to be able to win all of the fight. My sirs, this is not Summit. This is, at the end of the day, Hardpoint at takeoff, which has its own formula to be played. And it is Sem9 that had the perfect recipe. These are your results as of now. 150 to 98, M420 LOWKINGS, they hit, but Sem9 hit back a little bit harder, 6-3 in that S&D. 150 to 132 domination was close, but it was a comeback this time round by M420, not just against Sem9 in terms of a victory, but even within that game, first half was dominated by Sem9 and M420. They really put a strong fight in that second half to take it all the way. Sem9 showing that they had better map mastery of takeoff, and now S&D Crossfire. X3 Jasmine. That's all the secret puzzle is. It's going to be the X3 Jasmine snipe locking down those long angles. It's going to be an aggressive 30 KRM on for the pop. I mean, you saw 30 bringing out the CBR, but it's only because in such a huge map like takeoff, bringing in the KRM is probably a GGWP because you've got these long angles that you cannot handle as a KRM player. But my sir, when you drop into Crossfire, that is exactly where you are now once again able to make your way aggressively into the defenses or into the holes of your opponent and really shut down their play back to back. If Surti stepped up earlier, you can most definitely expect to step it up this time as well. Rough, good ideation. No luck coming through just yet. Waits a couple of seconds before he repositions. Jasmine, on the other hand, like I said, going to be holding on to those long angles with the snipe. Surti, where is he? Surti with the opportunity. So much of pressure being played by Smokey as well as Concept. Surti, unfortunately, sitting this one out, being replaced by the one and only Bingo, Luffy, as they go in here for the approach onto this SND. Question is, when will that plan come through? On the defense, M420 LOWKINGS, they've already got this on lockdown. Luffy and trying to play the game of guesses as to where is Jasmine, but Jasmine's not revealing himself just yet. When it is time, they will be stepping out. The bomb is already on site. No plans just yet. Finally comes through. Oh, and Smokey gets punished by Raf, but the plant was already solid. 38 seconds now for the clutch. 5v4. They need to go in here steady, not rush, but it needs to be quick. BJ shuts down Concept. Good on the CBR play. Bingo taken out as well. Zheng Yu will be able to trade out Yopi, but the number's still on the side of M420 LOWKINGS. PJ takes another. Jasmine shuts down PJ. Open plant. Oh no, closed off plant. Very bad from the side of Sem9. Not planting for Jasmine, who was potentially going to be, who's almost always going to be your final player, especially when Jasmine is holding on to such a conservative position. As a sniper, not over-aggressing, he's definitely going to be able to sustain his life out. Unfortunate for Sem9, just terrible decision-making coming through from Captain. One and only Smokey. Luffy takes Bingo out of the equation. M420 LOWKINGS. This is going to be a quick and easy one for them to shut down in this SND. We expect them to be able to take it away. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't forget to drop that like and share the stream out as well. Bring in the rest of the COD community in here. The players as they step on over each other. Yopi bags Concept. The number's still on the side of M420. Sem9 on the other hand. As the attacking side, they will struggle. Zheng Yu down as well. Yopi takes out Smokey, leaving only Jasmine once again. I mean, the probability of Jasmine being the final player alive is most definitely going to be there because the guy is super conservative, which is why I think the previous round really caught the players of Sem9 off. And I think Jasmine might have had the exact same harsh comments that I had for the very conservative plant that came through from Smokey, because it definitely threw his play off. If at all, if it was an open plant for the side of office building, then Jasmine would have been your MVP immediately in that round, man. This time, plant coming through. I believe it is not open. What a shutdown. PJ taking out Captain Smokey. PJ Thumper sent out towards Concept. Is he going to be able to bag one? No. Concept sees those Thumpers through. He has information. PJ repositions. But no over-aggression coming out of Concept. He sticks on to his corner. PJ finally steps on out. Concept gets the information. Does not over-aggress. Gets the hit mark from that wallbang. Thumper and Concept hesitates for a single second. PJ punishes him. Numbers on the side of M420 LOWKINGS. Sem9 needs to wake the hell up. Jasmine shuts down PJ, but it means nothing. As Zheng Yu gets Yopi, maybe this can turn out to be a comeback for the side of Sem9. It's a very, very slow approach from Sem9 and Jasmine. Perhaps if he steps up as the aggressive player on the side of the Malaysian team, we might be able to find a change of pace coming through from the side of Sem9. And 420, on the other hand, they've been super solid on defense. Sem9 just needs to focus to pull away a minimum of 2 rounds as the attacking side. Because if they don't, it's going to be a struggle, man. Even on the defensive, it is not going to be easy to go in here for the preventions. Jasmine, this is not what he should be doing. Jasmine steps on out, will be punished. The player from the back does not step out. Zheng Yu takes out Raf. Jasmine still sustaining, alive, timing, and he gets K-Low as well. And the numbers now on the side of Sem9. What a way to turn things around. Luffy trying to bag one out, gets the hit mark, sees the bomb on the ground, does not get the player, and timing is unfortunate as Luffy now. He does have the suppressor on his DLQ. They do not have information on him just yet, but no trigger discipline as he tries to go in for those back-to-back wall bangs. Zheng Yu might be able to get that information over. He spots the player out. Jasmine right behind. Jasmine with the backstab. Good place. Sem9 makes one small little step in towards the comeback. They're going to be able to bag this. 6 kills so far from PJ, doing a lot for the side of M420. Jasmine now aggressive this time round. Needs to continuously push here. Wall bangs. Just an inch to the left, and it's a GDWP for Luffy. Jasmine does manage to bag him. That's what I'm talking about. Jasmine needs to be aggressive if Sem9 wants to be able to make it to the front. And now Raf from the front, he finds a player, and those scopes are not going to be able to find any kills just yet. Yopi cutting down the distance between himself as well as the other players through laundry. Central building will find one, but what an aggressive hold this time around. That player, Concept, he's cutting off the X, because central building is where you want to be if you're on the defensive to prevent the bomb block. But when Concept is holding on to the spot, it's a GG. What a play by Concept with the thumper. And now he shuts down this location. K-Low did manage to smoke out Smokey. Bomb still not planted just yet. Raf, can he find this? Zheng Yu grenade, but Raf, what a quick scope. Zheng Yu instantaneously punished. That's one of the best shots out of Raf that we have seen in a while. Thumper in the hands of Raf as he equal things out. M420 LOWKINGS are not on the back foot just yet. This is such a amazing adjustments to the aggressive side of Sem9. Or timing is bad for Raf as he switches his guns. Concept takes him out, but K-Low trades out Concept to maintain the numbers all equal. Advantage to the side of Bingo now as he picks up the bomb. He will be able to make it through to that B-bomb site. But the question is, do they have the utils? Do they have the smoke to buy themselves a little bit of time? Jasmine needs to strike, spots a player out. It's a little slow. Oh, what a slide challenge. And K-Low almost got Jasmine out of the equation from the open. And that is just a little unfortunate because Jasmine should have been the winner in that engagement. PJ now. But that little bit of distraction and chaos allows the window for the plant. And that's good decision making from Bingo. PJ, CBR, Bingo. Can he bag him? Does not have the thumper just yet. Spots him out. My lord, Bingo. Not quick enough for that response time. PJ, 2 2v1, and Jasmine gets KO, and this is the clutch time for Jasmine. I anticipated him to step it up, and yes, he does exactly that. Jasmine, gets away with a sliver of his health, and now finding a little bit of cover. Timing is all this is about. Jasmine does not get bagged out just yet. 2 quick scopes do not deliver. And now Jasmine on the bomb. 3 seconds. GGWP. What a play by Sem9. PJ does manage to hit that final one, but they're right back in this game. It's all equal once again. And remember what I said, Sem9 needed to take him at the very least 2 rounds, and they get those 2 rounds. 2-2. 8 kills from PJ. Luffy. Can he get this? Does not. Vehicle all blown up. Luffy on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Jasmine has not struck just yet. Timing, opportunity. That wallbang would have just been a thing of perfection, but unfortunately Luffy just needs to adjust those shots a little bit more to the right. Intense moment as Raph actually finds Jasmine. This is the double snipe setup. Luffy and Raph. Jasmine out of the equation. The best player for the side of Sem9 in here. Bingo taken out as well. Give Raph the damn sniper round after round, and I think M420 LOWKINGS will be able to bag Sem9 way too easily. Raph now repositioning himself over at central building, thumper in hand as well. Concept punishes him. A good comeback in terms of thinning down the numbers. 4v3 man advantage to M420. Bomb not planted just yet, but look at PJ holding on to such an aggressive angle just at dead end beyond the wall. Anybody goes in for the plant, you know PJ is going to pop out and say, hello, hello, my little friend. And it's going to be a GGWP from then on. And M420 still with all of the pressures. Luffy with those wall banks not going to be able to bag anyone just yet. And the approach is slow from the Malaysian side. 35 seconds to go. Taking up too much of time. PJ, I'm telling you, this might be just be like, oh, Kalo doesn't wait. Concept taken out. Smokey now. Can he make a play? 4v2. This is unfortunate. And Smokey goes in for the back. Bye-bye, Smokey. Nobody. PJ doesn't spot Smokey. Smokey doesn't spot PJ. Finally, final player. PJ takes him out. M420. That was all PJ, man. That was all PJ for the pressure. And they managed to get such a confident round at this switch of sides. Now, bomb in the hands of M420. Sem9 on defense. What can Jasmine deliver? I'm putting on a lot of expectations on the sniper of the side of Sem9 because that's just the way it is, man. You drop into crossfire, you gotta have those good snipers. Jasmine is more than a good sniper, but it just doesn't seem to be rolling out in the right way. Raph takes Smokey out of the equation. Once again, M420 LOWKINGS showing that they have got the better snipes. Bingo trades out PJ. Yopi trades Bingo out instantaneously. Good plays coming through from M420 LOWKINGS to keep the numbers advantage. And now Kalo with the whole go from afar will be able to put on a lot of pressure. Luffy still hunting for these kills. Sem9 on the defense. Not as aggressive from concept, but he will be able to pressure the bomb. On for the approach. Information play is what it's all about. Concept. As you can see, he keeps his crosshair just at the stairs. Towards the very end, he gives away information. You bring in the attachment of the lasers. Yes, it gives you the accuracy, but it just gives away information as well in the SNDs. Especially when you're taking a slow approach. He's lucky that it did not give away that information at that point. Luffy. A good spot against the player right in front of him. But movements out of the one and only Concept, I believe, early on. No, it was Zheng Yu. Movements out of Zheng Yu was just solid that Luffy could not bag that kill. But now 3v2. Numbers still on the side of LOWKINGS as they get the plant. Concept looking for the player. But look at LOWKINGS on the setup, man. Get the plant. Immediately back away. 2v2. Smoke needs to be played. Can they? Do they have the utilities? Concept has nothing on his side. He wants the backup from his team member. He does exactly have that. But it's an open plant from the side of M420 LOWKINGS. Raph shuts him down. And that's what I am talking about when we go in for those open plants. M420 LOWKINGS getting it done right on Crossfire. And let me tell you this, right? Yes, the mistake was made by Smokey. It clearly was unintentional. And the guy was definitely regretting that plant. But M420 LOWKINGS just making sure they do not make the exact same mistake. But a good approach to that situation. Get the plant, 3 players. I have the advantage, but I'm not going to underestimate my opponents. I back away and I play defensive after I get the plant. That's the supremacy of M420 LOWKINGS. And in the same way that they pushed Triple V all the way to game number 5, they have now pushed Sem9 into game number 5. And the opportunity now to finish things off. Is this going to be M420 LOWKINGS time? 3v1. Raph gets them onto match point! And it is M420 LOWKINGS now, 1 round away from clutching the series. Sem9. What will be the play? Smokey, 0 kills. Is this guy lagging? Does he need to change out his internet service provider? Did he go through a breakup? What's going on? Luffy. Bingo gets shut down. Jasmine punishes PJ. Numbers still all equal. But they need to find a few more. Sem9 need to string along 4 back-to-back rounds. Just so that they do not risk themselves not qualifying for the playoffs later on. It's just too much of a risk. Group B, Group of Death, Triple V ESPORTS, and GAIJIN might be able to catch up on a moment's notice. Yopi with the bomb in hand. The approach towards the bomb site is a very conservative one from M420 LOWKINGS. But neither side wants to aggress on first. On the attack or the defense. Raph finds concept, and that's the opener for the bomb now to go in here for the plant. Yes, the trophy system on that setup as well. Raph finds Smokey. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I guess we can start hyping them up already. Zhengyu does manage to thin the numbers down. It's a 3v2. An advantage still to the side of Sem9, but I take that back as Zhengyu finds another one. Bomb not planted just yet. Sem9 has an opportunity. Bomb right in front of Zhengyu. Are we going to be able to find a victory for Sem9 through this stellar plays? Jasmine. That's not Jasmine on the cam, but you know what I mean. Jasmine. He's my personal MVP for the side of Sem9. Zhengyu making those double plays. This time, Raph. Good approach. Wants to eliminate the player who sits down at Central! But immediate, at that very second, trade coming through from the one and only. Oh, Zhengyu. It is a 1v1 setup. If the side of M420 LOWKINGS wins this, that's about it. Bomb now for the plant. No wall banks coming through just yet. Attacking side, and time runs out, and Sem9 stays alive. M420 LOWKINGS, that was just a little bit too close. But that's what happens when you take on some of the best in Call of Duty Mobile from the side of Malaysia. 0 to 8 Smokey. Still struggling. Bingo. Can't find more than 1 kill. Concept on that struggle. And when your captain is struggling, that's when you know you've got to start sweating. Raph, this time round, early. He's not going to be able to find a frag just yet. 1 minute 45 seconds for the plant, which means a lot of time to be played. Luffy's snipes find no one as well. Slow to the approach onto the bomb site. 4 players on stack at Central. Some looking for the approach. Some looking for that backstab for prevention on defense at Central building. And it's a good cover. Luffy finds Jasmine. Unfortunate. Will he find one more? Yes, he does. Smokey taken out as well. Oh, my lord. Smokey. What a terrible day it has been for him. PJ now pressures the player out of his position. Concept tries to bag one for himself. Bomb planted. 41 seconds on the clock. PJ finds Zhengyu. It's all in the hands of Bingo and Concept. Concept might be able to clutch, but Bingo is struggling overall. And as I say that, Bingo goes down. Concept gets 1. Can Concept get 2? He does not just yet. Thumper! Unfortunate. M420 LOWKINGS. They get the clutch. They get the win. They get the victory. And the Philippines will continue to strike fear into the hearts of many. What a crazy day of matches in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. On point, 12:58 a.m. Not yet won just yet. And M420 with a good and clean and quick wrap-up of the day, even though it had to go into game number 5. Solid with the rotation, solid with the prowess on Crossfire S&D. PJ picking up the most number of kills, definitely a well-deserved MVP for him. Jasmine hitting a high for his squad as expected. But Smokey, as you can see, man, Smokey, that's a rage quit right there from the captain, immediately jumping out. The guy had abysmal performance in this particular round, in this particular game. And it's just unfortunate when you have your captain himself not really being able to deliver out there on the battlefield. It most definitely will have an effect on the team. Jasmine stepped up, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough going up against PJ and Raf. And you guys saw exactly how Raf was on those snipes. 12 kills for the guy. The DLQ has just no answers for it on Crossfire. And on a double snipe setup, that's exactly how you win Crossfire SND. What a play coming through. And I think one of the biggest mistakes for the side of Sem9 was actually not bringing in my dear old Surti. Surti with the KRM would have been able to bring such a power pressure onto PJ, especially, who kept holding on to all of those aggressive positions. But at the end of the day, it was M420 LOWKINGS getting the coin toss and getting each and every single victory on their map picks. It wasn't easy. It was a tough one. But at the end of the day, they managed to prove themselves even against the best Malaysian team. M420 LOWKINGS, new kids on the block, making Sem9 look like they are not all that too much of a challenge. As we started the day off, it was a good showing at Hardpoint when we kicked things off at this Hackney Yard. But it was a good comeback over and over by Sem9 in terms of catching up in the points, but only until the third Hardpoint. Third Hardpoint, LOWKINGS, they went into Office. Office was almost one team showdown. The players of Sem9 barely went in there for the challenge, and they paid a high price for it because things were wrapped up later on at the final Hardpoint. And Search and Destroy was where we saw Sem9 step it up just a little bit. And here, mistakes were made by M420 LOWKINGS for sure. But they could not go in there and improve them. Yes, they did get 3 rounds, but it just wasn't enough. Sem9, on the other hand, they had a much better control of all of the positions, especially Smokey, right? He was hitting, and he was hitting hard in this one particular matchup at standoff, and they just seemed so comfortable all throughout. But Luffy together with Raf, I mean, this double snipe setup from these two were quite the takedown for the side of Jasmine. He hit, and he hit hard. Sem9 overall made that victory possible. But when we moved on into domination, Sem9 opened up the game well. Second half, M420 LOWKINGS using the better side, using the more powerful side to their advantage to run away with the game. I have to say I am disappointed with Sem9 because it looked like they had quite a great progress through the first half. If it wasn't for Concept, I feel like they wouldn't have reset that spawn, and they would have still been all looking at the right direction. The one moment where they took their eyes off of that spot, it was a GG. Towards the end, double sentry setup, B flag on the hole. There's no way Sem9 was going to be able to pull anything back. Hardpoint over at takeoff. And now this is the part where we did see the one and only Zheng Yu step up for the team. At takeoff, it was very important for Zheng Yu. Look at this. Look at that mini-map. Look at number 5 for Team Blue. Zheng Yu was holding on to cranes. And when you are holding on to that position, the spawns are going to be very much on your side. And the second hard point, very important, very easy for the hole if you've got that spawn. It was played well. Spawns for hard point number 3, played well. Spawns for hardpoint number 4 played extremely well. Sem9, they were just at the right places, at the right time, making the right plays, getting the right kills. And M420, they struggled to keep up with their pace. They struggled to keep up with their style as well. Clearly, this has not been a map that M420 has focused on enough just yet. But after tanking this loss against Sem9, I believe they will be able to kind of tighten their plays as well as strategy in the future, because clearly they have got the ability, they've got the comeback gene inside of all of themselves. And we expect them to be able to step it up time and time again. M420 LOWKINGS towards the very end, they finished Sem 9 off in the search and destroy. It was a 5-2, and we were expecting Sem 9 to make a comeback. They did, but it was only to pull in one round. And the soldier of the game, none other than PJ. 17.6 on the average kills. Average dead 17.75. Guy ends it with a KD ratio in the competition overall of 1.24. But it doesn't make sense. I think the KD ratio is a little off. He should be on a negative there, but it doesn't matter. In terms of what he was doing in the game, it was most definitely stellar all throughout this particular series, especially in that search and destroy. PJ was holding on to such aggressive positions all throughout that crossfire map. And every single time the opponents wanted to jump on in and challenge him, they managed to bag the game all the way through. This was the schedule for the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's run it through once again. We started off with Smart Omega meeting the players of AGUILA Esports, and that was a simple 3-0 delivered on a donut. But after that donut, we had to wait a little while before we could eat another one. BLACKLIST International Ultimate dropping their perfect streak against C8 Legacy, who had a stellar performance at that standoff Hardpoint. GAIJIN 3-2 victory over VVV ESPORTS. Not an easy one. It was a very, very well-fought, hard-fought matchup. And the same can be said for M420 LOWKINGS as they bagged it against Sem 9. HUNTSMEN took a perfect one Offstream against Fury. NERVO gave that breadstick to Doctor as they grabbed their victory as well. And the overall standings, as far as Group A is concerned, they did not play in here today. So we focus on to Group B. M420 LOWKINGS sitting down at the top, reigning as the kings of the group of death. And that is nothing but impressive. Group C sees Smart Omega at the very top, followed by AGUILA Esports. And Group D has got who else but the one and only BLACKLIST International Ultimate. C8 Legacy sitting down in that second spot. Let's see not tomorrow's schedule, but the schedule for the apologies, guys. This is actually the schedule for today. Let's bring the camera right back to my face first. And we will be able to show you the schedule for the day number 5 of group stages in a little bit. Tomorrow, we will not be continuing with the Masters. The next play date is on the 20th of February, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So technically that is tomorrow because we are already 1 a.m. and it is the 19th of February at the moment. Thank you so much for all of your kind comments. Thank you so much for all of your support in the comment section for my solo cast. Yes, Jericho had to go and get some good son duties sorted out. His mother needed him to drive her somewhere, and you know what happens when you say no to your mother. You find the slipper flying from the kitchen straight to your face. Let's take a look at the scheduling from the 20th of February to see exactly what we can expect on that play day. We start things off with Almighty taking on Rampage, and this is a rematch from hell as far as Rampage is concerned, because the last time they met, this was a 3-0 one-sided matchup. Almighty continues to stay on as they will meet C8. What? No, I don't think this is correct. Yeah. You guys can ignore that schedule and we will tell you what the schedule is on the official page. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sorry for the technical difficulty. It is what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustache Show. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the likes and shares. If you haven't liked the stream just yet, don't forget to do it right now. Share the stream out as well before you guys leave so that we can get a little bit more of eyes on this competition even tomorrow. All right? You guys take care. Good night and goodbye. I'll catch you guys in tomorrow, 20th. It's 19th. You know what? Take care.